Chapter 670. After smoothly completing the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This transaction was too crucial. The profits could help Fang Yuan get out of his current predicament. Although in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there were many ways to obtain immortal Yuan stone. But these methods required time to plan or had high risks. Transacting with the land spirit of Langya was the only option with low risks and high profits. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan left the cloud path Immortal Gu, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langya Blessed Land as the collateral for the transaction. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement Gu. Fang Yuan did not lack movement Immortal Gu, he already had Worldly Wave Trace. The latter was suitable for water path Gu immortals, it was more effective in the environment of rivers and seas. Rising Azure Cloud, on the other hand, specialized in ascending and descending, its speed was slower than Worldly Wave Trace. Fang Yuan was a pragmatist, to him Worldly Wave Trace was more practical. That night in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yunxing stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he used a bead of green grape immortal essence, in that situation he did not know Langya Blessed Land's true state, he had to quickly defeat the swamp crab and take control of the situation. Immortal essence was precious, but he had to use it when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had no value. Not to mention one bead of green grape immortal essence. Even if it was 8 or 10, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to use it when needed. He concluded that he paid very little this time, but his gains were huge. Firstly, he got fixed immortal travel back. Getting fixed immortal travel back was indeed a huge surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross regional walls. His footprints were all over the 5 regions. He made full use of his rebirth advantage, making arrangements everywhere and obtaining the greatest benefits. Even if the worst came to worst and Crane Gate broke through Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could retreat with Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack or retreat. Fixed immortal travel might be a rank 6 movement Immortal Gu, but it gave Fang Yuan a huge tactical advantage. This was the combination of soaring azure clouds and worldly waves. I can't do it. As a result, the pressure on Fang Yuan lessened. Next, he formed the Snow Mountain Alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. He Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 absolute techniques. His potential was immense. Once he ascended to become an immortal, his battle prowess would be no small matter. Fairy Li Shan was an influential person in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. On the other hand, she had a wide circle of friends. He had many dealings with Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had scum and weirdos, while Demonic Path Gu Immortals had all sorts of them. All disputes originated from benefits. The righteous and demonic Dao did not always fight and kill. They also traded with each other and even worked together in secret. Fairy Li Shan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular. Dongfang Naganori and the other Righteous Path forces discussed establishing an alliance. They needed Mountain Pledge Gu. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals were even more suspicious of each other. To be able to establish such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, they needed Mountain Pledge Gu even more. Mountain Pledge Gu was used to establish an inviolable guardian alliance. It was the main foundation of the trust between Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Li Shan had such a wide circle of friends, it was much easier for her to gather information than Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal Gu. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart, and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this Gu had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land Spirit of Langya. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart, it was a one-time consumable Gu, refining and nurturing in one, it had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable Gu was very powerful, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul, its effect far surpassed Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had Guts Gu, strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. Its value was even higher. Fang Yuan compared it, if he did not use Myriad Self, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 Gu Immortals. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's blood path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying, firmly occupying the peak of rank 6. He had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was the biggest gain that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul slightly. Because even though Cleanse Soul was the core of Myriad Self, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu was unique to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal Gu created him. Without this mystical Gu, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture or Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Fang Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Fang Yuan's ability, ruthlessness and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Gu now, he could resolve the flaw of Spring Autumn Cicada's luck. The land spirit of Langya provided many ways to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu. The most praiseworthy way was to use other Luck Path Immortal Gu with Connect Luck Immortal Gu, connecting the Gu Master's luck to famous mountains and rivers, or immemorial desolate beasts, or grotto heavens and blessed lands. These existences had long luck, they were not easy to destroy. But Fang Yuan did not intend to use this method. Because he could not do it, he only had one Luck Path Immortal Gu, he did not have anything else to use with it. Fang Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link his luck with other people's luck. The land spirit of Langya had said not long ago, a person's luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. It is linked to one's luck, one has to pay attention to it at all times, otherwise the user would be a burden. If it was used with Break Luck Gu, it would expend precious immortal essence and it would be tiring. But this method's flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who had used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He knew who the influential figures of each era were, he even knew what their future achievements would be, and when they would end up. I can use my previous life's memories to find these future influential figures, and use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link my luck with them. Anyway, I have Spring Autumn Cicada, my luck has always been terrible, after linking my luck I will always be the one to benefit. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt that fixed immortal travel brought him a huge strategic advantage. If not for fixed immortal travel he would not be able to roam the 5 regions, he would not have the time to travel long distances and find those insignificant people one by one. The final harvest of this trip were the 3 Immortal Gu remnant recipes that Fang Yuan had brought back from Langya Blessed Land. These Immortal Gu remnant recipes were very high in completion, they were all above 90%, one of them was even at 99%. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan came to the underground cave. There were too many factors to consider when deducing an Immortal Gu recipe, the wills produced by Mortal Gu were not enough. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. He decided to start with the easy part and deal with the 99% remnant recipe first. At the same time in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yunxing had his hands behind his back, standing in front of Land Spirit of Langya and Inkman King. Inkman King looked at the vast cloud soil that had returned to its original state. His eyes could not help but reveal a light of amazement. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yunxing stayed behind and suggested restoring the blessed land for Land Spirit of Langya, he did not have any expectations. But to think that Tai Bai Yunxing did it so well, the effect was beyond his imagination. Land Spirit of Langya sized up Tai Bai Yunxing, saying, "To think that you are so extraordinary at such a young age. How did you do it?" Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He was old, his hair and beard were white, but he was actually called young by others. This strange feeling was not common. He took out landscape as before Immortal Gu and showed it to the two, introducing it in detail. Inkman King could not help but praise, "To think that there is such a miraculous Immortal Gu. With this Immortal Gu, we can restore the terrain and rivers of the blessed land, greatly reducing the losses from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Gu is extremely valuable." Land Spirit of Langya was also interested. "I have heard of this Immortal Gu, it was once Immortal 9 Regrets' possession. Immortal 9 regrets inherited a certain true inheritance of spectral soul demon venerable. Not only does he have landscape as before, he also has man as before. I have not seen this immortal goo of yours personally. Study it for me, it will definitely give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 immortal Yuan stones as compensation. Land Spirit of Langia had a huge business. He was a very wealthy person. He did not lack immortal Yuan stones. 5 immortal Yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. Immortal goo were very private, they were not easily exposed. But Tai Bai Yunxing had to learn from Fairy Li Shan in order to make a living in the future. Thus he had no choice but to expose landscape as before immortal goo. How could he give it to Land Spirit of Langia? He said it was for research, but what if he messed up the research? Seeing that Tai Bai Yunxing did not agree, Land Spirit of Langia was very disappointed, but he still paid. You restored all of my cloud soil according to the transaction. This is 3 immortal Yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing however waved his hand and refused. I will not accept these 3 immortal Yuan stones. When Fang Yuan delivers the goods later, I will have to trouble you to give them to him together. Chapter 671. Land Spirit of Langia, isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing, saying in a worried tone. The other party was the person who destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once the other party was angered, Inkman King was worried that Fang and Bai would harm Langia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langia was very straightforward. He did not hear the hidden meaning in Inkman King's words, instead saying proudly, "Humph. That brat is crafty and sly, he dared to have such a bad attitude towards me, I did it on purpose. I will teach him a lesson and let him know the meaning of respecting the elderly." Aha, what goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie, does he think I can't see it? Little Tai Bai has blind trust in him. If he can deduce an immortal goo recipe, I will directly smash my medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the arrogant and laughing Land Spirit of Langia with a pitiful expression, not making a sound. He actually wanted to say, I am not confident in Fang Yuan but in wisdom goo. Fang Yuan quietly stood in the light of wisdom. After a while he opened his eyes shining with joy. Success. He sighed. In just a short while he had successfully deduced the first remnant recipe and perfected it to 100%. The perfected goo recipe was that remnant recipe that was 99% complete. Looking at this goo recipe again, Fang Yuan also exclaimed, this final step can be said to be miraculous, it is actually a goo recipe that I perfected myself. Even he found it hard to believe. Deducing goo recipes, one was foundation. Another was inspiration. Without enough refinement path foundation, deducing goo recipes would be very difficult. But goo masters with deep foundations, when deducing goo recipes, they would often encounter difficult obstacles. Even then they would be stuck, unable to advance an inch, often for years, even decades or even centuries. At this time, to break through the obstacles, inspiration was needed. But inspiration was extremely hard to come by. It was very likely that they would appear consecutively, but it was also very likely that they would not appear for many years. Even if there was inspiration, that was only a method. Need to verify. If he succeeded, it would be true inspiration. If it didn't succeed, then it was just an idea, a failed attempt. The power of wisdom goo. It could give the goo master unlimited inspiration. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough, I just lack inspiration. Fang Yuan once again felt the power of a rank 9 goo. And this was only him using the light of wisdom. If one day he truly activated wisdom goo, who knew what it would be like? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and checked his mind. There was still a large amount of happy left in his mind. The goo recipe just now was extremely complete, it was just one step away. Therefore, Fang Yuan didn't waste any of his joy. He calmed down and started to deduce the goo recipe again. Second goo recipe. It was a 97% immortal goo recipe. This time, Fang Yuan did not expend a lot of joyful will, he only used a third and passed the obstacle of the immortal goo recipe. Once this obstacle was passed, the biggest problem was solved. The next step was smooth sailing, his thoughts were clear and clear. Even if Fang Yuan relied on his own ability, he could complete the deduction. But when it came to the third immortal goo recipe, Fang Yuan met with some trouble. He used 3 beads of green grape immortal essence to complete this immortal goo recipe. This immortal goo recipe had many problems. After solving one, another appeared. Thus, although the completion rate was also extremely high, reaching 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence used to deduce it was 2 to 3 times more than before. But even so, according to the agreement, Fang Yuan made a huge profit. Because he urgently needed it, Fang Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and used Divine Sense Gu to contact the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly, thinking that Fang Yuan was admitting defeat. Thus, when Fang Yuan handed him an immortal Gu recipe with 100% completion, he was stunned on the spot and could not react for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was attracted by the contents of the immortal Gu recipe. Amazing, amazing. He actually used such a method to solve the problem. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? He shouted. If not for his hands being bound by the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thighs right now. The praises suddenly stopped, and the land spirit of Langya showed an awkward expression. He did not forget that not long ago he was extremely pessimistic about Fang Yuan's ability. Who could have thought that not long after Fang Yuan would successfully deduce one of the immortal Gu recipes and hand it over to him? The land spirit of Langya could not wipe away his embarrassment. He snorted, "Brat, to think that your thinking is so weird, you actually managed to find this immortal Gu recipe through sheer luck. Consider yourself lucky this time. According to the previous agreement, if you perfect a rank 6 immortal Gu remnant recipe with more than 90% completion, the reward will be 10 immortal Yuan stones. Do I use Jewel Yellow Skies to give it to you, or do you want to collect it personally?" Transactions with Jewel Yellow Skies naturally required a certain fee. But if Fang Yuan went to collect it personally, he would need to use fixed immortal travel. Every time he used fixed immortal travel, he would need to expend a bead of green grape immortal essence. The price was not cheap. Fang Yuan thought about it. Although using Jewel Yellow Skies was cheaper, it would inevitably leave behind traces and might be deduced by a wisdom path Gu master with evil intentions. But the price to collect it personally was too high. Fang Yuan felt some heartache. Langya Blessed Land was in northern plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region. Whole Earth Gu could not be used. He could only use Stargate Gu. Land Spirit, with your temper, you should have Stargate Gu, right? Fang Yuan asked. "Ha, rascal, you know me quite well." Land Spirit of Langya admitted frankly. He obtained the Stargate Gu's recipe from Fang Yuan. He refined the first set of Stargate Gu and gave it to Fang Yuan, before refining the second set for his own collection. Fang Yuan nodded, transmitting, "Jewel Yellow Skies is not safe. Our transactions will be discovered by many people. If we do it often, it will attract huge trouble. Fixed immortal travel might be convenient, but the price is too high. Why don't our two blessed lands communicate and build a Stargate?" Build a Stargate? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head, rejecting Fang Yuan's suggestion without much thought. "Rascal, I have been cheated by you enough. Building a Stargate is no small matter. If your side suffers a calamity, my side will also suffer a calamity. If Langya Blessed Land is discovered by others, this old man will not have a good life." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not persuading him anymore, instead passing the second immortal Gu recipe to Land Spirit of Langya. "You actually completed another one?" Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. "Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Such a solution is simply brilliant. You actually thought of using this Gu and also a Gu refinement material like intimate grass. How did you think of it?" Land Spirit of Langya chattered on, marveling at the wonders of this 100% complete immortal Gu recipe. "Haha, old man, the new generation excels the old, the new generation replaces the old. You are already old, staying in Langya Blessed Land all day, you don't know the developments outside. Even if you have a good friend, the Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how can he come into contact with the essence of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius in wisdom path. One day I will surpass star constellation immortal venerable." Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly, speaking nonsense. Land Spirit of Langya was speechless. He wanted to retort, but the truth was in front of him. The two immortal Gu remnant recipes that had troubled him for countless years were easily completed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. "Sigh, do you know the loneliness of geniuses? From birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around me who could communicate with me on equal terms. Some even thought I was a monster. They feared my wisdom and were jealous of my talent. I could only conceal myself and appear like a normal person, to the extent that others could no longer see the shocking talent that was about to overflow from my body. Wisdom path was like a path designed by the heavens for me, but due to a freak combination of factors, I became a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't this because my life is full of troubles? My talent has already incurred the jealousy of heaven. Saying so, land spirit of Langya finally could not endure it, stomping his feet. Hey rascal, don't be so arrogant. What's so great about deducing 2 immortal goo recipes? If you have the guts, deduce the final immortal goo recipe as well, only then will I admire you. Fang Yuan was silent. Land spirit of Langya raised his head. Humph, kid, I admit you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body is stumped by this immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it for 7 to 8 years, maybe you will know the vastness of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the stars. Then you will know humility, ahaha. Are you talking about this immortal goo recipe? Fang Yuan's lips curled as he threw out the 3rd immortal goo recipe. This was simply a trump card. Land spirit of Langya's laughter stopped abruptly. He shouted in shock. What is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? There was a trace of panic mixed in his voice. Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. He heaved a long sigh and said with melancholy, I said before, my talent often attracts fear and jealousy. Sigh, there is no helping it, I am such a genius, I was born this way. Land spirit of Langya's shock was no small matter. He was after all formed from an obsession, he had no shrewdness. This final immortal goo recipe had a huge impact on him. You actually succeeded in your deduction? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This immortal goo recipe was actually solved like this. This train of thought was simply a complete reversal. Strange, even my main body could not think of this. It is truly like an old saying. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Land spirit of Langya mumbled. He was first completely shocked, before falling into wild joy. Finally he calmed down, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart. This immortal goo recipe had been troubling him all along. Even his main body was stumped. He could not take the final crucial step. Sometimes, land spirit of Langya even thought that this immortal goo recipe had reached a dead end. There was no way to resolve it. He had thrown it to Fang Yuan earlier to deliberately make things difficult for Fang Yuan. He had never thought of obtaining the true solution. But he obtained it now. What he could not do, a problem that even his main body could not solve, Fang Yuan had deduced. Chapter 672. Don't tell me this kid is really a rare wisdom path genius goo master? No, this kind of wisdom is simply world-shaking. It is not just rare in 100 years, it is not an exaggeration to say it is rare in 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Thinking of this, land spirit of Langya immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was very reasonable. Right, only such a talented person would have such a bad temper. Just like my main body. Land spirit of Langya thought of this and immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was not so annoying. Instead, he felt a kind of sympathy for him. Over at Hu immortal blessed land's side, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. Although he had become a zombie and his thoughts were rigid, it was more than enough to bully a land spirit. If possible, Fang Yuan was naturally not willing to take such a risk. He would rather give the immortal goo recipes to land spirit of Langya over a long period of time. And not like now, directly handing over these 3 immortal goo recipes. This would be too eye-catching and high-profile. It would definitely attract suspicion from others. Land spirit of Langya might be frank, but he had a good friend, the Inkman King, who was a true formidable character. But Fang Yuan had no choice, he was forced by the situation. He had to get a large number of immortal Yuan stones in a short period of time to increase his strength and get out of this dangerous situation, while also delaying the time when he would be exposed. If he kept the immortal goo recipes because of his misgivings and ended up dying in battle, who would Fang Yuan cry to? Fang Yuan smiled. Land spirit of Langya did not respond, but he knew. These 3 immortal goo recipes were thrown out one after another. Like 3 bombs, they had already caused land spirit of Langya's mind to tremble. This was the best time to talk about conditions. Thus he spoke, Land spirit of Langya, I won't hide it from you. I need immortal Yuan stones while you need immortal goo recipes. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Establishing a Stargate is beneficial to both of us. Build a Stargate. This time, the land spirit of Langya hesitated and didn't reject it immediately. Fang Yuan displayed his extraordinary wisdom path talent. This truly changed the land spirit of Langya. They had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's suggestion caused the land spirit to pay more attention to it than ever before. Fang Yuan persuaded again, Land spirit, do you think we won't build a Stargate? Is your Langya blessed land safe? Don't forget, you've already suffered 3 waves of attacks, each wave stronger than the one before. Without a doubt, the location of Langya blessed land had been discovered. You've also been targeted by a certain powerful force. After we build the Stargate, we can even cooperate further. At the critical moment, I can protect you through the Stargate. Protect me? The land spirit of Langya was finally moved. He thought of Fang Yuan's impressive battle record of beating up the swamp crab. He was indeed powerful. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted the peace and prosperity of Langya blessed land, causing the land spirit of Langya to feel a huge sense of danger. At this time, Fang Yuan asked again, "You haven't sold Stargate Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies, right?" "Not yet, I don't lack immortal Yuan stone," the land spirit of Langya said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "That makes things easier. Stargate Goo is a new creation. It is not because whole Earth Goo is planted on the ground and can be easily discovered. Every time you open a Stargate, you need to activate the Stargate Goo, thus it is very secretive. Even if you sense something amiss, you can destroy the Stargate Goo in your hand at the critical moment, right? Building a Stargate is not a threat at all." Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. Every word was in the heart of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya finally agreed. "All right, let's build a Stargate. But let's not talk about deep cooperation for now. Let's first proceed with the transaction of deducing immortal Goo recipes." Saying so, the land spirit added, "Also, I will provide the Stargate Goo, I will lend it to you." This way he would be able to control the situation. He was still somewhat worried. On Hu immortal blessed land's side, Fang Yuan showed a victorious smile, his 8 fists clenched tightly. Success. This way he had obtained the initial recognition of the land spirit of Langya. Communicating with Langya blessed land, it would be very beneficial for his future transactions. Not only would he be left with a sum of money, he would also have another path of retreat. Other than this, Fang Yuan also controlled the Stargate Goo again, preventing it from entering the market of Jewel Yellow Skies and giving other Goo immortals a huge advantage. The appearance of the Stargate Goo, the land spirit of Langya, saved Fang Yuan some trouble. By doing so, it would give the land spirit of Langya a sense of security. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. It is very necessary to have a good relationship with the land spirit of Langya. If I transact with him, I will not be cheated and I can also get a large amount of immortal Yuan stone. As long as the relationship is handled well and deepens, I might even be able to borrow some immortal Goo from the land spirit of Langya in the future. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. There were many immortal Goo in Langya blessed land, especially beast enslavement immortal Goo and heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. By borrowing immortal Goo, Fang Yuan could save a huge amount of Goo nurturing expenses. What a great deal. Fang Yuan took 1 step and calculated 10 steps. The land spirit of Langya was also very happy. He felt his luck was really good. Finding a wisdom path genius that appeared once in 10,000 years, there was hope to complete the immortal Goo remnant recipes in his possession. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use Jewel Yellow Skies to teleport Stargate Goo, but was rejected by the cautious land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could only use his green grape immortal essence to make another trip to Langya blessed land and bring back Stargate Goo. Tai Bai Yunxing was still there were still several rivers in the blessed land that he needed to restore. This trip consumed 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from Fang Yuan. But he brought back a Stargate Goo, 3 new immortal Goo remnant recipes, and 30 immortal Yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to give Fang Yuan the 3 immortal Yuan stones, but Fang Yuan did not accept them, leaving them to Tai Bai Yunxing. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing also needed resources to cultivate. He had become stronger, and the help he could provide to Fang Yuan was much greater than just 3 immortal Yuan stones. The Stargate was not set up immediately. Fang Yuan's Starlight Firefly Goo had already been used up. Without Starlight Firefly Goo's Starlight, the 2 Stargates could not be opened. Fang Yuan summarized this transaction. In order to deduce the immortal Goo recipe, he had spent a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence. Earlier, when he returned from Langya blessed land alone, he had spent 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. In order to obtain a Stargate Goo to travel between Langya blessed land and Hu immortal blessed land, he had spent 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had spent a total of 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And what he had obtained was a total of 30 immortal Yuan stones. I only have 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left now. Fang Yuan had become a middle-grade blessed land. The amount of green grape immortal essence he obtained was already very little, and this time, when he traveled between northern plains and back, his green grape immortal essence was greatly consumed. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Although he had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, he could no longer produce green grape immortal essence. But he could extract the immortal essence from the immortal Yuan stone, and turn it into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, when Guiyue first generation turned into a blood ghost zombie, they had also used the Yuan stone to recover their primeval essence. The principle between the two was the same, only the level was different. That is to say, Fang Yuan could completely use these 30 immortal Yuan stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. One immortal Yuan stone was one bead of green grape immortal essence. His green grape immortal essence would rise to 39 beads. But immortal Yuan stone is much more valuable than green grape immortal essence. The former can be used as currency, while the latter can only be used by individuals. Unless it is necessary, I should not rush to refine immortal Yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. As long as the transaction with the land spirit of Langya continues, there will be more and more immortal Yuan stone. Now I will first communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, Fang Yuan was very confident in communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. The purchasing power of immortal Yuan stone was very high. Back then, Fang Yuan used one immortal Yuan stone to buy a myriad wolf king, a huge wolf group of over 30,000. 30 immortal Yuan stone was enough to be called a huge sum of money. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan established the Blood-Wing demonic sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the most immortal Yuan stone he had was only 64. Of course, in his previous life, his expenditure was also huge. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits offsetting each other. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, sending his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was dead silent, the sky was gray and the ground was black, filled with a rotten stench. Mo Yao's will was still imprisoned inside, constantly monitored by Fang Yuan. The mirror willow that was transplanted here had already died, turning into a piece of rotten wood lying on the ground. With a thought, a new connecting heaven goo floated up from his immortal aperture, connecting to Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan willed again, activating divine sense goo, forming an endless stream of divine sense that followed the connecting heaven goo's passageway into Jewel Yellow Skies. He was now an immortal zombie. He no longer needed little who immortals help, he could do the business himself. Jewel Yellow Skies was still the same. In the vast space, there was a yellow lemon-like light rippling. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fishes, there was not even heaven and earth, only all kinds of precious goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation or veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of materials were quietly floating, emitting colorful treasure lights of varying heights. The brighter the treasure light, the higher the value of the treasure. But the treasure light was only a preliminary estimate. If the goods were tampered with by goo immortals, the treasure light might not show any clues. This was the largest transaction market of the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed bargaining and charged a certain amount of processing fees. It also tested the goo immortals' eyesight. If they bought fake goods, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Jewel Yellow Skies was not responsible for compensation. The first thing Fang Yuan wanted to buy was Starlight Firefly Goo. This goo worm could emit pure blue starlight. It was the prerequisite to opening a stargate. He searched with his divine sense and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Goo. There were more than 1,000 of them. And the seller of this group of Starlight Firefly Goo, Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. It was Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang seemed to be a Star Path Goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Goo, but also Star Dark Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Star River Goo and so on. Evidently, Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Goo. He sold these goo worms to generate income. Chapter 673. How much are you selling these Starlight Firefly Goo? Fang Yuan's divine sense probed. May I know your name, and how many Starlight Firefly Goo do you need? Although Star-Lord Wanxiang was not here, he left a will beside the goods. This will had a great appearance, shining with starlight. It was very beautiful. Fang Yuan's wisdom path foundation was shallow, he did not recognize it. You can call me 8-Arm Immortal, I want all of these Starlight Firefly Goo. Fang Yuan transmitted. Fang Yuan used his blessed land to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, and exchanged for a set of divine sense goo and connecting heaven goo. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang's will did not recognize Fang Yuan as the former Fox Immortal, and only treated Fang Yuan as a stranger. But hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he sounded like a big customer. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly Goo is an ancient goo worm, it is almost extinct now. My Starlight Firefly Goo are of excellent quality, There are over 1,200 of them. How about this? Give me 4 immortal Yuan stones, I will sell them all to you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You are deceiving me, don't think I do not know the normal selling price. I was only able to find you here after being introduced by someone. Starlight Firefly Gu are not only sold by your clan, there is also Fairy Yao Guang Di Yuan and others, they can buy them from you. Fang Yuan had once ordered Little Hu Immortal to transact with these 3 Gu Immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, he even bought Star Fragment Grass seeds, and also bought the books of their experiences in growing Star Fragment Grass. He spent quite a bit. Star Lord Wan Xiangzhu was slightly shocked. He knew Fang Yuan was a knowledgeable person, and immediately changed his tone. I was just joking earlier. 8-arm immortal, please don't take it seriously. Fang Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will give you 2 immortal Yuan stones for 1,500 Starlight Firefly Gu. Star Lord Wan Xiangzhu will immediately reject it. Sir, you are lowering the price too much, I can't sell them. After haggling for a while, both sides finally took a step back and made a deal with the price of 3 immortal essence and 1,200 Starlight Firefly Gu. Fang Yuan bought the Starlight Firefly Gu but did not leave immediately, instead asking, Do you sell Star Path Killer moves here? Sir, are you a Star Path Gu immortal? Ah, of course it's for sale. You can take a look. I have 3 Star Path Killer moves here. Fang Yuan browsed through it. The first Star Path Killer move was Dazzling Star Armor. It needed a large number of Starlight Gu, a few Counter Star Gu, some Star Shield Gu and so on. This was a defensive killer move. It was activated. A full body armor would form on the Gu Immortal's body. The stars shone brilliantly. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It required a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu, a small number of Star Shoot Gu and so on. Once used, it would form a jade light drizzle that would rustle and last for 3 days and 3 nights. Rain is as precious as oil. It can make crops more nutritious and increase production. This was used to cultivate plants. A killer move to manage a blessed land. The third item was the Spiral Drill Star Spear. As the name suggested, this was an offensive killer move. It needed a small number of Spiral Bone Spear Gu, some Star River Gu, countless Star Dart Gu, a large number of Meteor Gu and so on. The content of this killer move was very interesting. The number of Gu worms was described as a large number, a few. These terms were used, the quantity was not clearly stated. At the same time, there was no detailed information on how to construct the killer move, what order to activate the Gu worms, or what Gu worms were used to support what Gu worms. It only stated the general situation, how many rank 5 Gu worms were needed, and what the effect of the killer move was. Only after the killer move was truly bought would the content be truly detailed. Star Lord Wan Xiangzhu gave a price at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold for half an immortal Yuan stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body, currently only a few Gu immortals are buying it, thus the price is slightly higher, it costs 1.5 immortal Yuan stone. As for the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it costs 1 immortal Yuan stone. Killer moves had different prices according to their rarity, power, repercussions, whether they were easily countered, the Gu worms used to form the killer move and so on. But there was one similarity, they were generally not cheap. In Jewel Yellow Skies, mortal killer moves were usually more expensive than mortal Gu recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6, the price of immortal killer moves was much lower than immortal Gu recipes. Dazzling Star Armor, even if Fang Yuan was not a Star Path Gu immortal, he knew that this killer move was a common item. Half an immortal Yuan stone was too expensive. Fang Yuan had intended to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered that there was a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide attack range, the Star Path Gu worms used to form it were very common, it was also very effective against enemies. The stardust that was emitted had the effect of penetrating defenses. Even if it could not penetrate the defense, when it stuck to the enemy, the cold air it emitted would slow down the enemy's movement. As for this Spiral Drill Star Spear that Star Lord Wan Xiang was selling, Fang Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's price-to-performance ratio was not high. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the war eliminated rotten mechanisms and catalyzed new and better things. Fang Yuan could not remember the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it meant that it was not outstanding, it might have been eliminated long ago. Killer moves that were eliminated definitely had many flaws. But the killer move, Spring Star Rain, made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Fang Yuan thought of Star Fragment Grass. Star Fragment Grass was the food of Starlight Fireflies, but also their home. And the stronger the Starlight Firefly group, the more Starlight Firefly goo could be produced. Fang Yuan's need for Starlight Firefly goo would definitely last for a long time. Thus he needed this killer move. Fang Yuan looked at this Spring Star Rain killer move twice. He found a problem. Among the goo worms used to form the killer move Spring Star Rain, there was a Star Path goo called Star Shoot goo. It was a one-time consumable goo. Fang Yuan had never heard of this goo. This was his first time seeing it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and quickly understood. This was Star Lord Wanxiang's scheme. After a goo immortal buys the killer move Spring Star Rain, every time they use Spring Star Rain, they would need to expend Star Shoot goo. And this Star Shoot goo could only be sold by Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang turned the one-time transaction of a killer move into a continuous transaction. Fang Yuan probed, I will pay 2 immortal Yuan stone to buy your Spring Star Rain killer move and Star Shoot goo's recipe. Star Shoot goo was only a rank 3 goo, but this mortal goo's recipe was worth half an immortal Yuan stone. It was extremely high. But as Fang Yuan expected, Star Lord Wanxiang's will rejected him without any hesitation. He said the Star Shoot goo was formed naturally in his blessed land. He did not have the recipe to refine it. This was a good reason. Some blessed lands, when managed well, would naturally produce new goo due to the unique environment. Not only could goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could also create new goo worms. Fang Yuan knew this was most likely just an excuse, but he could not ask to enter Star Lord Wanxiang's blessed land to verify it. Blessed lands were the headquarters of goo immortals. They were the most important individuals. Unless they had a good relationship and trusted each other, they would not invite goo immortals into their blessed land. Fang Yuan saw that Star Lord Wanxiang's will was unwilling, so he made a new suggestion. How about this? I will pay 2 immortal Yuan stone to buy the killer moves Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, as well as some Star Shoot goo. These Star Shoot goo are enough for me to use Spring Star Rain at least 10 times. Star Lord Wanxiang's will heard this and shook his head. The total amount of Star Shoot goo needed to use 6 times is worth half an immortal Yuan stone. Sir, you are only giving me 2 immortal Yuan stones, but I still need to use Dazzling Star Armor. This is a losing deal. I will not do it. Fang Yuan sneered. Star Shoot goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo. Each killer move consumes at most 500. 6 killer moves would only require 3 to 4,000. You are actually selling half an immortal Yuan stone? Sir, you might not know, Star Shoot goo are naturally produced in my blessed land. Their production is very low. They cannot be bought outside. They are a unique resource of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Wanxiang's will spoke politely, but the meaning behind his words was, if you want to buy it, do not. If you don't buy it, don't think of buying it anywhere else. This was the confidence to monopolize the business. Fang Yuan smiled and continued to bargain, but the other party did not budge. During this process, Fang Yuan found that in the other party's opinion, Dazzling Star Armor had a high value. It seems that before the 5 regions war, Dazzling Star Armor has not been spread widely among the forces. The price of the killer move is still high. War was an extremely efficient way to communicate, especially in this world. During times of peace, Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone had great value. They could not be used as currency, and the economy was not developed. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points and so on replaced Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone as currency, instead promoting the abnormal prosperity of all sides. After realizing this, Fang Yuan did not insist. Finally, he used 2 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy the Spring Star Rain, as well as enough Star Shoot goo for 10 Spring Star Rains. After this transaction, Fang Yuan continued to search for Jewel Yellow Skies. He found that in Jewel Yellow Skies, the price of air bubble fish had already been raised by the goo immortals to over 10 times the original price. Fang Yuan inquired about it. The situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. At the end of this year, 2 goo immortals fought in the air bubble sea, causing intense poison to spread throughout the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The production of air bubble fish fell to rock bottom. The price naturally rose. The 5 regions have their own regional walls, isolating the inside from the outside, thus they each have their own structure and have little influence on each other. After my rebirth, I influenced southern border, central continent and northern plains. Among them, northern plains had the greatest change. It is already in chaos. Central continent is second, southern border is third. After all, southern border's changes are only limited to the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to conclude the inertia and butterfly effect of the river of time. This intertwining of immutability and change was proof that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's time law was getting deeper and deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fang Yuan remembered that in the future 5 regions war, this fish group would be even more popular among Gu immortals, their price would be even higher than now. Chapter 674. During peaceful times when Gu immortals nurtured Gu, their demand for mortal Gu was not high. Purchasing was only a secondary method, the main method was to produce the blessed land itself. There was a difference in the flow of time between the blessed land and the outside world. One day in the outside world was many days in the blessed land. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the blessed land. Every year there would be production. Gu immortals normally would not choose air bubble fish because the price was too high. They would rather wait a while. And during times of war, Gu immortals would fight many times. Trump cards like immortal Gu would not be used often. Mortal Gu would be used as common methods. The expenditure would be huge. During the 5 regions war, air bubble fish became an item that all Gu immortals chased after. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had bought air bubble fish before to increase the production of the starlight firefly Gu. Unfortunately, at the final juncture of northern plains, he lacked money and had no choice but to sell almost all of his wolf groups, fox groups, air bubble fish and hairy men. Fang Yuan originally had the chance to make a profit, but life was unpredictable. In the end, because he sold it in a hurry, he lost some money. Now there were very few air bubble fish in Hu immortal blessed land. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. After a few years, the sea of air bubbles would be restored, and the price of air bubbles fish would decrease. At that time, I'll throw in some immortal Yuan stone, and I'll be able to buy a large group of them. Maybe I should breed a lot of these air bubble fish, and when the 5 regions battle starts, I'll be able to make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly Gu. They could be used for a long time. He was not in a hurry to increase the production of the air bubble fish group. Are you little deity Xing Luo? After a while, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. That's me. What does Senior want to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted over. He seemed very enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan looked at the goods she was selling. Not only were there very few of them, but they were also very common. Basically, no one would care about them, making them seem shabby and poor. It was true that she was a Gu immortal, but not all Gu immortals were wealthy. Battles, Gu refinement, research and tribulations would all greatly expend a Gu immortal's foundation and wealth. Fang Yuan knew from his previous life's memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a female lone cultivator who had just become a Gu immortal. His foundation was shallow, and he was in a difficult period of starting his career. If little immortal Xing Luo was in the mortal world, she would definitely be an indomitable big shot. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. But in jewel yellow skies, among the Gu immortals, it was very inconspicuous. Who knows what will happen during the 5 regions war? Little immortal Xing Luo gradually shone brightly. Using the killer move Icy Stardust to rise to power, he rapidly accumulated wealth from the battles and eventually became a famous person. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at the magic of fate and time. According to the 3 venerables, the 5 regions war was the start of the Great Era. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born in this era. Every great era that gave birth to a rank 9 Gu immortal had one similarity, that was during the chaos of war. A large number of new Gu immortals were born. The new replaced the old, and the waves of the times stirred up sparkling waves. Between the sections, the clashes and exchanges between forces and individuals caused the Gu path to develop rapidly and change with each passing day. Fang Yuan was one of them. He made his fortune with Blood Path, becoming a central continent Gu immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this great era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves here? After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan asked little immortal Xing Luo. Oh, I only have one killer move here. Little immortal Xing Luo was a little embarrassed. This is an ice path killer move that I obtained by chance. It is called Frost Veil. The price is half an immortal Yuan stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. She said the last sentence, afraid that Fang Yuan would lower the price. Fang Yuan looked at the content and said in dissatisfaction, this Frost Veil killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and its defensive effect is a large area of effect. Activating a large number of rank 5 Gu at the same time required a Gu immortal. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence, it was basically impossible. A large area of effect meant that the defensive power was lower than a single target defensive killer move. And Gu immortals usually fought alone, unless they were enslavement path. But enslavement path Gu immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little immortal Xing Luo smiled bitterly in her heart. Fang Yuan was right, it was because of this that the killer move Frost Veil was hard to sell. But little immortal Xing Luo had no choice, she had limited goods and was a lone cultivator, she needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Even though she advanced to Gu immortal because she was untouched during the tribulation, most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She made a detailed plan to plant a vast number of shake trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable for planting shake trees, but she lacked the most crucial starting capital. She had billions of elemental stones on hand, but not a single immortal elemental stone. There were only a few sellers of shake trees, most of them needed to exchange for specific resources or immortal Yuan stone. They did not care about little immortal Xing Luo's items at all. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, little immortal Xing Luo did not have much hope in her heart. After several months she was already used to disappointment. But at the next moment Fang Yuan said, I have been researching star path killer moves recently, I am a little interested in this killer move Frost Veil. But half a piece of immortal Yuan stone is too expensive. If you have any other small killer moves that are more novel, maybe I'll buy them for half a piece. New killer moves? Little immortal Xing Luo's hope was reignited, she immediately thought of her star path killer move, 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her original creation, it used 6 rank 3 Gu and 9 rank 4 Gu, but it could deal an attack that surpassed rank 5 Gu. She had once been proud of it, but later on, her horizons were broadened and she understood that there was always someone stronger than her, she became humble. Little immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment before her desire for immortal Yuan stone took over. I do have a small killer move, but senior might not be interested in it, she said carefully. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still calm. Oh? Tell me about it. After looking at the killer move 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan restrained the joy in his heart as he evaluated, this killer move is barely satisfactory but it might give me new inspiration. Since I am in a good mood today I will take care of you. Aha, this is half a piece of immortal Yuan stone. I finally have half a piece, just half more. Little immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, she excitedly gave many blessings to Fang Yuan. Next, Fang Yuan spent 2 pieces of immortal Yuan stone to buy a large number of Gu refinement materials and mortal Gu worms. He spent another 2 to bring in a group of old hairy men. The price of hairy men was always the highest among all the slaves. Even though these old hairy men were old and would die in a few years, they were all skilled in Gu refinement. Fang Yuan wanted to refine a few sets of Stargate Gu, but the success rate was very low. Back then even Land Spirit of Langya failed many times. If Fang Yuan did it himself, it would waste a lot of his time. He was going to hand these people to the old hairy men to refine. Central Continent, Crane Gate, Fu Hu Blessed Land. Fang Jing had a solemn expression as he walked into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and spacious, every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard, the defense was very tight. These rockmen were carefully trained by the Blessed Land's owner, each of them had at least rank 4 battle strength, and were skilled in Earth Path Gu worms. Moreover, every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman, they were 3 times the size of normal rockmen. Even such a wide tunnel was very narrow, they could only squat on the ground. But rockmen's nature was to dig holes underground and hibernate, these rockmen were used to it. Every time Fang Jing passed through this tunnel, he would feel a chill in his heart. Especially when he sensed that these huge rockmen were brimming with the aura of a rank 5 Gu master. Our Crane Gate strength is really too deep. If we let all these rank 5 rockmen out, the other sects would be scared to death. When passing by a huge rockman, Fang Jing muttered to the spirit incubating flea. The spirit incubating flea had Master Tenshuru's soul in it, it said, that won't happen. Which sect did not have a deep and unfathomable foundation. Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are not weaker than our Crane Gate. But the owner of Fu Hu Blessed Land is our sect's 3rd supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockmen slaves he nurtured are the best in Central Continent. They are the best even in jewel yellow skies, his strength and wealth are not something mortals like us can imagine. Fang Jing was fascinated. What realm is a Gu immortal? He can actually raise so many rockmen, he is really amazing. Master Tenshuru replied, every Gu immortal is a genius among the elites, they are dragons and phoenixes among men, They have their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. They cultivate it step by step as mortals. Fangjing, you are already rank 5, maybe one day you can also become a Gu immortal. Fangjing shook his head. Master, I know my own limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly built up by the sect using relic Gu. The sect nurtured me meticulously and poured all their resources into me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to the rank 5 that you cultivated step by step. Moreover, I feel that rank 5 is not rare now. Look at the 30 huge rockmen in this tunnel. Fangjing, you can remember Crane Gate's nurturing of you and have a grateful heart. This is good. But you don't need to undervalue yourself. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Variant humans only have the word man attached to them. Don't think that these rockmen are strong and majestic, but in fact in a one-on-one battle, they cannot compare to the sect's rank 5 experts. They are more proficient in group battles. Master Tenshru smiled. Is that so? Lord Sky Crane said, these rockmen are very stupid, and they coincidentally met a wealthy master. That's why they have such achievements. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders of the sect? If I were alive, I could deal with over 10 huge rockmen alone. Alright, we have arrived at the blood pool. Fangjing heard the words blood pool, and his muscles tightened. Chapter 675. The cave was as big as a square, filled with layers of bloody light, and the smell of blood was strong. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a round pit. Blood was rolling inside and steam was rising from it. Fangjing took a deep breath, took off his clothes and walked into the blood pool naked. His scalding blood made him gasp for air. He adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still in the middle of the blood pool. The blood flowed past his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Let's start. Let's do it one by one, don't rush. First, the iron blood Gu, Master Tenshru reminded. Fangjing slowly closed his eyes and activated the iron blood Gu. Immediately, the Gu worm's power changed his blood. His originally bright red blood began to turn black and heavy, and his blood flow became extremely slow. Fangjing's fair skin turned black as a result. Maintain the iron blood Gu and activate the blood edge Gu. Master Tenshru said again. Fangjing activated the blood edge Gu, his body shook and his skin split open, forming hundreds of wounds in an instant. A large number of blood blades shot out, they were all pitch-black iron blood blades. Then molten blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fangjing's expression was cold. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pleasure. This was the effect of the iron blood Gu. It could turn pain into pleasure and help the Gu master adapt to battle better, turning a cowardly Gu master into a battle maniac. This was one of the results of Crane Gate's many years of research on blood paths. The blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, gradually dyeing the area around Fangjing black. Next is the crucial step. Use mixed blood Gu. Master Tenshru said again. Fangjing gritted his teeth, activating the blood mix Gu. Immediately, under the effect of the Gu worms, the hundreds of wounds on his body erupted with a fierce suction force. There was a lot of blood around. It was continuously absorbed by the wound. Ah! Fangjing groaned softly as the intense pain turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. As a large amount of blood was sucked into his body, his entire body swelled up, and he became a deformed fatty. His body was more than 3 times his original size. His skin was forcefully stretched open, and his blood vessels were as thick as snakes. It was twisting inside Fangjing's body. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a disgusting and ugly monster. Don't forget your business. Fight this pleasure. Fangjing. Quick, it's time to activate the failed blood demon flower Gu. Master Tenshru was monitoring Fangjing's situation at all times and quickly reminded. The words defeated blood demon flower Gu made Fangjing's heart tremble. He struggled to free himself from the intense pleasure. Breathing heavily, he activated defeated blood demon flower Gu. Fangjing clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body quickly deteriorated. Under the influence of the Gu worm, vines grew out of his blood. These tiny vines pierced through Fangjing's skin and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Flower buds sprouted from the vines and quickly bloomed. They formed a bewitching blue chrysanthemum-like flower. Fangjing gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. His face was pale. His whole body had turned into soil, and so many demonic flowers grew out of it. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a pregnant woman giving birth. Even iron blood Gu's effect could not compare to this pain. Fangjing was in so much pain that he almost crushed his white teeth. His face was pale, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression was sinister and terrifying. Quick, all the blood in your body is boiling. If this goes on, your internal organs and skin will be cooked by your own blood. Use cold blood goo. Master Tenshuru's voice revealed a trace of nervousness. Fang Jing activated cold blood goo with difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down and he shuddered, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Enough, the demonic flowers will greatly amplify the effect of your blood path goo worm. You are only a step away from success. Use blood sense goo. Master Tenshuru's tone was urgent. Blood sense. Fang Jing lowered his head, his vision was starting to blur from the pain. Relying on the habit of many times of training, he persisted and activated this blood path investigative goo worm. After a few breaths of time, Fang Jing spoke. I sensed it. At the southeast corner of the ground, 5,600 steps away. Very good, you did it again. You are about to succeed. Next is the final step. You need to use blood scar goo to locate it. At that moment, Fang Jing began to shout subconsciously. His vision was completely blurry, and his thin body was on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength and squeezed out all his life's potential, trying to activate blood scar goo. His mind was not clear, his rank 5 aperture clearly had ample primeval essence, but he could only use a small portion. The primeval essence was like a stream, slowly pouring into blood scar goo. However, blood scar goo required a huge amount of primeval essence. Fang Jing persisted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing, falling head first into the blood pool and fainting on the spot. Smoke rose from the incense burner. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dark. Fengyang wore a white robe with a black belt, his sleeves fluttering as he sat on a cushion. His face was like a young man's, gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, hanging down to his waist. His serene eyes stared at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea floated in the air, and Master Tenshuru's soul was reporting Fang Jing's training results. Fengyang's tone was dissatisfied. As expected, even though he spent 8 years of his life in Fu Hu Blessed Land and used many relic goo, he still became a rank 5 goo master in a short period of time. It's just activating 6 or 7 goo worms at the same time, he can't even do such a simple thing. Master Tenshuru deliberated over his words. Fang Jing is indeed young, his multitasking skills are slightly lacking. But I feel that he is very hardworking and is improving very quickly. I remember the first time, he fainted from the pain after using the blood mix goo for just 1 breath of time. Thus, I added the iron blood goo to him, but the second time, because the pleasure was too intense, he released his semen and fainted, only lasting for 3 breaths of time. Fengyang unhappily interrupted Master Tenshuru. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly said, Lord Supreme Elder, to tell you the truth, even I find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fang Jing is not far from success, he lasted for 8 breaths of time this time. In total, he needs 10 breaths of time to activate the blood scar goo and succeed. And he only needs 2 breaths of time. As long as we persist in training a few more times, with a bit more time we can... Enough. Train a few more times? How many more times do you want to train? Time, tell me how much time did you spend on this plan? How long has it been? Over a year. You have not improved at all, Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Do you know how many dissatisfied voices there are in the sect, and how many disciples are asking the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts goo? I did not do my job well and implicated Lord Supreme Elder, I deserve to die 1,000 times. Master Tenshuru saw his anger and quickly begged for mercy. Fengyang breathed in deeply and waved his sleeves. You can leave, there is only 1 month left until the sect assembly. I want to hear the good news of your success before the assembly, and that you can launch the plan to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, 1 month is too short, if we overtrain Fang Jing will not be able to endure it. We can use goo worms to heal his body, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure his soul and cause his soul to collapse. Master Tenshuru shouted. Fengyang chuckled. His soul collapsing, isn't that what you want to see? This way you can seize his body and revive. This was your original plan, wasn't it? Saying so, his smile became even more gentle. This Fang Jing is only a rank 5 goo master who advanced quickly. He is very immature and lacks tempering. How can he compare to you, Sky Crane? After using him to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, come back. Sai, ever since Susan and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you by my side. The gentler Fengyang's tone was, The colder Master Tenchiru's heart became, he said with a grateful tone. With Lord Supreme Elder's high regard, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord with my life. Very good, you can leave. He Fengyang smiled and waved Master Tenchiru to leave. Only He Fengyang was left in the quiet room. His smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression, his gaze showing some irritation. Ever since Fang Yuan took back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter. A year had passed and the pressure the sect was putting on him was increasing. Especially his rival in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, he had been mocking his incompetence in public many times. The sect assembly a month later was a difficult hurdle. If He Fengyang did not make any progress he would be very sad. It was as if he could already hear Lei Tan's mocking laughter resounding in the hall. But it won't be long. As long as I succeed this time, Lei Tan and these lowly people will all shut up. I am the person with the greatest contribution to the sect these years. This time I will personally take action to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsangyu and Kanyang Laojun. Fairy Tsangyu's battle strength is about the same as mine, she has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Kanyang Laojun is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit will ban all mortal Gu. I have no Immortal Gu to use, my hands are tied. The only way is to use Immortal Essence to expend it. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is barren and not well managed. How much green grape Immortal Essence can it have accumulated? I don't believe Fang Yuan can outlast the 3 Gu Immortals on our side. As long as Hu Immortal's Immortal Essence is used up, the land spirit will have no way to ban mortal Gu. At that time humph. He Fengyang mumbled to himself, gradually calming down the irritation in his heart. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land underground cave. Fang Yuan slowly left the light of wisdom with a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 676. The starlight firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, spiraling in the air, releasing bright blue starlight. The starlight was drawn by a formless force, eventually gathering into a starry door. This was a huge arched door, completely made of starlight. It was dazzling like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. As time passed, the Starlight Firefly Gu group continued to lose members. The dead Starlight Firefly Gu fell to the ground weakly. One foot stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land from the starry door, and the entire person walked out of the starry door. The old man was an old man. He had snow-white hair and wrinkles. His eyes were bright but full of vicissitudes. He was Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just returned from Langya Blessed Land. I am back again. Tai Bai Yunxing was travel-worn. He looked at the sky and earth of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and sighed. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. But he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fang Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha, old Bai, you came back at the right time. Come up and take a look at the killer move I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? Coincidentally, I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Since we are fellow disciples, why don't we spar? Saying so, he flew up. Fang Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up and his 5 fingers spread out. A lump of starlight quickly formed in his palm. Don't tell me your killer move is a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing saw this lump of starlight and was slightly surprised. He flew to the sky. A circle of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunxing was at the center of the circle of white clouds. The white clouds were like a huge belt, moving along with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan slowly raised his 5 fingers. He held the starlight lightly in his palm. Old Bai, catch this. He shouted and flicked his finger. Immediately a speck of starlight shot out. The speck of starlight was small but extremely fast. It streaked across the sky. He shot toward Tai Bai Yunxing at lightning speed. Your speed is not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded his head and evaluated. With such a long distance, coupled with the fact that he was on full alert, he had a chance to dodge. But now that they were sparring, he wanted to test his Cloud Path killer move, thus he stood still and resisted the star points. As the star approached Tai Bai Yunxing, the white ring of clouds suddenly began to spin. His speed was extremely fast. Cloud ring successfully blocked the star point. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped the cloud ring and looked over. He saw that the place where the cloud ring had blocked the star had turned blue. At the same time, cold air was seeping out, forming a layer of frost. He could not help but smile at Fang Yuan. It seems that the killer move you deduced is not much. You have to know that this killer move of mine is extremely powerful. but it hasn't been fully activated yet. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth cracked open, revealing his jagged fangs. Me too. Take this. He flicked his fingers continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless star points shot out. Tai Bai Yunxing did not move, a ring of clouds revolved rapidly around him. The speed was so fast that it had almost turned into a white ball. Fang Yuan's star points were completely blocked by this ring of clouds. Fang Yuan did not stop attacking, his eyes shined with interest. The pure white ring of clouds was gradually dyed blue by the star points, and its speed was also slowing down. Your killer move is filled with cold air, it can even slow down the enemy. Tai Bai Yunxing commented plainly, my killer move also has a change. Saying so, he continued to activate his killer move. The ring of clouds that was almost frozen into a blue ice pillar suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, the blue frozen air turned into a circle and spread rapidly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a joyful expression as he praised himself. My ring of clouds can absorb the enemy's attack and store it. When it reaches its limit, or when I activate a change in my killer move, the ring of clouds will self-detonate, and the enemy will have a taste of his own attack. Junior brother, it seems that this killer move of mine is stronger than what you deduced. Fang Yuan chuckled, Old Bai, it is still too early for you to say that. As he said so, he threw his right hand, the starry cluster in his hand flew towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook, he quickly activated his killer move, 5 rings of clouds immediately formed. With him as the center, from the inside to the outside, the rings grew in size, the 5 rings formed 5 concentric circles, protecting Tai Bai Yunxing at the center. As the starry cluster attacked, the 5 rings of clouds revolved around the center. Afterimages lingered and formed a white ball silhouette. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily, he felt a strong sense of security inside. But right at this time the starry cluster exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang, a large number of star points shot out in all directions colliding with each other. The explosion completely enveloped Tai Bai Yunxing's body, cold air was leaking from within. The power of this explosion far surpasses a simple superposition of star points. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed, the 5 rings of clouds quickly turned blue, their rotation speed fell sharply. Again? Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms, his 8 hands were like monstrous claws, grabbing at the air. At the next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his hands. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this, his pupils shrunk, he did not dare to be careless anymore, he immediately activated his goo worms and moved away. Fang Yuan did not move, his 8 arms shot out one after another, the starry cluster flew towards Tai Bai Yunxing and exploded. Bam bam bam. The explosions continued, Tai Bai Yunxing was in a sorry state, he dodged left and right. The 5 rings of clouds reached their limits, they self-detonated one after another, the power of the self-detonation was indeed of great help to him. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly replenished the 5 rings, no matter how Fang Yuan attacked, he maintained his defense. Enough. Fang Yuan stopped. Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly, he slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? How much of its power did you use? Fang Yuan replied bluntly, I named it Icy Drill Stardust, it is my own creation. When used with my full strength, I can shoot out a water vat-sized starry cluster 6 times. But the larger the starry cluster, the slower it is. Because the more stardust there is, the more they collide with each other, the more speed is expended. That means you did not even use 50% of your power earlier. How can your killer move be so powerful? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, it far surpasses most mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yunxing exclaimed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I obtained an inheritance from a famous poet in Northern Plains, Du Minjun. I obtained an inheritance from a famous Northern Plains poet, Du Minjun. He took a different approach and created a brand new star goo. The star goo. It can increase the attack power of star path goo worms, it is like a weakened version of amplify effect goo. When I deduced my killer move this time, I fused this star goo into it, that is why its power is so great. This was the reason why Fang Yuan chose an offensive star path killer move. Tai Bai Yunxing realized at once. So that's it. I knew it, my defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Rings when activated with full strength. It can contain 9 Cloud Rings in total. Not only is its defense strong, it can also be replenished at any time, and can even counterattack the enemy's attacks. This cost me 2 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan nodded, this killer move of yours is definitely worth this price. It can even be sold for 2.5 immortal Yuan stones and jewel yellow skies. Inkman King is doing you a favor. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. I understand this, he wants my landscape as before immortal Gu. He is also a Gu immortal, he needs to undergo tribulation. When the blessed land is damaged in the future, he will definitely want me to repair it. Landscape as before Gu will be my way of making money from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, you will definitely be welcomed by many Gu immortals. Come, let's talk while flying. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai Bai Yunxing took a glance behind him, only to see that in the sky above the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of azure nebulas. From within these nebulas, crackling sounds could be heard. It was caused by the collision of the starlight. The nebulas were emitting cold air. As time passed, it became fainter and fainter. Junior brother, you are very amazing. Your killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. If you want to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies, it would fetch at least 4 immortal Yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. If not for wisdom Gu, why would I have endless inspiration? Fang Yuan replied plainly. Actually, just relying on wisdom Gu without little immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Before little immortal Xing Luo rose up, she was penniless, but with the help of the 5 Regions War she created her own Icy Stardust killer move, gradually accumulating wealth and becoming famous for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to buy the predecessor of the Icy Stardust killer move from the current her with an attitude of trying it out. When he saw Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little immortal Xing Luo's new killer move. After spending half space immortal Yuan stones to buy them, he went to Wisdom Gu and used the Light of Wisdom to deduce. The Light of Wisdom gave him unlimited inspiration, and Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust. This way he had the most crucial direction and did not need to deduce aimlessly. Eventually he combined Do Minjun's inheritance and deduced Icy Drill Stardust killer move. This killer move was obviously different from the Icy Stardust. It covered a smaller area than the Icy Stardust, but its power was undoubtedly greater. One could say by relying on Do Minjun's inheritance, it had already surpassed Icy Stardust by a little. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is truly extraordinary. It is hard to imagine the scene when it is fully activated. To speak the truth, I am envious of you now. You actually have such benefits after becoming a zombie. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with envy. Fang Yuan shook his head. There are many drawbacks to becoming a zombie. Firstly, I need to thank Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Secondly, it was a coincidence that I was able to achieve this. If not for the special situation at that time where I made an agreement with Wisdom Gu, how could I have gotten the Light of Wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Immortal Venerable breaking fate Gu, after we die, our souls would be sucked away by the door of life and death, forever trapped in the obsession death realm. How could we remain in this world and become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a long sigh. Alright, before I left, I told you to ask Land Spirit of Langya about the information of Luck Path. I wonder if you have any gains this time? Fang Yuan asked. Ever since he knew that Long-Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal had discussed the Tao for 7 days and 7 nights, he had this thought. Land Spirit of Langya was much easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, revealing a strange smile. I repaired several rivers, but was chased away by Land Spirit of Langya. He needs to eat medicine and grind it into pieces, he is very busy. Chapter 677. Half a month later, Fang Yuan arrived at Langya Blessed Land again. Clouds and mist drifted in front of him. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The 12 cloud buildings were still standing amidst the rumbling clouds. There were also several large rivers that moved above the cloud soil like swimming dragons. Langya Blessed Land had been restored to its former glory under Tai Bai Yunxing's treatment. Fang Yuan was led into a cloud building and saw Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's body was still covered in layers of Chi Path seals. But with Inkman King's help, the original 18 layers of seals had been reduced by 3 layers, only 15 remained. Inkman King was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya. He did not dare to be careless when he saw Fang Yuan. He greeted first, Sir Fang Yuan, how have you been? Fang Yuan smiled at him. The protruding fangs made his smile look extremely sinister. He turned to Land Spirit of Langya and threw him a rank 4 East Window Gu. Take a look. East Window Gu quietly floated in front of Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya could not stretch out his hands, but Fang Yuan lent him East Window Goo, allowing him to look into his mind. After inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, not bad at all. You have completely perfected these 3 immortal goo recipes. Amazing, this idea is simply superb. Land Spirit, I came here personally, I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Fang Yuan interrupted Land Spirit of Langya without any politeness, saying with a hidden meaning. Land Spirit of Langya was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 immortal Yuan stones. This is your remuneration. Fang Yuan immediately received these immortal Yuan stones and placed them in his immortal aperture. He earned it this time. But not as much as last time. That was because deducing the immortal goo recipe this time had used up a whole 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. If not for the fact that the Stargate was already set up, he would have saved 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from using fixed immortal travel. His cost would be as high as 8 green grape immortal essence beads. Even though these immortal goo recipes were more than 90% incomplete. But every immortal goo recipe had to be analyzed. Some immortal goo recipes were very difficult to deduce. After passing one obstacle, there would be another one. Thinking about it would expend even more willpower. But even so, the profits were still extremely high. The Inkman King looked at him enviously. After watching both parties complete the transaction, he smiled and said, Your Excellency Fang Yuan, in fact, in every transaction. He didn't necessarily need to pay with an immortal Yuan stone, right? Here in Langya Paradise, there are many good things that can't be bought in Jewel Yellow Skies. We can barter for them. To tell you the truth, my Inkman City has also collected some goods. Perhaps your Excellency will be interested. Not long ago, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing, had once bought one of my killer moves. The Inkman King saw that Fang Yuan had sufficient funds. He also wanted to do business with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King's suggestion is very good. I am lacking 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. I wonder if you have them? This question stumped the Inkman King. An awkward expression appeared on his face. I am ashamed, the name of small swamp and pine island. This is the first time I have heard of it. These are all ancient goo worms. Small swamp goo can change the terrain. It can form a small swamp. The same is true for pine island goo. It can form a floating island on the sea surface, with a towering tree at the center of the island, its roots coiling and intertwining, stabilizing the land. Land Spirit of Langya explained at an appropriate time. Finally, he looked at Fang Yuan curiously. These goo worms have already been eliminated. Now, goo immortals have cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. What do you want these goo worms for? You don't need to ask about my goal. From your tone, Langya blessed land should have these goo worms, right? Fang Yuan smiled and said mysteriously. Of course. Land Spirit of Langya slightly raised his head, saying proudly, Every time I obtain a goo recipe, I will refine some goo worms for my collection. I have over 100 small swamp goo and pine island goo in my collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo are already extinct now. You need to pay an immortal Yuan stone. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Small swamp goo and pine island goo, these 2 goo worms could not even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately throwing an immortal Yuan stone to Land Spirit of Langya, obtaining 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he asked Land Spirit of Langya with interest, Strange, you have so many goo worms in your collection, how do you solve the problem of feeding them? These days, Fang Yuan had been troubled by the matter of feeding goo worms, especially the immortal goo in his possession. Land Spirit of Langya gave him an answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is very simple. You can create a special environment and let them fall into hibernation. But immortal goo cannot do this. Even if they fall into hibernation, they need to be fed. But the feeding resources will be at least half of the normal amount. This answer made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed. Can you explain in detail? He asked. You have also been to the True Inheritance secluded domain in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, right? True Inheritance secluded domain is a special environment. It can make goo worms fall into hibernation. Mortal goo do not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo is also greatly reduced. Fang Yuan frowned. But even so, True Inheritance secluded domain has many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88 Point Jinyang Tower can gather enough food to feed these goo worms every 10 years. That is because Giant Sun Immortal use food path methods. Food path is a hidden path. It specializes in solving the problems of feeding goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. Don't ask me about food path, I do not know any information. The immortal goo in my possession are all honestly fed using the most orthodox methods. Fang Yuan did not give up. Back then, when your main body refined 88-point Jinyang Tower with Giant Sun Immortal, how can you not know about the food path methods he used? Land Spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. My main body had once made a vow with Giant Sun Immortal not to divulge any information regarding food path methods. This is a huge secret, I actually want to know about it. But in my inherited memories, there is no information regarding this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew that the land spirit was upright and would not lie, he was only asking casually. Although the handover was completed, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave, he had another motive for coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, handing it to Land Spirit of Langya. Can you reverse deduce the refinement recipe of this goo? Land Spirit of Langya could not stretch out his hands, he could only sniff this star shoot goo, saying, "This goo worm has clearly been tampered with, the goo recipe is hard to reverse deduce, we need at least a refinement grandmaster to do it. With just this new rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Because one new goo is not enough for the research. Unless you have 4,000 of these goo worms." Fang Yuan smiled, stretching out his right hand and spreading his fingers. "I have over 5,000 star shoot goo." Star shoot goo was a necessary goo to form the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fang Yuan had tried using Spring Star Rain once, and found that this killer move was extremely effective. He bought so many star shoot goo at once, it was because he wanted to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Right now, this thought was even stronger. Over 5,000, of course I can reverse deduce the goo recipe. Unfortunately, I am sealed now, I cannot do it. Land Spirit of Langya heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan frowned. Your chi path seal still has 15 layers, how long will it take to completely remove it? At least a year. Inkman King said. So long? No choice, this seal is definitely an immortal killer move, the further I go, the harder it will be to remove the seal. Inkman King revealed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 refinement grandmasters in history. His name was recorded in history. Land Spirit of Langya's refinement path attainment level was at least a refinement grandmaster. And Fang Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could ask Land Spirit of Langya for help, that would be the best. But now that Land Spirit of Langya was sealed, he could not refine goo, and could not reverse deduce the goo recipe. Actually, reverse deduce the goo recipe is not impossible. Inkman King suggested, isn't there a lot of old hairy men in Langya Blessed Land? These old hairy men have refinement path master attainment. At that time, we can ask them to assist the land spirit and have him guide us on the spot, isn't that enough? Land Spirit of Langya immediately rolled his eyes at Inkman King. An outsider's words. Refinement path is broad and profound. Many methods and killer moves require corresponding intelligence, cultivation level, talent, and a lot of hard training. Do you think just because there are a lot of refinement path masters, you can match a refinement grandmaster? Nonsense. Inkman King was dazed from the scolding, he could only chuckle, not daring to retort. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we will talk again. Fang Yuan said goodbye and left. This matter was not his top priority. Lad, even if my seal is unsealed, I will not reverse deduce it for free. When the time comes, prepare 3 immortal Yuan stone. Land Spirit of Langya shouted at Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan did not even turn his head, he waved his hand and stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. Cocky lad. Land Spirit of Langya looked at his disappearing figure and could not help muttering. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and entered Dang Hun Palace, immediately starting the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. With little Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo in hand, the last missing piece was finally made up. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fang Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms in his first aperture, as well as the abdomen near his dantian. The effects of these goo worms were interconnected and amplified each other, forming a powerful seal. On one hand, it helped the first aperture resist Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, a portion of Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was modified and released outside of his body. Thirdly, and also the most crucial point, after being sealed, Spring-Autumn Cicada's usage would not be affected. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada breaking the first aperture is temporarily solved. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief inwardly after checking that there were no problems. With this problem solved, the heavy pressure on his body also lightened. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, It was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was so tired that his soul turned dim. Chapter 678. 3 days later, Fang Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was at peace, he no longer felt the fatigue and restlessness from before. It seems that a zombie's body is inferior to a living one. My soul is easily fatigued and weak and also very restless. Fang Yuan found another flaw of a zombie's body. If the soul was weak, guts goo could be used to strengthen the soul. This was easy to resolve. There were many guts goo growing on Danghun Mountain. This was a top-quality method to strengthen the soul. But if the soul was restless, it needed to be pacified. The best way to pacify the soul was the lake water in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Verdant Great Sun praised it as a top-quality wine. Fang Yuan did not have the lake water. Even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the old method, which was also the most effective method: sleep. If I were a normal person, I would only need to rest for a while to calm the restlessness of my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days. Soul path is divided into strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, but most soul path goo masters focus on the first two. Now that I think about it, it should be because sleep itself has the best effect of pacifying the soul. I don't need to invest too much in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan's understanding of soul path deepened by another level. Next, he calculated the accounts for the last month. After 2 transactions with Land Spirit of Langia, he had earned a total of 60 immortal Yuan stones. But he had also used a lot. In Jewel Yellow Skies, he bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly goo, the killer moves Spring Star Rain, Cold Yarn, 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of goo refinement materials, large numbers of mortal goo, and a group of old hairy men. Next, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, he bought small swamp goo and Pine Island goo. He spent a total of 20 immortal Yuan stones. Right now, Fang Yuan still had 30.5 immortal Yuan stones. But don't look at the immortal Yuan stones. The price Fang Yuan had to pay was his own green grape immortal essence. Deducing immortal goo recipes. He could only do it himself. After the first transaction with the Land Spirit of Langia, he only had 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left. The second calculation of green grape immortal essence consumed 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Optimizing the Spring and Autumn Cicada seal plan also consumed 1 bead. Now, only 2 beads of green grape immortal essence were left. It was necessary to optimize the Spring and Autumn Cicadas plans. The estimated cost was 23 immortal Yuan stones. After the optimization, it was reduced to 20 Yuan. In short, he had saved 2 immortal Yuan stones. With only 2 green grape immortal essence left, it was a very dangerous thing to do. Once something bad happened. Fang Yuan could only use Myriad Self twice. He could not deal with the intense changes in the situation, especially when Crane Gate's attack was getting closer. Fang Yuan used 15 immortal Yuan stones and converted them into his own green grape immortal energy. As such, his green grape immortal essence rose to 17 beads. As for the immortal Yuan stone, it had dropped to 15.5 pieces. Now the Spring-Autumn Cicada was in danger of bursting his aperture. It has been temporarily lifted. The predicament was also lifted because of the alliance with He Lulan. The transaction with the Land Spirit of Langia earned a large number of immortal Yuan stones. It was the source of strength for Fang Yuan to solve the problem. The terrible situation had eased up a little. It was like the sky was dark and the earth was covered in layers of dark clouds. But after Fang Yuan's continuous efforts, the cracks gradually opened up, revealing bright and warm sunlight. Right now it was in front of him. It was another problem, and this problem had to be solved quickly. That was feeding immortal goo. The feeding of mortal goo. Fang Yuan was not worried. But feeding immortal goo was a problem that was getting more and more serious. In summary, Fang Yuan had many immortal goo: Spring and Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, Calamity Beckoning, Delight in Water and Mountain, Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, and Woman's Heart. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have 1 immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This was a huge blessing but also a huge burden. Spring and Autumn Cicada was fine, it fed on the water of the River of Time, it did not need to be fed. Fixed Immortal Travels. Fang Yuan had once fed it a green grape immortal essence bead a year ago in Central Continent Time. It could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent Time did not mean only 1 year had passed in Fixed Immortal Travel. Imperial Court Blessed Lands Time, Fang Yuan's Immortal Apertures Time, and who immortal blessed land's time were many times faster than Central Continent's time. Moreover, 6 years was only a theoretical number. The more times Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel, the shorter this time would be. Right now, fixed immortal travel could still last for some time, but it was not long before it could be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These days, Fang Yuan had found some crucial information. Calamity beckoning immortal goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast six-headed snake. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo needed large amounts of mountain chi, water chi, and laughter stones. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising azure cloud goo needed the scales of the desolate beast cloud dragon, and the eyeballs of tens of thousands of wind-scythe birds. Cleanse soul immortal goo needed the flesh and blood of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Connect luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast heaven and earth sand gull. As for poison path immortal goo woman's heart, land spirit of Langya had also said that it needed to be fed with the hearts of women. This goo was nurtured and refined in one. The more women's hearts it fed, the stronger it would be. Among these goo worms, calamity beckoning immortal goo was refined not long ago. It should have been fed long ago. It is clearly weak now. Delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace immortal goo are components of the immortal goo house water pavilion. They have been hiding in imperial court blessed land all these years. They have been having a good meal. Cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart, and rising azure cloud are all hibernating in true inheritance secluded domain. Over these years, giant suns will has only used half of the resources to feed them. Right now they have all left true inheritance secluded domain and have completely awakened. They are now in a hungry state and need nourishment. Fortunately, I have mortgaged rising azure cloud to land spirit of Langya. Using him to feed them for me, I am not afraid of starving to death. Man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo, I have also given them to Tai by Yunxing for him to worry about. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Even so, the heavy burden of feeding the immortal goo was not an easy task. Feeding immortal goo was not just a problem of immortal Yuan stone. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a commercialized society. As long as one had enough money they could buy anything. But in the goo master world, the economy was not developed. There were many monopolized businesses and countless scarce resources. Immortal Yuan stone was indeed a hard currency, but it was not omnipotent. For example, the desolate beast six-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, were hard to find and had powerful goo immortal battle strength. Although jewel yellow skies would also sell the flesh and bones of desolate beasts, it was rare and would be quickly sold out once they were put on the market. Even earth chi and water chi were not easy to extract. White lotus giant silkworm goo, laughter stones and so on were all extremely rare items. They were also rarely seen in jewel yellow skies. In contrast, the feeding of woman's heart was slightly more troublesome, but the difficulty was low. There was another crucial point, and that was time. Fang Yuan did not have enough time to slowly prepare these ingredients. Thus, he had no choice but to openly purchase these rare resources in jewel yellow skies. Even though the price was high, it would also leave behind a large number of deductions for wisdom path goo immortals. But now that Fang Yuan had the title of 8-arm immortal for the time being, no one would associate him with who immortal blessed land. Even if they were to be linked, Fang Yuan had to do this. After all, the survival of immortal goo was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had already asked land spirit of Langya, He Lulan and fairy Li Shan, but he did not get the desired result from them. Land spirit of Langya had laughter stones before, but they were used up during goo refinement. Several years ago, a goo immortal returned from Eastern Sea and gave fairy Li Shan a group of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 or so. They were only for viewing. Later, fairy Li Shan neglected to take care of them, causing these eels to die. But this news gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's previous life when he was a mortal, he had roamed the 5 regions and stayed in Eastern Sea for a period of time. Eastern Sea had abundant resources. It could be said to be number 1 in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare. And these last years Eastern Sea had been in turmoil. There were many opportunities to profit from it, and the expected profits were also huge. If not for Dang Hun Mountain being damaged and Tai by Yunxing being the easiest to obtain, Fang Yuan's first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking of Blue Ruins Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island and others that had left a deep impression on him, Fang Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai by Yunxing. Old Bai, how is your cultivation progress? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled as he rambled, "Good, everything is going smoothly. I restored the cloud soil terrain for land spirit of Langya and earned 3 immortal Yuan stones. I also restored several large rivers and earned 2 immortal Yuan stones. Next, I bought the defensive killer move 9 cloud ring and spent 2 stones. I also bought float ball tea grass seeds from Jewel Yellow Skies and spent 1. Float ball tea grass seeds are very ordinary. You actually spent 1 immortal Yuan stone. It seems you bought a huge amount. But your choice is correct. I have inspected your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path. Float ball tea grass grows slowly and floats in the air. You can make use of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After a few years, float ball tea grass will flourish and you can harvest them and sell them." Fang Yuan evaluated. "That's right." Tai Bai Yunxing slapped his thigh. "After float ball tea grass reaches a certain scale, I plan to move a group of jade hummingbirds and use them as the foundation to construct the blessed land." Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. "Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group is not cheap." Tai Bai Yunxing replied calmly, "I have already thought it through. I will use landscape as before to earn immortal Yuan stones and learn from Fairy Li Shan. I believe my landscape as before will not be inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu." Fang Yuan nodded. "You have landscape as before Gu, you will be welcomed wherever you go." Tai Bai Yunxing sighed, "It is a pity I cannot show myself now. Imperial Court blessed land is destroyed, we are the only survivors. Right now we are the prime suspects of Northern Plains Gu immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, the crucial witness Ma Hongyun has gone missing. He seems to have been secretly captured by a Gu immortal. Maybe we are already being targeted by some Gu immortals." Chapter 679. Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was astonished. That's right. Eastern Sea has many sea areas. Its culture is different from Northern Plains. After you go there, you will definitely gain something. Especially one sea area, it is called Air Bubble Sea. This sea is rich in air bubble fish, but because of the recent battles between Gu immortals, it has already been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, An clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan, are all having a headache over this. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing was immediately interested. This seems to be a huge business. "Junior brother, you are right. If we cannot survive in Northern Plains, we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to cross them. But we have fixed immortal travel. We cannot see the regional walls. But old Bai, you need to be careful. Although Gu immortals cannot casually cross regions, the matter in Northern Plains is too huge. The other 4 regions already know about it. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations. They have pawns in the other 4 regions. Originally, I wanted to obtain Dark Limit Immortal Gu and sneak into Eastern Sea. But He Lolan's side has not made any progress. This trip is filled with danger. You need to be careful." Fang Yuan said sincerely. Tai Bai Yunxing was moved. "I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have roamed Northern Plains my entire life. I might not be able to fight them head-on, but I am more than capable of protecting myself." Fang Yuan nodded. He agreed with this, otherwise he would not have arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to enter Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was old and experienced. He was also a flying master. His escaping skills were top-notch. Moreover, he had obtained the Cloud Path defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring. It had great power. After entering Eastern Sea, don't be in a hurry to negotiate with An clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan. Go to Haishur Blessed Land. There are 5 great trading markets in the world. Jewel Yellow Skies is ranked first. Haishur Blessed Land is ranked second. There should be a mission to save Air Bubble Sea in Haishur Blessed Land. You can use this channel to contact the 3 clans. It will save you a lot of trouble." Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing agreed. "I'll definitely go take a look at the blessed land of Sea City." Fang Yuan continued. "To feed the immortal Gu, I need tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Both of them were specialties of the East Sea. Also, can you see if there are any laughter stones, the blood of the 6-headed serpent, and the dragon scales of the cloud dragon? This is my list. Here you go." Tai Bai Yunxing took the list and revealed a solemn expression. "Junior Marshal brother, your business is my business. I'll do my best to settle it for you." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Old Bai, just do your best. But before leaving, I hope you can make a trip to Danghun Mountain and digest some guts Gu. This Gu is a top-quality soul-strengthening Gu. It is always better to be prepared." "Junior brother, you're here again." How many times have I told you? This Getsu is your asset. As your senior brother, how can I take advantage of you? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately refused. This was the 6th time he had refused. Fang Yuan had already saved his life. He, Tai Bai Yunxing, remembered this kindness in his heart and would never forget it. How could he be greedy for Fang Yuan's Getsu? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and chose to concede. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial to you. How about this? Take out an immortal Yuan stone and I will sell this Getsu to you. Coincidentally, I need to feed the immortal Gu recently. I lack immortal Yuan stone. Tai Bai Yunxing opened his mouth to speak, but Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, Senior Martial Brother. This trip to the East Sea is filled with danger. I want you to try your best to be rank 5, otherwise if something happens to you I will feel guilty. I always try my best, I hope you can understand. His words were sincere and filled with deep emotions. Especially when Fang Yuan called him Senior Martial Brother, Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that his eyes turned red. He quickly blinked his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. All right, I understand Junior Martial Brother's meaning, let's make this transaction. A day later, Tai Bai Yunxing prepared himself and left to immortal blessed land with Fang Yuan, arriving in the East Sea. I will hand moving perspective Gu and Stargate Gu to you. We need to keep in contact. If there is any major movement, inform me first. Fang Yuan instructed. Junior Martial Brother, go back. If Crane Gate attacks, don't forget to call me back. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak, activating fixed immortal travel and disappearing on the spot. Tai Bai Yunxing stored the Stargate Gu and looked around the sea. After confirming the direction, he flew away. When he reappeared, Fang Yuan had already arrived in Western Desert from the East Sea. He stood on a sand dune that was over 10,000 feet tall, looking around. In the vast desert, countless sand dunes rose and fell, spreading out. The sun was high in the sky, there was no wind, the temperature of the air was so high that it could roast a person. However, Fang Yuan was currently an immortal zombie, he could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. The grains of sand of uniform thickness shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune below him. This sand dune was several times taller than the surrounding sand dune. The entire sand dune was golden, the lines were smooth, the sand dune was clean, only a short tree was growing at the top. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall, its branches were thin and crooked like strange claws, it looked extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, reaching 500 to 600 feet. The light shadow was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow, the flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. Among the flowers and leaves, there were many unripe fruits of different colors. This tree had a huge origin, it was an ancient desolate tree called Thousand Wish. It took 300 years to grow, 600 years to flower, and 900 years to bear fruit. The number of fruits it bore was exactly 1,000. When the fruits were fully ripe, someone brought the Gu recipe to the tree to make a wish. If the wish was successful, the fruit would split open and the corresponding Gu worm would fly out. These Gu worms could be mortal Gu or immortal Gu. But if the wish was for an immortal Gu, the number of fruits would decrease correspondingly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had caused Western Desert's Gu immortals to fight several times because of this ancient desolate tree. Eventually, several super forces came to an agreement and tried to divide this tree. But on the day the fruits ripened, all the forces united and broke through the blockade of the super forces. The scene was chaotic. A lone cultivator rank 5 Gu master named Han Li was the first to arrive at the Thousand Wish tree. He made a wish and obtained a space path immortal Gu called Void Heaven. Fang Yuan was a rank 4 Gu master back then. He tried to fish in troubled waters and went through many dangers to arrive at the ancient desolate tree. He also obtained a Gu worm. But this Gu worm was only a rare rank 4 Gu. Even so, this rare rank 5 Gu gave Fang Yuan a huge boost to his battle strength. When I fought my way out of the encirclement and arrived at the tree, the fruits on the tree were already sparse, there were only 50 to 60 of them left. But in this life I came here too early. The fruits will only ripen in another 200 years. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted this ancient desolate tree. The Thousand Wish tree did not move. This desolate tree's defense was astonishing. It could resist immortal Gu attacks without falling. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. Regretfully, not long after that chaotic battle, Shi Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal ancestor Shi Jianping came out of seclusion and suppressed everyone with his might. The Thousand Wish tree was taken away by the super force Shi Clan and planted in Shi Clan's blessed land. From then on, Fang Yuan never saw the Thousand Wish tree again. Fang Yuan did not have the method to transplant the thousand-wish tree. Even if he did not have a place to plant it. Hu immortal blessed land was a grassland, not a desert. The thousand-wish tree needed such an extreme environment to survive. And if he rashly moved the thousand-wish tree now, it would cause its flowers and leaves to wither and the thousand-wish fruits to wither and fall, wasting 1,000 years of effort. Fang Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. After walking for a long time and tens of thousands of li, he finally left the range of the thousand-wish tree. Fang Yuan turned around and looked. There was not a single sand dune behind him. It was a flat desert, not to mention the golden sand dune and the colorful tree shadow that was 500 to 600 feet tall. He was not surprised. This thousand-wish tree had the ability to envelop an area of tens of thousands of li in an illusion realm. When leaving, one had to walk on foot. When getting close, it was extremely troublesome. The illusion realm would reappear and even make one walk in circles without realizing it. Precisely because of this, I was able to fish in troubled waters in my previous life. Fang Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel anyway and could ignore this illusion realm. But his goal this time was not this ancient desolate tree. Rather, it was a person who obtained great benefits from this thousand-wish tree and became a Gu immortal expert later on. This person's name was Han Li. This person, Han Li, was originally immortal. But after continuous fortuitous encounters, his heart was steady and resolute. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he just started cultivating, I was already a rank 3 Gu master in southern border. But when I self-detonated, he had already become a rank 7 peak stage Gu immortal, a famous expert in western desert. Many influential figures in central continent's 10 great sects had suffered losses at his hands. But now he is still a child. According to the biography of Han Li, he should be living in a mortal village near Huang tribe's territory. Fang Yuan's target was Han Li. Ever since Fang Yuan understood the use of Connect Luck Immortal Gu, he planned to use the advantage of rebirth to get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness of wasting his luck. He meticulously planned and eliminated most people, leaving only a few targets. Han Li was one of them. These targets were people who would have great accomplishments in the future, had great potential, and were also people with great luck. People like Southern Border's hunting king Sun Gong had only reached rank 5 in his life. Fang Yuan looked down on them. Little immortal Xing Luo might be an immortal, but her luck was similarly bad. She would at most become famous for a short period of time. Fang Yuan also looked down on her. There was also Shi Chao Yu. Although he eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal, his life was not smooth sailing. It rose and fell from time to time. It could be seen that his luck was bad. He was also eliminated by Fang Yuan. Only people like Han Li and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth sailing and had many fortuitous encounters, were Fang Yuan's targets. But the latter's whereabouts were unknown. Fairy Li Shan was investigating with all her might. Fang Yuan's first target was Han Li. Chapter 680. The whole of Western Desert was a vast desert. And the oases were like stars in the sky, dotted among them. Humans relied on the oases to survive here. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. As a high-grade force, Huang tribe had hundreds of years of history here, occupying the essence resources at the center of the oasis. Outside the oasis, there were some small-scale forces that were attached to this Huang tribe. Even further outside, at the periphery of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals lived hard lives. They had a large population and were controlled by Huang tribe and other Gu master forces. Among these villages there was a Han village. At the periphery of Han village, there was a miniature natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was several times more desolate than northern plains. Yellow sand was everywhere here. Red dagger grass was spaced apart. The blades were as sharp as swords, their roots piercing deep into the yellow sand, absorbing the meager water. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they painstakingly cut the grass. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to work to make up for the family's expenses. This was common among mortals. The dagger grass had sharp edges. Almost all the children wore leather gloves. Only one was barehanded. This barehanded child had a runny nose, holding a sickle in one hand and a dagger grass in the other. He skillfully cut off the leaves and placed them in a small basket on his back. The afterglow of the setting sun was still scorching hot, causing the children to pant and sweat profusely. Finally, as the twilight deepened, the sun sank below the horizon, leaving only a small part of it. The children stopped what they were doing. Let's go. It's night. The little ghost jackals are coming out to look for food. The largest child spoke. He seemed to be the leader of the children. How much did you cut? Wow, so much. So many. As usual, they began to compare with each other. I ate my fill today, so I have plenty of energy, hee. But you still didn't cut as much grass as Han Li. Hey Han Li, you are so amazing. You can cut grass without gloves and there are no wounds on your hands. How did you do it? A little girl with a ponytail asked. A little girl with a ponytail asked. Han Li laughed foolishly. The children returned to the village together, excitedly chatting along the way. When they reached the village entrance, they dispersed and returned to their homes. Han Li also returned home. He pushed open the tattered wooden door. He found that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer who grew steel wool in the farmland west of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, leaving early and returning late. His mother, on the other hand, had a job that the villagers envied. Every day he would enter the outer area of the oasis and do odd jobs for a small-sized forces gu master. Han Li stood next to a stone mortar and poured the dagger grass from the basket into it. Then he picked up the wooden pestle and pounded the leaves. He worked very hard. Before long he was sweating profusely. The blades of grass were pounded into a paste. He took out a gunny sack and poured a small portion of the rice husks into the mortar. He stirred the mixture until it finally formed a paste of food. He dug out the food and put it in a wooden basin. Then he carried the wooden basin to the side room. There was a simple and crude beast pen in the side room, where 3 fat sand scorpions were kept. These scorpions were as fat as pigs, and their claws posed no threat at all. Upon hearing Han Li's footsteps, the 3 fat scorpions quickly emerged from the shadows of the beast pen. I spent a lot of effort to get them. Han Li turned the wooden basin upside down, and the paste inside fell on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions huddled together and ate with big mouthfuls, letting out grunting sounds. Eat more, grow up quickly. Han Li's small body leaned on the fence, looking at these sand scorpions as he muttered to himself. These fat sand scorpions were not goo, they were only ordinary insects. But the scorpion meat was tender and tasty, and the profit from selling the meat was a huge sum to a mortal family. To Han Li's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were the most important assets. Thus, even if Han Li did not eat dinner, he still had to feed these 3 scorpions. Goo. At this time Han Li's stomach suddenly growled in hunger. Han Li jumped off the fence and rubbed his stomach, immediately returning to the house and starting to cook. He had to cook for his parents every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. This rice had a terrible taste and was hard to swallow, but it was easy to grow and was a staple food for mortals. Han Li busied himself beside the stove, not knowing that he was being observed for a long time. Darkness descended. In the mass grave several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan quietly sat cross-legged like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because it was a desolate place. Fang Yuan arrived at dusk and activated 1,000 investigative gu, covering the entire Han village under his surveillance. Gu immortals had unlimited primeval essence. As long as they had enough gu worms, they could do things hundreds or even thousands of times faster than mortals. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, thinking, the age seems to match, it should be this lad. While thinking, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection gu. Looking from afar, he saw a lump of luck cloud in the sky above Han village. The luck cloud was not big, it was gray-white in color and was extremely thin. This was the collective luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, they thought of each other as a whole, thus their luck gathered together. Fang Yuan looked at the bottom of the luck cloud. Wisps of providence smoke rose from the bodies of the villagers. After reaching a height of 500 to 600 feet in the air, they plunged into the providence cloud. Amidst the smoke of providence, there was a particularly conspicuous providence. This luck was like a huge rock, floating above Han Li's village, 100 steps away from the ground. There were cracks on the surface of the rock, and a trace of luck smoke was emitted from the cracks. It was golden in color and continued upwards. The top of the smoke also fused into the collective luck cloud. What kind of luck is this? Fang Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not obtain the luck path true inheritance, he did not know the meaning of the form of luck. It was also very ignorant. He decided to call it monolith luck. Han Li was the only person in Han Li's village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this Han Li would become a rank 7 gu immortal in the future. The person who had many fortuitous encounters. He looked at the sky above his head but could not see anything. It is a pity after I became an immortal zombie I cannot check my luck anymore unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection goo. I wonder how my luck is now. Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan mumbled to himself. He had always been curious about luck. However, just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Goo, suddenly a shout could be heard. Little thiefling, who do you think I, the great plump lady, can't find you by hiding here? I chased you for an entire 80,000 li. Quickly return my immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan was shocked. He quickly turned around, only to see a human figure formed from quicksand, shouting at him from not far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He said in a low voice, "Plump lady? You have the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing." Bullshit. Little thiefling, who doesn't know you are skilled in disguise? You think I can't recognize you just because you look like this? You've got guts to steal from this old lady? I will beat the shit out of you this time. Not only was the human-shaped quicksand shouting at the same time, there was also an angry shout in the sky. The voice was like thunder resounding in the sky. The whole oasis was instantly alarmed. It was in chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. To think that he disguised himself as a normal person, concealing his zombie appearance. But unexpectedly, someone thought that he was a thief. He stood up and looked up. From the northeast direction, yellow sand filled the sky, intense winds blew, the sound of the wind was like the roar of a beast roaring continuously. The calm yellow sand on the ground was like a raging sea, creating huge waves. The yellow sand waves crashed down layer by layer. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving forward to face it. After a while he saw the person in question. This was an extremely plump female goo immortal. She had large shoulders and a round waist like a water vat. Stepping on the yellow sand waves, she arrogantly looked down at Fang Yuan. She stretched out her plump fingers shouting, "Little thiefling, who you?" Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. Heavenly corpse transformation. Fang Yuan purposely shouted, removing his disguise goo worm, revealing his immortal zombie appearance. Immediately, a 10-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, bloodshot eyes, 8 arms and claws, and bulging muscles appeared in front of the female goo immortal, Plump Lady. It was sinister and filled with killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked. She spoke again, "You?" Fang Yuan stepped on the ground with a loud sound. The ground exploded. He shot towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fang Yuan's ferocious attack. Her heart shook. She quickly raised her hands. Swish, swish, swish. 3 huge waves of sand rose into the sky, reaching 100 meters. The huge waves crashed towards him. Fang Yuan sneered. He increased his speed and crashed into them. Bam, bam, bam. In an instant, he destroyed the 3 waves of sand, appearing in front of Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart jumped. She finally realized that she had recognized the wrong person. But she had a fiery temper. Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance ignited her anger. "I'll let you have a taste of my Plump Lady's killer move, martial sand armor." She roared, and 2 streams of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her body. In a few breaths of time, she turned into a sand giant that was not inferior to Fang Yuan, but she was still fat. Fang Yuan charged forward. The sand giant roared and punched with both fists. It was fearless. Bam, bam. With 2 loud sounds, the 8-armed immortal zombie and the sand giant's fists collided. The sand giant's fists exploded into yellow sand, scattering away. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's fists were directly fractured. Plump Lady took a step back. The scattered yellow sand gathered towards the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a big step forward. His fractured fists were recovering rapidly. His remaining 6 monstrous hands attacked the sand giant. Bam, 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 bam. At once, the 2 fought intensely. Yellow sand flew in the sky. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Chapter 681. Fang Yuan laughed strangely. His 8 giant hands punched, slammed, slapped, pointed, or clawed. He displayed his incredible combat attainment. Plump Lady relied on her martial sand armor to bully other goo immortals due to her strong defense and brave personality. But in front of Fang Yuan, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's punches flew rapidly. His movements were agile. Plump Lady was tired of dealing with them. She could only defend and could not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw a flaw. He got close to her. His arms were like strange pythons. His claws were like drills as he crushed the sand giant's arms. The sand giant roared. It raised its fat belly and charged at him. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He had expected this. He moved and arrived above the sand giant in an instant. His left knee slammed down with a loud sound. The sand giant's head was destroyed. Before the sand could recover, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom. The sand exploded. Her defensive killer move was directly destroyed. Plump Lady spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground like a meteor. Fang Yuan tore the sand apart. He was like a hunting eagle. He flew down from the sky, bringing with him fierce winds. He wanted to kill Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, showed a panicked expression when she saw Fang Yuan chasing after her. She tried to pull some distance away from Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was faster. Boom. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from the sky, directly knocking Plump Lady deep into the desert. A large amount of yellow sand was sent flying, and the huge impact instantly created a huge crater. It had a radius of 1,000 steps and a depth of 100 feet. Fang Yuan stood at the bottom of the crater looking surprised. He saw that Plump Lady's corpse in his hand suddenly turned into a lump of spirit sand and dissipated. At the same time, a coquettish laughter could be heard from the sky above him. "Brute, I will let you have a taste of my offensive killer move, Dragon Burial Sand Coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow sand around the crater rushed down like a flood, flattening the entire crater in an instant. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. Buried in it, the surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. The Plump Lady was spitting out blood, sitting on a pile of yellow sand. Placing his palms together, his eyes were wide open as he activated his killer move. On the mirror-like surface of the desert, a winding sand sculpture of a horned dragon gradually appeared. This sand sculpture of a horned dragon. He circled it once. The dragon's head bit down on the dragon's tail, and together with the surrounding sand, they formed a powerful force that suppressed Fang Yuan under the sand. The originally intense battlefield had now regained its calm. Hoo! Plump Lady exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her mind relaxed. It's over. My hidden dragon sand coffin. It could form an unparalleled pressure that came from all directions, from head to toe. As long as the enemy was trapped, they would not be able to move and would eventually be crushed into meat paste. In the past, even a desolate beast dragon was suppressed to death by me, much less a human. The Plump Lady muttered to herself. These words were very effective. She quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the ground. Dong. What's that sound? Plump Lady shuddered. She became nervous again. Dong. The loud sound resounded again. It was as if a giant underground was beating a war drum. Damn it, it's the buried dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became extremely vigilant. She stood up abruptly, but soon her vision turned black. She staggered and almost fell down from the floating yellow sand. She was indeed injured. Fang Yuan tore apart the martial sand armor and heavily injured her with his powerful fist. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move Substitute Body to attract Fang Yuan's attention, while her true body hid in the yellow sand in the sky. Next, Plump Lady used her killer move, the Buried Dragon Sand Coffin, to trap Fang Yuan underground. Impossible. Even a desolate beast dragon would die to this killer move of mine. If this killer move is sold in jewel yellow skies, it can be sold for at least 3 immortal Yuan stones. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Dong. Right at this moment, another loud sound resounded. The originally mighty evil dragon sand sculpture trembled violently. Cracks appeared all over its surface and fine yellow sand spilled down from it. Plump Lady's heart also shook. Her eyes widened as she stared at the desert beneath her feet. Dong, dong, dong. The loud sound resounded again. It was getting more frequent. The ground was also shaking. Plump Lady's mouth was dry. She was terrified. She felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, but a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the desolate beast dragon. Boom. The giant dragon sand sculpture could not suppress it anymore. It completely collapsed. The desert swelled up. Quicksand flowed down like flowing water. A huge body appeared in front of Plump Lady again. The moonless night was filled with the sound of wind. It was eerie. Fang Yuan was 10 meters tall. He had 8 monstrous arms. He had a green face and sharp fangs. He was like a demon god that had appeared, bringing nightmares to the world. What was different from before was that he was covered in a layer of black armor. The armor was ferocious. There were sharp spikes at the edges. The armor was extremely thick. It made Fang Yuan's tall and strong heavenly zombie body look even more domineering. Demonic aura was overflowing. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady had another 400 years, she would definitely recognize this. This was the most popular defensive killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war, hair armor. It used rank 5 unbreakable steel main goo as the core, with hundreds of other goo worms as support. It could allow a goo immortal's hair to grow wildly and form armor. Not only was it cheap and good, it also had great defense. It was easy to replenish goo worms that were damaged in battle. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His hair was as hard as steel. The effect of hair armor was even better than an ordinary immortal's body. Fang Yuan relied on hair armor and his immortal zombie body to resist the burial dragon sand coffin. He was completely unharmed. This killer move had appeared more than 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not stop her from evaluating the value of this killer move. This defensive killer move is even stronger than my martial sand armor. If I sell it in jewel yellow skies, it will be sold at the price of 2 half-immortal Yuan stone. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's fighting spirit fell again. Sir, I am a Mo Clan Goo immortal. I was chasing after a scoundrel, but I misunderstood you. I am now sure that you are not Ling Husu. This is a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. This is getting interesting. Mo Clan Goo immortal. If I kill you, I'm sure you will feel good about it. This was the first time Fang Yuan had spoken since the battle started. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Plump Lady shuddered when she heard it. Mo Clan was a super force in Western Desert, a tyrant of a region. But Fang Yuan was unbridled. He did not care about Mo Clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? His battle strength is at the top of rank 6. And his personality is so fierce and arrogant. Next, Plump Lady saw the phantom of a pair of wings appear behind Fang Yuan's back. These wings were like bat wings, pitch black and wide. Her body shook. The phantom of bat wings vanished, but Fang Yuan's body shot towards her like lightning. So fast. This is a movement killer move. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk. She made up her mind to escape. She screamed, and her round, plump face could no longer hide the panic. She saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light pushed her body back rapidly. She escaped in the direction she came from at lightning speed. Fang Yuan activated his movement killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but he could not catch up. In a few breaths of time, Plump Lady vanished into the horizon. Plump Lady is in deep trouble now. She even used her killer move Light Sand Escape. Her foundation is definitely damaged. This guy is too exaggerated. He actually forced Plump Lady to flee. Far away, Ling Husu was carefully hiding deep in the sand. He held his breath and concentrated. He did not dare to show any flaws. She escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, stopping on the battlefield. He continued to use investigative goo to search. Ling Husu did not even dare to breathe loudly. He could feel the waves of investigative goo sweeping through his hiding spot. Fang Yuan searched for a long time, but there was no effect. He left. He finally left. Something is wrong. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Husu was just about to come out to kill the enemy, but his heart jumped. He changed his mind. Time passed slowly. It was already past midnight. A figure descended from the sky like a phantom. It was Fang Yuan. He had purposely left earlier, making a detour and flying above the clouds, secretly observing the situation below. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search. He rushed towards Golden Sand Oasis again. So close, so close. This demon is truly sinister and crafty. Thankfully I was vigilant. I almost fell into his trap. Ling Husu curled up deep in the sand, his body breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyeballs started to move. What is this demon's background? Where did he come from? What ulterior motive does he have? Ling Husu's curiosity was aroused. But this demon's investigative method is clearly unable to find my traces. Should I follow him and see what he is trying to do? But he immediately thought of Fang Yuan's return. His budding idea was doused with a bucket of cold water. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also crafty and sinister. I should save it. After all, the immortal Yuan stone is already in my hands. Ling Husu dispelled this thought. He did not dare to leave the desert. He directly drilled into the ground. His battle strength was lacking, but he had many movement killer moves. His drilling speed was not slower than ordinary goo immortals flying. He directly chose the opposite direction from Fang Yuan, leaving this place. Fang Yuan returned to the sand oasis again. The oasis was brightly lit, it was filled with noise. Even though Fang Yuan purposely left this place, the commotion caused by the Gu Immortals' battle was not small, it caused the mortals to panic. Fang Yuan ignored these people, he used Luck Inspection Gu to find Han Li again. He was extremely vigilant, while concealing his traces, he secretly activated Connect Luck Gu. This time it was smooth sailing for him, there were no more accidents. The two's luck connected, Fang Yuan saw that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Next, the monolith luck was covered in cracks, it crumbled. After a few breaths of time, Han Li's luck fell to the same level as a mortal's, smoke rising in spirals. Next, the gray-white smoke rapidly turned black. Oh no! Fang Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had just returned. He was extremely hungry, he was stuffing food into his mouth. Eat slowly, kid. His mother smiled lovingly, showing concern for her son. Ugh ugh. Suddenly Han Li grabbed his neck, his eyes were wide open, he choked. Little rascal quickly spit it out. His parents were pale with fright, they were flustered. But in the end, Han Li was not saved by them. Chapter 682. Han Li was lying on the bed, slowly waking up and opening his eyes. Beside the bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an old Gu master, repeatedly thanking him. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother? Han Li opened his mouth with difficulty and softly called out. My son, my heart, alas! You are finally awake. Han Li's mother heard his voice and pounced on the bed, crying tears of joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo, if not for him, you would have really died. Han Li's father was also very happy, walking over and reminding him. Mo, Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. Mo and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. I am a Gu master stationed in Han village, saving you is something I should do. Your luck is good today, I happen to be patrolling the village. Dr. Mo smiled. Soon after, under the endless thanks of Han Li's parents, he leisurely left. Oh, this is interesting. Fang Yuan did not go far, he hid far away and saw this scene. After he successfully connected his luck, Han Li's luck fell sharply, quickly turning into a faint black death luck. If Han Li was a Gu master with great strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was only a mortal, a weak child among mortals, he was immediately devoured by the black death luck and choked to death while eating. Fang Yuan immediately wanted to make a move and save them. He had a large number of healing mortal Gu. If he choked to death, as long as he did not die for long, he could be saved again. As long as he did not die, his luck would continue to flow endlessly. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's terrible luck would only be slightly alleviated, but it would still worsen. Treating the symptoms would not solve the root cause. If Han Li survived, he would connect his luck with Fang Yuan at all times, continuously improving Fang Yuan's bad luck. But just as he set off, he suddenly saw a figure. He ran out of a large house in the village and quickly rushed towards Han Li's house. Looking at his movement Gu, it was obvious. He was a rank 2 Gu master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and quietly approached the village. He decided to wait and see. This rank 2 Gu master came to Han Li's house and tidied up his clothes. He pretended to be at ease. Soon after, he accidentally discovered Han Li choking to death. Under the pleading of Han Li's parents, he acted on the spot and saved Han Li. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing Gu master stationed in the village. However, from the looks of it, Han Li seems to have a secret relationship with this Dr. Mo. Fang Yuan's heart stirred. In order to control the mortals, Gu master forces would send 1 or 2 Gu masters to take turns to guard the village. Like Qing Mao Mountain's Gua Jiangya, he was such a Gu master stationed here. Han Li and his family fell into a deep sleep. Fang Yuan snuck into the house. He came to Han Li's side and used a mortal Gu. It made him sleep even deeper. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 hands and touched various parts of Han Li's body. Not long after, he found some clues. There were many Gu worms living in Han Li's body, and his flesh and blood seemed to be affected by the Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt that this arrangement was very familiar. The weakness of zombies was that their thoughts were rigid. Fang Yuan could not think of the key point and could only use the will stored in his mind to help him think. He searched through his memories and quickly found the truth. So this so-called Dr. Mo wants to refine a human medicine Gu. This human medicine Gu was a rank 3 Gu. It used human children as the main material to refine the goo and took several years to slowly refine it. Once the human medicine goo was refined, it could only be used once. It could increase one's lifespan, but the side effects were huge. That Dr. Mo is not young anymore. He clearly wants to use the human medicine goo to increase his lifespan, so he placed his attention on Han Li. No wonder when Han Li was cutting the grass, he could pinch the dagger grass with his bare hands. This was because his body had been secretly modified. No wonder when Han Li was in trouble, Dr. Mo rushed over quickly. This was because the goo worms on Han Li's body could monitor his movements. No wonder after Han Li choked to death, he was easily saved. Because according to the human medicine goo's refinement steps, it can greatly increase a person's bodily functions. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Although he discovered Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not want to stop it for the time being. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han village will definitely be investigated and misfortune will occur. If he does not die, he will definitely take care of Han Li in order to refine the human medicine goo. There are still 3 to 4 years before the human medicine goo is refined, and I only need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated the luck inspection goo again and checked Han Li's luck. Ever since he succeeded in connecting his luck, Han Li's luck had plummeted. It was no longer as special as before and was like the surrounding mortals. His luck was thin and faint like smoke. Fang Yuan carefully observed and found that the black color of Han Li's luck had disappeared, and was replaced by a gray-white color. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From his experience, he concluded that the black color represented death. Without the black color, Han Li would not be in danger of death for the time being. As the saying goes, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. After Han Li went through this crisis of death, his luck had clearly improved. From this, I relied on my own strength and schemes to survive the calamity and tribulation in northern plains. After escaping from the wind veil of assimilation, the black coffin luck should have dissipated by more than half. But even so, Han Li was almost cursed to death by me. It seems I need to find a few more targets and connect my luck with them one by one. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but before he left, he secretly placed some goo worms on Han Li's body. With his ingenious method, he could ensure that the rank 2 Dr. Mo would not find out. If one day Dr. Mo wanted to make a move on Han Li, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Kid, I gave you 3 protective talismans. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Fang Yuan came and left without a sound, not a single soul could detect him. He first left Shajing Oasis and found a secluded corner. Only then did he activate fixed immortal travel. The next moment he appeared in Central Continent. An enormous heavenly river fell from the sky, passing through the whole of Central Continent. Finally, it flowed out of Central Continent's eastern region and flowed towards Eastern Sea. At the middle and lower reaches of the heavenly river, due to the scouring of the heavenly river, a large fertile plain was formed. The plain was rich in natural resources and had many outstanding people. Countless small and medium-sized sects had taken root here. Among these sects, there was a very unremarkable small sect. Its name was extremely grand, called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in the forest, observing this Universal Life Academy from afar. The academy was situated in a valley. There were not many houses in the courtyard, there was a small plaza. It seemed that the sect was holding a competition. There were 2 stages in the plaza, and hundreds of goo masters were watching from below the stages. It was a battle between mortal goo masters. The duration was short. It was nothing special. But in the eyes of the people involved, it was incomparably exciting. Especially to the youngster Hong Yi who was standing among the crowd, this competition held great significance. I have bull strength and tiger strength, and because I had a fortuitous encounter with the goo worm, passable, my battle strength has already reached the first rate of rank 2. In this competition, I will shock the world with a single brilliant feat, and obtain the first seat of the academy. This way I can make my father lower his head. I will place my mother's memorial tablet in the clan's ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, making up his mind. At the same time, far away, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He muttered, "I found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not inferior to Han Li's. He was also a rank 7 legend that emerged during the 5 Regions War. He cultivated Strength Path and Soul Path. He had outstanding talent and was extremely proficient in creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained an ancient Rockman king's body, comprehended an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even subdued an ancient desolate beast white-horned Qilin by chance, turning it into his mount. But even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not make a move immediately. It is a clear day now, the sky is clear and boundless. If I want to connect my luck, the commotion will be huge, I might be discovered. This place was not like Han Village. In Han Village there was only a rank 2 Gu master guarding it. But here it was the gathering place of a Gu master sect. Not only that, there were 3 or 4 small and mid-sized forces around the valley. The whole of the plains in the middle and lower reaches of Heavenly River were densely packed with sections. Among these mortal Gu masters, there were even several lone cultivator Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had established their own sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu directly, he might be discovered. I can only wait until night time when everyone is asleep. I will arrange a large number of mortal Gu and try to conceal my aura. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he never lacked patience. When night fell, Universal Life Academy became silent. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Good, the 10,000 Gu worms arranged around the valley are ready. To conceal the immortal Gu's aura, I will need to use Connect Luck for most of the night. Right at this time, there was a spatial fluctuation in his immortal aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. Within the moving perspective cup Gu there was a letter. Did something happen to Tai Bai Yunxing? Fang Yuan probed with his consciousness and soon found that the letter was not from Tai Bai Yunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance was established, Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan a moving perspective cup Gu each, forming a set with his own. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown. This was Fairy Li Shan asking for help for He Lulan. He Lulan was being chased by her father, her life was in danger. How can this be? Damn it. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Due to the oath, he had to put down his matters and quickly rush to Northern Plains to help He Lulan. However, for the time being, Hong Yi was still living here. It was easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I will let you off this time. Fang Yuan quickly retrieved most of the Gu worms, trying not to leave any traces behind. Next, he went into a cave and secretly used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived at a secret room on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3rd peak. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing around anxiously. After seeing Fang Yuan, she immediately got closer. You are finally here. You made me anxious, the situation is urgent, little Lan is being chased by that scoundrel. Why didn't you go help her? Fang Yuan frowned. I was going to show myself, but little Lan strongly asked me to continue hiding. She did not want our relationship to be known to the public. Are you the only one here? Where is Tai Bai Yunxing? He has other matters to attend to. Fang Yuan asked, how many Gu immortals are chasing her? Only 2. One is He Qing, the other is Shuesong Zi. I placed investigative Gu on He Lulan, her situation is critical. Quick, I will transmit the scene to you, go save her. Chapter 683. Lulan, don't run. You are my daughter, why would I harm you? You cannot listen to other people's instigation. We have a deep misunderstanding between father and daughter. Indeed, I admit that I have the Yin-Yang life extension method inheritance, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really died because of the earthly calamity. He Qing floated in the air, speaking with an aggrieved tone as he tried to persuade He Lulan. He wore a black robe which made his skin look even fairer. His eyes were like ink, his face was like jade, he was handsome, worthy of being a famous handsome man among Northern Plains Gu immortals. When he persuaded He Lulan, his words were sincere, complimenting his appearance. If outsiders who did not know the truth heard it, they might really believe it. But He Lulan had already seen through the other party's true colors. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel, who can you deceive with your hypocritical lies? If the Yin-Yang life extension method really does not harm lives, you can show it to me. I believe Shuesong Zi beside you will also be interested. Shuesong Zi was tall and thin, he wore a light blue robe, his snow-white hair extended to his feet. Right now he was standing beside He Qing, not saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu immortal, in charge of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 7th peak. Earlier, because he had supported Ma tribe lost in the Imperial Court contest, and he was suppressed by He tribe. Afterwards, in order to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Gu, He Lulan exposed the secret of He Qing plotting to kill Su Xian'er to him. Thus, Shuesong Zi had a secret weapon to restrict He Qing. He Lulan had wanted to use Shuesong Zi's mouth to destroy He Qing's reputation. But to think that Shui Songzi and He Cheng were together. Right now, hearing He Lulan's words, Shui Songzi's blue pupils turned. He looked at He Cheng with interest. Maybe I can help your daughter? He Cheng snorted, ignoring Shui Songzi's words. His attitude had truly changed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly said to He Lulan, "Daughter, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." He Lulan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment she had already been beaten into her original form, and her entire body was bathed in blood. His armor was in tatters and he was in a sorry state, but his gaze was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his heart. A mocking expression appeared on her face. "Father?" The Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Lord He Cheng had actually brought a demonic Path Gu Immortal to threaten his daughter. If this situation were to be known by the world, I wonder what the result will be? He Cheng was mocked like that. Instead, he smiled, displaying his unfathomable shrewdness. "Lulan, you won't be able to escape today. You have the great strength, true martial physique. Becoming a Gu Immortal is 10 times harder than ordinary people. Without my help, you will not become a strength Path Gu Immortal. If you have the guts, then kill me." He Lulan's face was twisted and ferocious. His aura increased instead of decreasing. "You forced me into a corner. At most, I'll self-detonate. I'll let you use all your schemes, all your efforts will be in vain. Let's see what you can do to me." He Cheng laughed heartily. "If you die, how will you take revenge for your mother? You hid for so many years, painstakingly working, wasn't it all to kill me? Unfortunately, we are different immortals and mortals. Even if you have the 10 extreme physiques and can bully rank 6 Gu Immortals with the lowest battle strength, you can. You want to kill a rank 7 Gu Immortal like me? Humph, a fantasy." But even though he said that, He Cheng was still feeling vexed in his heart. He Lulan spoke of He Cheng's worries. Although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu was only used for offense. He Cheng lacked capturing methods. If he forced her too much and He Lulan really self-detonated, he would not be able to stop her. Most importantly, this matter of harming his own daughter could not be exposed, it could not be spread, he could only act in secret. Otherwise, with He Cheng's influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he would be able to gather 5 to 6 Gu Immortals. But now he only brought one person, Shui Songzi. And Shui Songzi was a demonic Path Gu Immortal from Snowy Mountain. He always placed benefits above everything else, he could not be trusted. Although they seemed to be allies, He Cheng had always been on guard against him. Earlier, when He Lulan exposed the secret, after Shui Songzi got hold of He Cheng's weakness, he thought about it and did not make it public. If He Cheng's reputation was tarnished, He tribe's Gu Immortals would be able to suppress Shui Songzi. But if he used it to threaten He Cheng, Shui Songzi could obtain even greater benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Shui Songzi found He Cheng alone and used this secret to threaten him. He Cheng was shocked at that time. The secret he had kept for so many years was exposed. He almost lost his composure. But he was worthy of being an old and crafty person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to agree to a portion of Shui Songzi's threats. Afterwards, He Cheng persuaded Shui Songzi to cooperate, and promised him that as long as his plan succeeded, he would give him even more rewards. Shui Songzi demanded an exorbitant price, saying that he was very interested in the Yin-Yang life extension method. Although Shui Songzi was only middle-aged and had lifespan Gu, which Gu Immortal would not covet a lifespan extension method. He Cheng was helpless and furious, but he could only pretend to agree. Thus He Cheng and Shui Songzi formed an alliance. Just as He Lulan, He Cheng and Shui Songzi were in a deadlock, a dazzling jade light suddenly appeared beside He Lulan. The jade light soon dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 30 meters tall and had 8 arms, his face was green and eyes were red. His whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black armor. The armor was filled with sinister barbs. Facing a strong enemy, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. Thus, he first activated his defensive killer move hair armor before using fixed immortal travel to get here. Although fixed immortal travel could only be passed down to humans, Gu masters could use Gu worms to form clothes and armor. They would not have to run around naked. When Fang Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was pressed for time and did not have the appropriate Gu worms. He could only run around naked, leaving a deep impression on Feng Kim Hong. "You are finally here." He Lulan's expression shook when she saw the reinforcements. "What immortal Gu is this? Who are you?" Shui Songzi was shocked. He quickly asked. Fang Yuan quickly looked at the two in the air, laughing with a hoarse voice. He said with killing intent, "The person who will kill you in the future." He replied half-heartedly while transmitting to He Lulan, "Quick! We cannot stay here, enter my immortal aperture, I will bring you away." Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, Shuesongzi was furious. "You talk big." The Gu immortal beside him, He Cheng, reacted faster than him. "Attack!" That is the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel, he only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give him any chance. As they spoke, He Lulan had already successfully entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Shuesongzi's expression turned solemn. He waved his sleeves and a crescent blade wheel the size of a horse carriage condensed. The blade wheel whistled as it flew, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Killer move, Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel was made of ice and snow, its edges were extremely sharp, frost energy spread everywhere, and with the help of the wind, it was extremely fast. Before the blade wheel even reached him, Fang Yuan felt an intense cold wind assaulting him. This killer move is ferocious, it contains the essence of ice and wind path, it is worth at least 3 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan squinted, he wisely chose to dodge. Killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. 2 huge shadows of black bat wings flashed behind him. After the shadow flapped hard, it immediately dissipated into nothingness. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply, he moved like lightning, flying to the side and dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel landed on the ground and with a loud sound, it cut deep into the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel instantly created a huge ravine. The ravine was quickly filled with ice that was as hard as iron and stone. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Cheng's attack was right in front of him. This was an inconspicuous small black arrow. The arrow was short, less than half an adult's arm, it was dark and gloomy, and did not emit any dangerous aura. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan felt a great sense of danger. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He Cheng was experienced in battle, he was ruthless, he used his killer move at the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings, dodging continuously. But the small black arrow was like a maggot, it followed him closely. Moreover, it changed directions agilely, it had locked onto Fang Yuan. No matter how he tried, he could not shake it off. The attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow could automatically find the enemy, it could change directions agilely and was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan was a flying master, he could not use it well. The Dark Arrow was getting closer and closer to Fang Yuan, he was surrounded by danger several times. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio and was widely used in the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move, the Dark Arrow could break it with one stab. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, even though it was tough, could not block the power of the Dark Arrow. Especially this Dark Arrow, it directly ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart and other areas, it targeted Fang Yuan's only weakness, his brain. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his heart, throat, anus and other areas were no longer his weaknesses. Even if these areas were destroyed, they would not cause any damage, he could still move freely. But the brain was different. If the brain was destroyed, the mind would be destroyed. Fang Yuan could not think, it would affect his movements, he would be at the mercy of others. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time. But the Dark Arrow chased relentlessly, it did not give Fang Yuan enough time. Fang Yuan twisted and turned, the many mortal Gu that formed the killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings could not hold on for much longer. It's over. He Cheng sneered, he waved his sleeves and shot out another Dark Arrow. My Dark Arrow immortal Gu is only rank 6, it can only shoot 3 Dark Arrows at once. No matter who you are, it is your honor to be able to make me shoot 2 Dark Arrows consecutively. He Cheng looked down at Fang Yuan, seeing him struggling at the edge of life and death, he evaluated arrogantly. Humph, what are you so proud of? I was just playing with you. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly with his hoarse throat. 2 Dark Arrows approached him, he knew he could not save his green grape immortal essence anymore, thus he activated Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace. Swoosh. A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet. The wave rumbled, Fang Yuan walked on it, quickly pulling away from the Dark Arrow. The power of an Immortal Gu was truly extraordinary. Chapter 684. Another Immortal Gu. Shuesongzi's expression changed, his gaze was burning with jealousy. To think that he himself had spent so much effort and schemes to obtain Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu, but it was all for naught. This mere immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo that ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had two. Hei Ching Shui Song Zi, let's stop here for today. Enjoy your remaining life because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was icy cold. He stepped on the waves at the same time, his body shone with jade green light again. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him, crossing endless space and leaving the battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived just in time, but they only hit a trace of the jade light in the air. Oh no, they escaped. Shui Song Zi's expression was extremely ugly. He questioned Hei Ching. Aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why didn't you capture them? Shui Song Zi, watch your tone. Hei Ching was expressionless. He looked at Shui Song Zi coldly. Shui Song Zi was suppressed by Hei Ching's aura, his expression became more restrained. Hei Ching spoke slowly. The other party has 2 movement immortal goo. Unless we have immortal goo that can seal the battlefield, we can only let them escape. But the tracking method I used on Hei Lulan is extremely secretive. It is a peak mortal killer move. As long as she appears in Northern Plains again, I will definitely sense her. And we did not return empty-handed this time. We have already found out the force behind Hei Lulan. Without the help of others, Hei Lulan would not be able to do this. But I did not expect it. An immortal zombie with 2 immortal goo appeared. It seems that the force behind Hei Lulan is not simple. The situation is getting more interesting. Saying so, Hei Cheng's lips curled into a smile. He did not show any signs of frustration. He did not make a move on Hei Lulan. On one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation. On the other hand, he wanted to lure out the mysterious person behind her. You mean? Shui Song Zi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are usually formed when goo immortals are unable to extend their lifespan and are forced to transform into immortal zombies. Do you think this immortal zombie is the true mastermind behind Hei Lulan? Hei Ching asked meaningfully. Fang Yuan didn't fight them head-on. He only dodged the arrows. He displayed the attainments of a flying master. But this level of attainment was not rare for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. Therefore, Hei Ching and Shui Song Zi didn't know Fang Yuan's true battle power. Fang Yuan didn't receive their attention. They only treated him as an ordinary immortal zombie. Shui Song Zi's eyes flickered a few times. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie was not the crucial person. He had 2 movement immortal goo. It's very likely that someone lent it to him. Hei Ching nodded. That's right. This mysterious person behind the scenes could very well be someone we know. Since she has the heart to send an unfamiliar immortal zombie to save us, then there must be something that is inconvenient for him to do. This mysterious person behind the scenes doesn't reveal any flaws. How can we investigate them? Shui Song Zi felt a headache. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most troublesome. They made him feel restricted when doing things. He didn't know who to trust or who to deal with. She has already revealed a flaw. Hei Ching laughed heartily. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace. They are both related to Central Continent. Such obvious clues are enough for us to dig out many things. As long as I find out the mysterious person who wants to harm me, I will capture them all. Saying so, Hei Cheng's face showed a trace of malevolence. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's place. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing the bloodied Hei Lulan coming out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous. She quickly went over to check. Little Ant, it's fine. That old scoundrel did not deal a heavy blow, he was only bluffing. Hei Lulan smiled as if she was not the injured one. Fairy Li Shan relaxed, letting out a breath of air. It seems that you guessed correctly. That old scoundrel really left a tracking method on you. This method is extremely secretive. We checked 5 or 6 times earlier but did not find anything. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold. He stared at Hei Lulan. That means you were discovered by Hei Ching on purpose? Not on purpose. Hei Lulan looked straight into Fang Yuan's eyes, not avoiding his gaze. Earlier, Little Ant collected crucial information regarding Ma Hongyun's whereabouts. Ma Hongyun was captured by Northern Plains Gu immortal Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's blessed land is inside Crimson Reed Marsh. This time I wanted to sneak into the blessed land and investigate. To think that Hei Ching was nearby. The moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, I was discovered by him. Fang Yuan nodded. He believed Hei Lulan's words. Of course, this was not because he trusted Hei Lulan, but because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a rule. Allies could keep secrets, but they could not lie to each other. If you did not want to say it, you could choose not to. But you had to be telling the truth, otherwise you would die from the oath. Ma Hongyun is like his name, he has fortune rivaling the heavens. If I connect my luck to him, it will be much more effective than Han Li and Hong Yi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, how reliable is the information about Ma Hongyun being captured by Qin Baisheng? He Lulan and Fairy Lishan looked at each other before Fairy Lishan said, according to our analysis, it is 70% reliable. The battle on the Wind Veil of Assimilation involved dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths. I was there as well. The scene was very chaotic. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses and rumors about who took Ma Hongyun away. As a result, more than 10 small conflicts occurred, but it was proven to be false. The information this time is different from the previous rumors. We have evidence. Evidently, someone in the know purposely spread this information. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal, a famous woodpath expert. He also relies on his blessed land to defend. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. But Ma Hongyun is related to giant sun immortals' luck path true inheritance. It is too tempting to northern plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baisheng does not have a Huangjin bloodline, he is the target of jealousy and hatred. Fang Yuan nodded. This means that this is a dangerous situation. If Ma Hongyun is really captured by Qin Baisheng, not long after, a group of Gu immortals will attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That's right. He Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black eyes shining with a strange light. In my opinion, this information is most likely true. Thankfully, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals unite, they will need her mountain pledge Gu. We can use this chance to participate in this matter. If there is a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will make a move. If there is no chance, we will take a step back. While old scoundrel He Cheng is deep in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to an immortal. He Lulan was an ambitious person. She was similar to Fang Yuan. She was skilled in scheming. Fang Yuan asked coldly, although this is the first time I met He Cheng, I can confirm that he is not easy to deal with. If he stays outside, what will you do? To He Cheng, the luck path true inheritance was important, but it was not as important as his lifespan. There were so many eyes on the luck path true inheritance, with so many fierce people fighting for it, he might as well stay out of it and get rid of the troublesome He Lulan first. Fang Yuan's question hit the nail on the head. He Lulan's brows rose as she replied with a high-spirited expression. I don't have much time left, thanks to Little Ant's help these days. Half a month later, I will ascend even if I don't want to. If He Cheng comes to disturb us, then let's fight him to the death. Her words showed that she did not care about life and death, showing her heroic bearing. That means I have a chance of facing He Cheng head-on? By then I can't escape, I can only resist him to protect you? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fairy Lishan said, Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to an immortal, heaven and earth chi will fluctuate intensely. Such a special environment will severely weaken He Cheng's battle strength. Little Land's immortal ascension is very important. I will also participate. Together with Tai Bai Yunxing, we will have the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals on our side. He Lulan, however, understood his intentions. Fang Yuan, in order to save me, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times and lost 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. Every time you use worldly wave trace Gu, you will lose 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. According to our alliance agreement, double the compensation is 8 immortal Yuan stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, thinking that it was easier to talk to intelligent people. Fairy Lishan came to a realization, 8 immortal Yuan stones, I can give them to you now. But I have other things here, maybe Fang Yuan, you will be more interested if you take a look. Saying so, she took out 2 killer moves and a Gu recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was immediately interested. 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath. It was a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu immortal's normal breathing into poison gas. The killer move was weak, but it could last for a long time. After a long time, the Gu immortal would be surrounded by a layer of poison gas that would corrode the surrounding people and objects. But this killer move had a flaw, it was easy to injure the user. Especially for a normal Gu immortal's body, they needed to spend a lot of effort to protect their nose, throat, and lungs. This flaw was negligible to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Xing Tian. Kong Xing Tian was the name of a person. He was the Gu immortal who created this killer move. He was famous in the history of Gu masters. He had the 4th-ranked mystical Gu, Chi Escape Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked 7th, while Chi Escape Gu was ranked 4th. It was created by reverse refining the legendary reputation Gu. In terms of flying speed, it was number 1 in the world, no Gu could compare to it. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Xing Tian had used Chi Escape Gu as a reference to it. It could open the tiny pores on the Gu Immortal's body and let out rapid air currents, propelling the Gu Immortal forward. Not only was it fast, it was also very agile. The killer move Kong Xing Tian was also very suitable for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a zombie body, his pores were tough, even if they were destroyed his recovery speed was shocking, he could recover rapidly. As for the Gu recipe, it was an ancient strength path Gu recipe, it could refine rank 5 group strength Gu. Undeniably, these 3 things were gathered by Fairy Li Shan for a period of time, specially prepared for Fang Yuan. Chapter 685. Fang Yuan thought about it before saying to Fairy Li Shan, "I want this poison breath killer move and the ancient strength path Gu recipe. How many immortal Yuan stones?" Fairy Li Shan answered, "Poison breath needs 2 immortal Yuan stones, and group strength Gu's recipe is also sold for 2 immortal Yuan stones. A total of 4 immortal Yuan stones." Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing to Fairy Li Shan's price. Poison breath killer move was extraordinary, it was indeed worth 2 immortal Yuan stones. Group strength Gu might only be a rank 5 mortal Gu, but it was already extinct. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was normal for the Gu recipe to cost 2 immortal Yuan stones. Fairy Li Shan offered 3 things, but this unremarkable group strength Gu recipe was the most attractive to Fang Yuan. However, even though the price was fair, Fang Yuan was tight on money, he still wanted to bargain and save as much immortal Yuan stones as possible. Thus, he said, "This group strength Gu recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Gu recipe, the Gu refinement materials are ancient, they are not easy to find now." Fairy Li Shan smiled, "Oh Fang Yuan, I expected this. I had originally prepared this group strength Gu's recipe for Little Lan. The reason why I am selling it to you now is because the main material to refine this Gu, stone monkey hair, has appeared recently." He Lulan added, "That's right, recently a Gu immortal in jewel yellow skies, Shirlei, known as the Immortal Monkey King, produced stone monkey hair in his blessed land. This Gu refinement material had been extinct for countless years, but it reappeared in his hands, it has already caused quite a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Among the Gu recipes of group strength Gu, the rarest material is the stone monkey hair. The other materials might be rare, but as long as you have the heart, you can buy them. You can find them. Or use your refinement path foundation to exchange them." Her meaning was that she would not accept a counteroffer. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey hair? This ancient Gu refinement material, although it has reappeared, it is monopolized by Immortal Monkey King Shirlei's family, its price should not be cheap. There's an old saying that goes, "There's nothing good that's cheap." Fang Yuan. I saw your immortal killer move myriad self with my own eyes, its power is truly shocking, even now, it is deeply engraved in my heart. A straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Group strength Gu's value to you, Fang Yuan, is much higher than ordinary Gu immortals. 2 pieces of immortal Yuan stone are already sold very cheaply, He Lulan said. She refused to budge an inch. The other party had seen through him. It was indeed not good. However, He Lulan was right. The price of 4 immortal Yuan stones was not high, it was very fair. Fairy Li Shan did not earn any profit from Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone, but she did not sell it at a loss either. Fine. Fang Yuan assessed the situation and no longer insisted. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not the land spirit of Langya, haggling over the price would be insulting the other party's intelligence. Soon after, both sides completed this transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move, as well as the ancient group strength Gu's recipe. There were also 4 immortal Yuan stones. As for movement killer move Kong Xing Tian, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Kong Xing Tian opened all the pores on his body, breathing out air currents to move his body forward. This killer move's speed was not bad and it was very agile. But the opening of all the pores on his body caused Fang Yuan's defense to fall greatly. At the same time, Fang Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor covered his body, leaving no gaps. If he used Kong Xing Tian, he could not use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Xing Tian would be useless. The two were not compatible. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan gave up on using Kong Xing Tian. He now had 19.5 immortal Yuan stones, but he had to convert them into green grape immortal essence. and he also had to bear the huge pressure of feeding immortal goo. Fang Yuan was still tight on money, he could not casually spend it on useless killer moves. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not use fixed immortal travel extravagantly, he used a Stargate. Before leaving, he took a look at He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was rank 5 peak stage, her luck could be sensed by rank 5 luck inspection goo. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the low point of dealing with Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a huge pillar, it had the color of a blue cloud, giving people a feeling that it would last for a long time. He Lulan's luck is clearly at the level of Han Li and Hong Yi. I can deduce that her immortal ascension has a higher chance of success. But luck cannot be relied on alone, otherwise why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? It can be seen that although luck is good, it also depends on whether one can grasp it or not. Now it seems that He Lulan's sudden death might have been caused by He Qing? Although He Lulan's luck was strong, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a detailed rule. Allies could not be harmed. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck. If he tried to connect his luck with her, he would indeed have the intention of harming her. Moreover, according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he was not optimistic about He Lulan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck goo, he could not randomly connect his luck, he had to choose his target carefully. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan first took out 8 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone and converted them into his own green grape Immortal Essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times to return to Western Desert, Central Continent, Southern Sea, and also used worldly wave trace immortal goo to fight He Qing, consuming a total of 6 green grape immortal essence beads. Out of the 17 green grape immortal essence beads, only 11 were left. Due to the recent frequent battles, after Fang Yuan refined 8 pieces of immortal Yuan Stone, his total green grape immortal essence beads increased to 19. This way Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan Stone fell to 11.5. Looking back at the battle with He Qing, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. The result of victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not be angry or feel humiliated simply because of defeat. He would not feel proud or happy because of victory. He cared more about the gains and losses. In this battle, Fang Yuan had expended 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but he had gained more trust from He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he had obtained 4 immortal Yuan Stone, the killer move Poison Breath, and the group strength Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his plan, he rejected Tai by Yunqing's suggestion. After resting in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel again, rushing to Central Continent. Universal Life Academy was located in a valley under the night sky, it was lit up with many lights, it was tranquil and peaceful. Hong Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, ending his daily cultivation of nurturing his aperture. He opened his eyes, they were shining brightly, revealing a look of anticipation and excitement. In today's competition, I have already entered the top 10, but I have not shown my true strength. This is heaven helping me, I coincidentally got a bye and was treated as a lucky person. Tomorrow is the competition of the top 10, they will underestimate me and will not be able to guess my true battle strength. The day after tomorrow is the battle of the top 10. As long as I use this goo, it will not be a problem to break through their defenses. Thinking of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 goo worm. This was a time path goo worm, it was extremely rare. It could be used for both offense and defense, it could make the opponent's goo worm return to before it was activated. For example, if the opponent condensed a fireball under the power of the fireball, the goo worm would return to before it was activated, and the fireball would vanish. We are scheming against him, how can he discover us? Sigh, if we are discovered, our 2 sect leaders will investigate Universal Life Academy at night, our reputation and face will be ruined. Fang Yuan listened to the entire conversation between the two. Ji Forest, Earth Horse? His heart jumped. This Ji Forest grew in underground caves, often spanning tens of li. Each Lingji was as big as a tree, its flesh was fat and plump, it could be used to feed goo worms or be sold as goo refinement materials. Earth horses were mutated beasts that grew in the Ji Forest, there were usually only 2 or 3 of them in a forest, they lived in families. Earth horse hooves were one of the main materials of rank 5 Earth escape goo. Earth horse eyes could be used to refine X-ray vision goo. Earth horse tail hair could be used to refine smoke dust goo. Earth horses could be said to be full of treasures, It was no wonder Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, these two rank 5 Gu masters, coveted them. But to Fang Yuan, earth horses and Ji forest did not have much attraction. Earth horses were mutated beasts, they were at most equivalent to myriad beast kings. An earth horse family only had 2 or 3 myriad beast kings. Ji forest was sold by many people in jewel yellow skies, they were ordinary goods. Fang Yuan did not need to use immortal Yuan stone to buy them. However, for the Universal Life Academy, the large underground Ji forest is an important resource that involves enormous benefits. It is a pity that they are still in the dark. Fang Yuan thought about it. He followed behind the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, entering the underground Ji forest. Just like he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji forest. It was about 10 li in size. 3 earth horses, it was a family of 3, they lived in the Ji forest. Such a large Ji forest. Sect leader Yuan Bai sighed as he walked in the Ji forest. This is a boundless land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Fan Yi affectionately caressed the branches of the Lingji, speaking with a tone of jealousy. Fang Yuan walked around them, arriving at the center of the Ji forest. There was the largest Lingji here, it was over 6 meters tall, directly supporting the cave wall. The leaves of the Lingji were like a huge umbrella, covering a huge circle. This was the Lingji king. Fang Yuan lowered his head, arriving in front of the Lingji king. Beside the Lingji king, there were 3 earth horse guards as well as a group of metal-devouring ants. There were many metal path wild gu in the ant group, and there were even wild wood path gu worms on the Lingji king. But these were all mortal creatures. Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, directly coming here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan took out a monstrous claw, aiming at the position, he ruthlessly scratched the trunk of the Lingji king. The Lingji king shook intensely, causing the rocks on the ceiling to fall. The earth horse guards were intimidated by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura, they did not dare to get close, they could only whimper from afar. Fang Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji king, it was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh, it let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji king heart, not long later, a small Ji forest will form. Fang Yuan could be considered to be stealing. Who immortal blessed land soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course, there were not many benefits involved. Fang Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Ji forest and earth horses, Fang Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into Hu immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome. When he needed it, it was most convenient to buy it from jewel yellow skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji king would not die. It was just that the Ji forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What is that sound? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fan Yi looked at each other. Fang Yuan took away the Lingji king heart, it caused quite a commotion, there was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fan Yi arrived before the Lingji king, Fang Yuan had already disappeared, he had left. The remaining earth horse guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fan Yi. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of Gu masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fan Yi away. He ordered the academy elders who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Ji forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academy's rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish, swish, swish. Water waves surged, moist winds blew on Fang Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Fang Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Fang Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Fang Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many goo worms. These goo worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck. He had many fortuitous encounters and went from a lowly existence to a legend. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, an influential person on the same level as Han Li and Hong Yi. But different from Han Li who joined a clan or Hong Yi who joined a sect, this person had always been a lone cultivator. He had several friends and relatives, but he had never joined any force. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, there were rumors that Central Continent's Celestial Court was preparing to recruit him. As for whether this was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But since Fang Yuan had reborn, this was not important anymore. In my memories, this person was ostracized by lowly people. After his clan was banished, he wandered here. Beside this river, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was enough for him. With this inheritance, he made a living and defended against the dangers of the wilderness. He grew stronger step by step, and by a huge fortuitous encounter, he obtained the Black-Yellow Mother Chi Gu and the Heavenly Teacher inheritance. He succeeded in rock gambling and swept through all of Southern Border's rock gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled. The reason why he knew of this place was because of biography of Yi Fang. Every biography of an important person was filled with pictures and text. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time. And this was Yi Fan's starting point. He obtained his first fortuitous encounter tonight. He was a Gu immortal of the Huangjin tribes. He did not lack killer moves. He had immortal Gu Dark Arrow for a long time. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, several months ago, He Qing seemed to have seized an immortal Gu somewhere in northern plains. But as for what it was, He Qing had not exposed it yet. He Qing's battle achievements were also not bad. He had openly sparred with some righteous Path Gu immortals, and also fought to the death with demonic Path Gu immortals, killing several demonic Path Gu immortals. He Qing did not lack immortal essence or killer moves. His battle attainment was also not bad, but he lacked immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 Gu that could be used in battle, his battle strength would rise to upper tier rank 7. Fang Yuan had fought with He Qing before. But the battle was very short. Fang Yuan did not fight head-on, instead retreating with He Lulan. In all fairness, even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, he did not have any immortal Gu for offense or defense. When the Dark Arrow attacked, Fang Yuan could only dodge. He could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the core Gu of Myriad Self-Killer move. Because of this, Fang Yuan had an immortal killer move. Because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the strength to fight He Qing head-on. Fang Yuan was very clear about the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. He Lulan was about to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yi Fan has not arrived yet. The less time I have to prepare for He Lulan's tribulation. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations and raise my battle strength as much as possible. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart could not help but waver. Especially when he thought of the previous 2 luck connections. There were accidents that caused the luck connection to fail. When Han Li appeared. When Plump Lady appeared, Fang Yuan had no choice but to fight and show his fierceness, scaring Plump Lady away. When Hong Yi appeared, He Lulan was being chased. Fang Yuan was forced to put down what he was doing and save her. Could it be that my attempt to connect luck to Yi Fan also met with an accident? It was not because of me but because of Yi Fan? Fang Yuan's guess was right on the mark. Luck was constantly changing. It was like the tide, rising and falling at times. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Fang Yuan escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had already dissipated by half. Next, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all people with strong luck that were only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus changed greatly. This time he connected Yi Fan's luck. The contest of luck between the two was no longer Fang Yuan facing trouble. Instead, Yi Fan's luck was faintly evading, giving Yi Fan a chance to avoid danger. Yi Fan grabbed this chance and delayed for 7 days and 7 nights, successfully subduing a beast monarch. Unfortunately, when he neared the Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart only wavered, but he did not leave. Isn't the dog monarch beside Yi Fan the Yingming I met in the Three Kings' blessed land? It did not die and even followed Yi Fan? Fang Yuan recognized the dog monarch and was astonished. This matter was not recorded in the biography of Yi Fan. The process of connecting Yi Fan's luck was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. It could also be said that Yi Fan's lateness was already an accident. Yi Fan's strength was low, and from start to finish he did not discover that Fang Yuan had plotted against him. This proved once again that good and bad luck were not decisive factors. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist bad luck and seize opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was also very special. There was actually a coffin in his luck. However, this coffin was not the black coffin that Fang Yuan had before. Instead, it was bronze in color and looked simple and mysterious. Around the coffin, there were 9 spiraling dragons of luck protecting it. After connecting with Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons of luck immediately shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin also shrunk to half its original size. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk by more than half, but there was still a large amount left. Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan have all connected their luck to me, and the luck of the 4 of them has been evenly divided. Yi Fan's luck is also the same as mine. Han Li's luck and Hong Yi's luck are equally dense. After working hard to this point, Fang Yuan finally resolved the second drawback of the spring-autumn cicada. Not only did he no longer have the bad luck from before, but he also had extraordinary luck. He could barely be considered a person with good luck. It is a pity that it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Although there are still a few in my memory, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan inwardly felt that it was a pity that there were very few people with strong luck. At this stage, Fang Yuan could only find these 3. At this point, the matter of connecting luck came to an end. As Fang Yuan watched Yi Fan continuously approach the treasure by the river, he could not help but smile. Chapter 688. He Lolan's tribulation made Fang Yuan feel that a huge battle was about to happen. He Cheng was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal. His battle strength surpassed Fang Yuan's. Xuesong Zi had Snowy Mountain's 7th peak. He was not an easy opponent. Even without He Cheng and Xuesong Zi's interference, the great strength true martial physique's tribulation was far more severe than normal people. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan immediately started preparing for battle. He wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. He had to start from 4 aspects: immortal essence, killer moves, immortal Gu, and personal battle attainment. Fang Yuan's personal battle attainment was already very high. It was hard to raise it in a short period of time. To raise his battle strength, he could only start from the other 3 aspects. Fang Yuan first checked his capital. Because of Yi Fan, Fang Yuan went to southern border. This trip had used up 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had 17 beads left. Evidently, this amount was far from enough for a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to expend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, sometimes even hundreds. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu. He needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. To replenish his green grape immortal essence, there was only one way for Fang Yuan, that was to refine immortal Yuan stone. And Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal Yuan stone left. Fang Yuan went into the underground cave and saw Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you something fun this time," he greeted. Even though in the Legends of Renzu, Wisdom Gu could communicate with Renzu normally. However, legends were not without their exaggerations. Fang Yuan could not figure it out. No matter what, Wisdom Gu remained silent, but the light of wisdom flickered a few times. Fang Yuan smiled. With his previous experience of dealing with Wisdom Gu, seeing the light of wisdom flicker, he knew that Wisdom Gu had agreed. Therefore, he planted the Lingji Ganoderma King's heart that he had conveniently stolen on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground split open. Mushroom-shaped Ganoderma grew at an observable speed, growing to the height of benches and tables. There was no other way. Hu immortal blessed land soil was different from the Universal Life Academy's valley's soil. It was not suitable for the growth of a mushroom forest. This was already the limit of the mushroom forest's growth. Fang Yuan did not feel it was a pity either. He was just casually sitting on a stalk of Ganoderma. The Lingji violently trembled a few times. It was actually able to withstand the enormous weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave was originally empty, but now it was no longer monotonous. Wisdom Goo was like a new baby. It circled and danced in the short mushroom forest. At first it was cautious, but soon, its flight path revealed a cheerful mood, like a child who had discovered a new toy. Wisdom Goo, it's time to get down to business, Fang Yuan said after watching for a while. Wisdom Goo stopped at the top of a stalk of Lingji, once again emitting the light of wisdom. It enveloped Fang Yuan within. Fang Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, deducing the immortal Goo remnant recipe. 7 days later, he succeeded completely, once again perfecting 3 immortal Goo remnant recipes. Using the Stargate, he completed the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, obtaining 40 immortal Yuan stones. According to the previous price, perfecting a 90% immortal Goo remnant recipe required 10 immortal Yuan stones. Perfecting an 80% immortal Goo remnant recipe required 20 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan used his divine sense to ask Shirley's will. Shirley's will said in a stiff tone, 100 hair for 1 immortal Yuan stone. Even though Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked by this price. Why is it so expensive? Shirley proudly raised his head. If you think it is expensive, you can buy it elsewhere. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey hair had only been developed by Shirley. How could he sell it elsewhere? This was the advantage of a monopoly, the price could be set at will. But even with such a high price, many Goo immortals still bought it. Which Goo immortal did not have Goo recipes? Immortal Goo remnant recipes. Maybe they just happened to have 1 or 2, and needed this stone monkey hair as the material. There was also a portion of Goo immortals who had other ideas. They wanted to buy the stone monkey hair to try and research the secret of its production. If their blessed land could produce it, then they would be able to get a share of the huge profits. Don't say I didn't tell you. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey hair, you need to buy at least 1,000 hair. If you don't buy enough, you won't be able to research it. Shirley proudly knew the Goo immortal's intentions and directly shouted. He was not worried that the secret of the stone monkey hair's production would be researched by others. Fang Yuan tried to bargain, but Shirley proudly refused to budge, saying impatiently, Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to buy it. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. A pauper. He also wants to buy ancient Goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Goo immortal. He had a fiery temper and was arrogant. Not only did he manage his blessed land well, he also had outstanding battle strength. He thought highly of himself, but he did have the capital to be so. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he dominated an area. Afterwards, Feng Jioga attacked Langya blessed land and died. He had no one to suppress him, and his forces expanded rapidly. Even the 10 great sects of Central Continent could not suppress him. He was arrogant and unruly, unwilling to submit to others. He disrupted Central Continent's order, and even openly declared that he wanted to attack Immortal Court. Fang Yuan was facing a huge battle now. He urgently needed the stone monkey hair to refine group strength Goo. Thus, no matter how arrogant Shirley was, he could only buy the stone monkey hair. Eventually, he spent 5 immortal essence to buy 500 stone monkey hair. With the stone monkey hair in hand, Fang Yuan started to refine group strength Goo. Group strength Goo was extinct long ago. It belonged to the strength path and could gather the strength of a group. If it was combined into the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine 1 rank 5 group strength Goo, but the more the better. At this time, the old hairy men that Fang Yuan bought finally showed their use. These old hairy men could not live for long, but they were all experts in Goo refinement. Fang Yuan broke down the steps of group strength Goo, handing the unimportant steps that had a high success rate but were complicated to them. As a Goo refinement master, he specialized in the crucial steps. After 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Fang Yuan obtained a total of 45 rank 5 group strength Goo. Goo worms were hard to refine. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If he succeeded every time, 500 stone monkey hair would be 500 group strength Goo. But Fang Yuan expended a large number of Goo refinement materials. He used up all the stone monkey hair, and only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was because the group strength Goo recipe was easy to refine, and had a higher success rate. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to improve the group strength goo recipe, or find a replacement material for the stone monkey hair. But Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce now. Even if he had the time, he might not have the refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient strength path goo recipe. It was different from the current refinement path system. Even if he had the foundation and time, he had to calculate the expenditure and gains. Don't forget, during the entire deduction process, he needed to expend green grape immortal essence. And he could not estimate the amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength goo, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used the light of wisdom to think of the killer move myriad self. This took him a day, but he finally perfectly fused the 45 group strength goo into the killer move myriad self. During the goo refinement period, Little Hu Immortal completed the construction of the blood pool at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was like a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, the six-headed snake skeleton was floating. The pungent smell of blood spread for 100 li. In the pool, there were large numbers of goo worms, forming a goo formation to continuously expend the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battle bone wheel goo that Fang Yuan obtained from northern plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times slower than the outside world of Central Continent. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could prepare as much as he could with only 5 to 6 days left in northern plains. As time passed, the day of He Lolan's tribulation approached. Tai by Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through the Stargate. Chapter 689. Underworld Jellyfish, Deep Sea Lightning Eels. You actually collected all of these ingredients? Fang Yuan inspected them and looked at Tai by Yunxing in astonishment. Tai by Yunxing, with his own strength, had actually obtained the food of the worldly wave trace goo without anyone noticing. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. After I displayed landscape as before immortal goo, I was welcomed by many goo immortals. They took the initiative to befriend me, and there are already goo immortals inviting me to join Haishur Blessed Land. But this matter can only be approved by more than half of the elders in Haishur Blessed Land. Tai by Yunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Haishur Blessed Land was the #1 lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. The goo cultivators who joined Haishur Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but it was different from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the headquarters of the demonic path, and was in opposition to the righteous path forces. Meanwhile, Haishur Blessed Land was a mix of righteous and demonic. It had more goo immortals than Snowy Mountain. There were many factions, and they jointly controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Haishur Blessed Land became the best place for goo immortals to dispose of stolen goods. Tai by Yunxing was a lone cultivator, and most importantly, he had landscape as before immortal goo, which many goo immortals needed. But goo worms were hard to snatch, and Tai by Yunxing could self-destruct landscape as before with just a thought. It was completely understandable that goo immortals wanted to recruit Tai by Yunxing as one of their own. Tai by Yunxing continued, I bought a sufficient amount of underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. After receiving Junior Brother's letter, I left Haishur Blessed Land and prepared to find a secluded island to use Stargate goo. Coincidentally, I met an immortal zombie on the way. He called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance and was bringing a large amount of goods to Haishur Blessed Land to sell. He had a large amount of deep-sea lightning eels. If these eels reached Haishur Blessed Land, there would definitely be many buyers. I stopped him and wanted to buy them in advance. Shark Demon was unwilling at first. However, after knowing that I was Tai by Yunxing, he immediately changed his mind. He was willing to sell all the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but he wanted me to help him repair a secret blessed land. So I agreed, and without wasting any Xian Yuan stone, I managed to get this deep-sea lightning eel. This Shark Demon actually trusts you that much? Fang Yuan frowned. Tai by Yunxing chuckled. He said lightly, oh, he has a rule path immortal goo. It is called Death Date is Coming. I took the initiative to cooperate and accepted the exposure of death is coming in exchange for his trust. Death Date awaits. This is a rank 7 immortal goo. It is a rule path goo worm that can determine the time of death of others. Once death arrives, even goo immortals will die. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Not bad. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai by Yunxing chuckled. Old Bai, you are giving him a weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal goo, it is not a problem for now. Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunxing, sighing. Tai by Yunxing laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's thigh. He could not reach Fang Yuan's shoulder. He purposely explained, "You think I am doing this for you? That's not it. That secret blessed land. It is not owned by Shark Demon, but Yulu blessed land. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Unfortunately, Yulu blessed land's entrance is already destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before. To repair the entrance. By gaining his trust, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to explore Yulu blessed land." Soon, snow started to fall from the sky. The cloud layer became thicker, and the color changed from gray-white to dark black. Everything within 1,000 li was dark and gloomy. The wind howled, causing bone-chilling ice and frost to fill the entire world. At the same time, earth chi erupted, and with puffing sounds the earth chi spread out like a fountain. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, concealing their figures. Only Fang Yuan was left standing on the spot, looking up at the sky. His tall body was like an unchanging stone statue. Even the fierce wind and snow could not move him at all. This was the ordinary wind and snow. No matter how big it was, it could not pose any threat to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The intense wind continued to howl, becoming louder and louder, like the cries of ghosts and deities. As expected of the tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques, the heaven and earth chi here is so thin, but it can still attract so much of it. If this were in other parts of northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Bai Yunxing was hiding far away, his figure could not be seen, but seeing this situation he could not help but feel shocked. In the wind and snow, the heaven and earth chi became denser. He Lulan started to sprinkle small family chi gu. Chapter 691. From He Lulan's eyes, a dazzling light burst out. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and shot towards the 2 chimes. With a loud sound, the chimes shattered and vanished, unable to be formed again. The pillar of light flashed as He Lulan closed her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, it only lasted for a breath of time. This was the light of Divert Disaster. He Lulan used Immortal Gu Divert Disaster. The power of an Immortal Gu was truly extraordinary. It was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan's Mortal Killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. He Lulan calmed down for a while before opening her eyes. 2 beams of light shot out in a flash, extinguishing 2 more chimes. Fang Yuan was shocked. Such power is not a simple use of Divert Disaster Immortal Gu, it is a combination of Mortal Gu. Through the attack of her gaze, the light of Divert Disaster is more solid and precise. In other words, this is an Immortal Killer move that He Lulan has already developed, using Divert Disaster Immortal Gu as the core. He Lulan was extremely talented. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Gu, she had already developed an Immortal Killer move. This made Fang Yuan feel incredulous, but the facts in front of him spoke louder than words. At this time, He Lulan opened her eyes again and destroyed 2 chimes. But this time, when she closed her eyes, 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as her body shook. In her hand, the Divert Disaster Gu that she was holding had cracks on it, it was emitting a faint sound. This Immortal Killer move that was developed in a hurry was not complete, it had a strong weakness. 2 chimes left. He Lulan did not care about anything else, she gritted her teeth. She forcefully opened her eyes again and destroyed the final 2 chimes of the heavenly calamity. Guh. Her beautiful eyes shattered at this moment, 2 streams of blood flowed out. Blood gushed out from her empty eye sockets. With a loud sound, Divert Disaster Immortal Gu in her hand also exploded. The fragments turned into specks of light that leaked out from the gaps of her fingers before vanishing completely. He Lulan was completely blinded. Although she had the great strength true martial physique and her recovery ability was astonishing, she was unable to withstand it. But his eyeball was injured, he forcefully used Immortal Gu Divert Disaster. Luck Path Dao marks remained in her eye sockets, preventing her from recovering. The rank 6 Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was also destroyed. It became a masterpiece. He Lulan was extremely resolute, she had the heart of an ambitious person, she paid a huge price to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Now only the earth tribulation was left. At this moment, Fang Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart, decisive. When the 10 absolutes ascended to immortality, the heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters were extremely terrifying. What was worse was that there might be powerful enemies who would disturb them. The huge pressure of survival forced He Lulan to give up divert disaster immortal goo, as well as her eyeballs. This was a decision that ordinary people would find hard to make. This kind of abandonment allowed He Lulan's ambitious and ruthless heart to be completely displayed. The sky hung down like a clear waterfall. Earth chi surged upward. It was like a golden fountain. The deep foundation that He Lulan had turned into a huge wave of human chi. Suddenly, it exploded. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Bai Yunxing was dumbfounded as he watched from afar. He Lulan's human chi was several times that of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's combined human chi. The human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely abundant. The main reason for this was the 10 extreme apertures. Even though they were mentally prepared, the spectators were still shocked. The 3 chi were separated, forming a huge chi cocoon that enveloped He Lulan. At this point she entered the second stage, taking in chi. He Lulan focused on balancing the 3 chi. She recalled the small family chi gu. She could not fight the enemy for the time being. Crack crack. The glacier cracked, heaven and earth shook. Right at this time, a thunderous roar resounded. A huge violent ape jumped out of the glacier. With a loud sound, the violent ape landed on the ground, creating 2 deep pits. The edges of the pits were covered in ice shards. The violent ape patted its chest, raising its head and roaring. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation clouds froze. Its body was white as snow, its eyes were red like blood, its fur were like icicles that pierced towards the sky. It was hundreds of feet tall, as large as a mountain. It had an overwhelming aura and was extremely ferocious. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a tiny beetle in front of a cat. The earthly tribulation has appeared. It is actually an ancient desolate beast tribulation. This is an earthly tribulation that only rank 7 gu immortals can face. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank. Fairy Li Shan's mind was echoing with a name, Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was cast down. This was rank 7 battle strength. If it still had immortal gu on it, it would be even worse. It would be even more difficult to fight against it. He Lulan was focused on balancing the 3 chi. He Qing had not appeared. Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing were hiding far away. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He patted his chest, activating his trump card in advance. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Fist chi burst out. It was vast and majestic, like a gushing river or a raging sea. In a few breaths of time, over 10,000 Fang Yuan strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan's main body from all directions. In the sky and on the ground, they formed into a spherical formation. To prevent the battle from getting too intense and not having enough time, Fang Yuan had activated the immortal killer move myriad self many times before coming to northern plains. The strength path phantoms were stored in his immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could be maintained for some time. They were not living beings. They were not affected by the death energy in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan released a portion at this moment. He immediately regained his momentum. The Icefall Divine Ape had been itching to attack, but seeing the army of strength path phantoms hovering in the sky, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its muscles tensed up and it chose to confront them. Wind and snow howled. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His body was like a rock as he pointed at the Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan raised his right arm, smashing it down on the Icefall Divine Ape's head. There was a loud bang. His entire forearm smashed on the Divine Ape's head with unparalleled force. The huge rebound caused Fang Yuan's forearm to explode. His bones broke into pieces, his flesh and blood turned into powder. And on the Icefall Divine Ape's head, there was a huge hole. Soon, cracks spread out from the hole, affecting the ape's entire head. The Icefall Divine Ape's head exploded. Seeing this scene, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yunxing, both of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? The entire ape's head exploded? Impossible, this is an ancient desolate beast. Myriad self was perfected by him. He was the one who added group strength Gu. He was clear of the amplification of group strength. At most, the Icefall Divine Ape's head would bleed, but the ape's head would not explode. Be careful. Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but appear, warning loudly. Fang Yuan turned around, his pupils shrunk. Without Fang Yuan noticing, the Icefall Divine Ape's fist had silently approached. Like a venomous snake, it smashed down at lightning speed. Chapter 692. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was like a fly that was swatted away, flying back. He flew through the air like lightning before smashing onto the hard ice. Rumble. Ice shards splashed. The enormous force caused Fang Yuan to shoot through the ice layer like a cannonball, only stopping after a few thousand steps of distance. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, lying on the ice. Even with his immortal zombie body, he could not move. His body was like a tattered sack, green corpse blood flowed out. He was covered in wounds, his bones were broken, some were embedded in his flesh, some were protruding out of his body. 8 arms, only 3 were left. A severed arm fell on the ice path not far from Fang Yuan. This long ice path was created by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan kept coughing. His eyes were wide open as he looked in disbelief. The Icefall Divine Ape that had lost its head was still standing upright. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even if it was an ancient desolate beast, it would immediately collapse after its head was smashed. But this Icefall Divine Ape not only did not fall, it even gave Fang Yuan a powerful counterattack. Fang Yuan thought back to that huge punch earlier. According to common sense, such a huge force should have created a sonic boom. However, the entire process was completely silent. This was not something an Icefall Divine Ape could do, because there were no signs of goo worms on its body. Fang Yuan tried to move his body, his immortal zombie body shook, but he was still lying on the ice, his efforts were in vain. But Fang Yuan could feel it. His body was rapidly recovering. Zombies used death energy to replace life energy. As long as they were not instantly destroyed, they would be filled with death energy. He would always recover at a strange and fast speed. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing flew over. At the same time, rays of black light shot out from his hands and landed on Fang Yuan. These pitch-black lights were specially prepared for Fang Yuan by Tai Bai Yunxing. They were not ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms. It brought life force and stimulated life force, but it was useless against an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to strengthen the aura of death. The stronger the death chi, the faster his recovery speed. Therefore, zombies were also known as the living dead. With the help of Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan's recovery speed soared. Very good. Fang Yuan grinned. Soon he regained his mobility. He stood up from the ice. With a bang, the Icefall Divine Ape suddenly underwent a shocking transformation, and itself detonated. After the explosion, a large group of Pegasi took the place of the Icefall Divine Apes. These Pegasi were definitely not ordinary, they were not the current winged Pegasi. They were larger, 2 to 3 times the size of the winged Pegasi. On their backs there were at least 2 pairs of wings. Some even had as many as 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasi, the more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. 4 winged Pegasi were beast emperors. 6 winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, ancient Pegasi were already extinct. And right now, most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi, there were even a few with 6 wings. The Pegasi group roared as they collided with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. As the battle unfolded, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Bai Yunxing flew rapidly towards Fang Yuan, and seeing this he could not help but stare with wide-opened eyes. The ancient Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army fought each other, creating a chaotic situation. Fang Yuan was at a great disadvantage. Among a few Gu immortals there is a guess, or more accurately, a rumor. As long as a Strength Path or Transformation Path Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal in the icy plane, Dao marks will resonate and draw out reckless savage demon venerables' true meaning towards Strength Path and Transformation Path in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing's body shook. Then doesn't that mean? That's right. The Icefall Divine Ape is only an illusion. The ancient Pegasus is also the same. they are only the true meaning of strength path and transformation path, manifested through the earthly calamity. Completely shattering these external manifestations, the small portion of true meaning contained within will burst forth and pour into the body. What is true meaning? It is the understanding towards heaven and earth, the great Tao and laws. Fang Yuan has just shattered the Pegasus, and received the true meaning pouring into his body. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving reckless savage demon venerable's teachings. Fairy Li Shan said these shocking words, but at the same time she also revealed a strong feeling of envy. Obtaining the teachings of a rank 9 venerable, what a great opportunity this was. Chapter 693. Fairy Li Shan continued, sighing, the rumor of reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning is said to have originated from Northern Plains rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, he underwent tribulation in this icy plane. But after so many years, Gu immortals have become rare. Among these new Gu immortals, transformation path is rare, and strength path is even rarer. Thus, this conjecture has always been hard to prove. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly, no longer approaching Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had deceived him and Fang Yuan, he had obtained such a huge benefit, Tai Bai Yunxing's resentment had mostly dissipated. He turned around and looked at He Lulan with a profound gaze. He Lulan was wrapped in the 3 chi cocoons, everything was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoons were shrinking in an orderly manner. This woman's ambition is really huge. She is not satisfied with becoming a 10 extreme true immortal. She still wants to learn from reckless savage demon venerable. She is not afraid of not having enough strength and bursting her belly. Speaking of which, this adventurous style is very similar to Fang Yuan, they are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly. As expected, these are true unexpected manifestations. Ah! Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his expression was in high spirits as he slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. He looked at the ancient Pegasus group in front of him again. This time, his gaze had already changed. His gaze had become extremely passionate, like a pervert who had endured for thousands of years seeing a peerless beauty. He was like an insatiable thief who had seen the greatest treasure in the world. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation is still shallow, my strength path attainment is only at quasi-grandmaster. Every slight increase in my attainment is extremely difficult. I need to trigger a qualitative change from the accumulation of quantitative changes over a long period of time. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning manifestations, I can rapidly raise my strength path attainment to true grandmaster realm. With 500 years of hard work and experience, Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the difficulty of raising one's attainment level. Realm represented one's understanding of the great Tao. Strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of strength path. They were roughly divided into normal, quasi-master, master and quasi-grandmaster. Master level, great grandmaster level. Most Gu masters in their entire lives, they were all at normal rank. Quasi-master level were those geniuses or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced. Master level was already 1 in a million. For example, in the Imperial Court contest, the huge northern plains, heroes gathered. Only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were master pilots. Enslavement path masters were Jiang Baoya, Yang Pering, Mazun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. In terms of refinement path great grandmasters, in the entire history of the human race, there were only long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. Every time one's realm increased, it would result in an earth-shattering increase in one's battle prowess. This was because a higher cultivation level meant a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It could allow Gu masters to refine even better new Gu, create even more killer moves, and display the greatest advantage of their path. Fang Yuan's understanding of the various paths. The highest was blood path. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a famous blood path grandmaster. Thus, it will save me a lot of hard work in the future. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hey Lulan, you are a lunatic. You actually want to learn from reckless savage demon venerable and obtain the true meaning infusion while learning from nature. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to comprehend it and become flustered, causing your immortal ascension to fail? But I like your greed. I'll accept all of your generous gifts without hesitation. Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. With such great benefits in front of him, he decided to not leave anything behind. Myriad self. Myriad self. Myriad self. He continued to activate immortal killer moves for the first time. Disregarding the cost, he activated them crazily. Countless strength path phantoms were created by him, instantly forming a strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. The scale was much larger than before. At the same time, the mortal goo used to form the immortal killer moves were destroyed in large numbers. This was the backlash of heaven and earth. This was also the result of Fang Yuan's crazed activation. But Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache, as long as his core cleansed soul immortal goo was fine. He had made ample preparations for this trip. He had a large number of substitute mortal goo. Come. Fang Yuan opened his chest. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from his immortal aperture. The strength path army was like a flood, pouring down on heaven and earth, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The sparse army was immediately replenished. Soon it surpassed its original limit and reached a new height. A large number. A vast number of strength path phantoms filled the entire battlefield. There are at least 300,000. This scene stunned Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan. The ancient Pegasus group was tightly surrounded by the strength path phantom army. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had reached a climax. Fang Yuan walked calmly. He walked on the icy surface of the battlefield. In his mind, joyful will was produced and expended rapidly. Under his command, the army formed a tacit understanding and cooperation. Waves of military power, like giant hands, beat down the four-winged heavenly horses one by one without caring about the losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together. The four-winged Pegasus were forcefully pressed down on the icy surface. After that, Fang Yuan slowly walked over. He raised his 8 thick giant arms, creating a curtain of fist shadows as he ruthlessly attacked. Amidst the cries of pain, the Pegasus were smashed into pieces. True meaning poured in. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken by the impact. The profundity of the great Tao was quickly absorbed by Fang Yuan. His movements were stiff for a few breaths of time, but he soon regained control. Like this, Fang Yuan slaughtered the ancient Pegasus crazily. This feels good. After receiving another true meaning infusion, he excitedly raised his head and roared. His gaze was like blood. One could not look straight at him. His strength path realm that had been slowly rising for several years, was rapidly rising with each true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak. Fang Yuan's craziness caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Fairy Li Shan's side also became silent. After half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity changed again. The Pegasus group fused together, turning into 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were covered in hard black armor that looked like shields. Their defense was very strong. The snake heads were as big as houses. When they landed on the ground, they occupied the terrain to defend. They became shield snakes again? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. His body did not move, but the strength path army in the air pressed down like a dark cloud. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, "Immovable blink?" This was the rank 6-time path immortal goo immovable blink. It could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fang Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. He Qing saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, "To think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan? What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which goo immortal would not covet the yin-yang life extension method in my possession?" At the end, He Qing chuckled. His laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression. Her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth. "He Qing, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of little lands, because the one stopping you is me." Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself. She erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 goo immortal. At the same time, the ice surface shook and shattered. Countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow, the fragrance of the flowers permeated the surrounding. Several Li Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree, her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still mediating the three qi floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, Pear Orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. Hey Ching, you need to be careful, third leader cultivates both earth and wood. She set up this battlefield in advance. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Li Shan. Shuesong Zi immediately reminded. Fairy Li Shan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others. There were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. He Qing had a calm expression, his gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan, before finally stopping on He Lulan. An immortal zombie, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and a rank 7 Gu immortal. He Qing muttered, he snorted coldly and said to Shuesong Zi, go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 Gu immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, I will capture He Lulan. His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7, there was still a gap between her and He Qing. Throwing the hardest bone to He Qing, Shuesong Zi immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person, he knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon venerable's true meaning. Even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he wanted a share. Gu immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path, who would complain about their own attainment level being too high. You are courting death. Fang Yuan saw Shuesong Zi charging towards him, he shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly. Shuesong Zi snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought with He Qing, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus he did not expose his true battle strength. He Qing and Shuesong Zi analyzed and felt that Fang Yuan's 2-movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity. But firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed. Secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common. Thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals. And fourthly, Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Shuesong Zi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Shuesong Zi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above Fang Yuan's head. I will let you have a taste of my power. He shouted as he pushed with both hands using killer moves. Wind and Snow Swaying. Iceberg Drill. Snow Sparrow Crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go. Shuesong Zi's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew, snow filled the sky, countless snowflakes turned into flying birds, they were like fish in water in the wind and snow, they were full of spirituality, there were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains, 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles. They crashed towards Fang Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fang Yuan and crush him. Fang Yuan sneered, he waved his hand, the myriad army moved. Myriad self raised their heads bravely, their battle cries shook the sky, everywhere they went icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out and romantic scenes stopped. Shuesong Zi's expression changed, only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self. Seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Shuesong Zi shouted angrily, his hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. Everlasting Pine Tree, Ice Hair Dragon Flow. Shuesong Zi shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing, from small to large, the pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer, dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle, protecting Shuesong Zi at the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled, the snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Shuesong Zi's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear, he retreated towards the sky, even faster than when he came, he was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Qing and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. He Qing activated Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to the limit. 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. In the pear orchard there was a dense forest. Pear blossoms were falling. Tree roots intertwined and grew. Suddenly hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. The lotuses bloomed, shooting out pillars of hot light towards He Qing. He Qing's body shook. Black liquid flowed out of his black robe, occupying a part of the sky. This was also a battlefield killer move called Night Veil. In the Night Veil, black balls shot out, raining down like rain. The black balls smashed into the pear orchard and expanded, forming a huge dark vortex. It was the killer move that He Lulan had once used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The dark vortex expanded, corroding the surrounding trees and flowers, forming huge holes in the pear orchard. Rays of hot sunlight tore holes in the Night Veil. Both sides fought. The light pillars became sparse, but the dark vortexes increased in number. He Qing soon gained the upper hand. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He said, "You and I are lucky survivors of the Wind Veil of Assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are insiders. They are involved in this. Even though they escaped early, they know our information. They will be a hindrance to us in Northern Plains in the future." Ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88-point Xinjiang Tower collapsed. Formless hands brought many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains. The whole of Northern Plains Gu Master World was in chaos. There was unrest. Battles of all sizes occurred. Later, most of the immortal Gu that were left in the wild were captured. The situation calmed down. But now news of Qin Baixing capturing Ma Hong and Zhao Lianyun had spread. Northern Plains' current situation was surging. It revolved around Qin Baixing and the luck path true inheritance. As time passed, it would definitely develop into a huge storm that would affect the whole of Northern Plains. Compared to other Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a greater reason to get involved in this. But to get involved in such a huge storm, Fang Yuan's current strength was still too weak. Not long after, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Chapter 697. He Tribe Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The Blessed Land was huge. It was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to He Tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was only a small area. The higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains. Countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded. When the eagles flew, there were millions of them covering the sky. It was a magnificent sight. At the top of the blessed land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, He Tribe's 4 supreme elders sat around a square stone table. They had different expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression. Second Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed. Third Supreme Elder was frowning in deep thought. Fourth Supreme Elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was like the calm before the storm. "My Lord Third Supreme Elder, how long do you want to consider?" Fourth Supreme Elder urged impatiently. Urge, don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain." Third Supreme Elder chattered on. He was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the first Supreme Elder on the opposite side, then looked at the second Supreme Elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The third Supreme Elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. He Tribe's second Supreme Elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh, so He Qing is back." He Qing entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 Supreme Elders one by one. These 4 Grand Elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar. How could they fight for real? And among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sects, the other 4 regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority. Even if He Qing had higher battle strength, when he saw these 4 Supreme Elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior Grand Elder. This is the Black Dungeon. He Qing bowed to each of them before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison. It seems that this operation went smoothly?" During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder. He was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking He Qing casually. He Qing smiled. "Thanks to the 4 seniors, this trip was smooth sailing and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family." Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe. He Tribe's entire tribe perished in Imperial Court-blessed land. Qiao tribe, which was originally He Tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave He Tribe. Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The second Supreme Elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years there shouldn't be any accidents. He Qing smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. He Qing wanted to deal with his own daughter, He Lulan. It was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed Dark Prison to suppress He Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. But to the First Supreme Elder he could not say this directly. Thus he used Qiao tribe's excuse and said, to ensure that he could suppress Qiao tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years. Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Right now Northern Plains is in chaos. Truyang building has collapsed and the culprit has not been found. Wild immortal Gu are popping up one after another. All sides are fighting. Especially with the commotion caused by Qin Bai Sheng, it is getting bigger and bigger. It concerns Giant Sun's true inheritance. Those rank 8 old monsters are getting restless. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. Truyang building has collapsed. Imperial Court blessed land is also gone. That means there is no need to hold the Imperial Court contest anymore. What should we do next? It is hard to say what the Huangjin tribes and super forces will do. He Qing understood his intention, nodding. Junior understands. I will definitely look after the tribe, especially Qiao tribe, Hua tribe, and Zhua tribe, these 3 vassal tribes. That's right, this time He tribe's entire tribe died in Imperial Court blessed land. Northern Plains cannot be without He tribe's reputation. He Qing, go to the other blessed lands and choose a portion of the tribesmen, send them to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Third Supreme Elder thought hard about the problem as he instructed. Yes, Third Supreme Elder, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Half a month later, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Qing replied. All right, we can be at ease handing the tribe's matters to He Qing. Third Supreme Elder, you still have the heart to care about these matters. Why don't you quickly think of a solution? Which card do you want to play? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered. He was hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing 1 card. At the same time he shouted, 3 cards. In an instant the other 3 Supreme Elders had different expressions. First Supreme Elder could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He laughed loudly and pushed his card down. Haha, I won. Third Supreme Elder slapped his thigh and scratched his snow-white beard, feeling annoyed. If I knew this, I would not have played 3 cards, I would have played 60,000 instead. Hearing this, it was the second Supreme Elder's turn to glare. He pushed down his cards and said to the third Elder, then you should play 60,000. This card of mine is really a pity. 40 or 60,000 each, it would be fine. All right, stop arguing, quickly make the deal. I am still waiting to win back my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is a Gu recipe that I spent over 30 years to research. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed an East Window Gu on First Supreme Elder's table. First Supreme Elder kept the East Window Gu. All right, let's move on to the next round. Good rules: you cannot use any Gu worms to cheat. Give your wager first. I have 2 immortal Yuan stone here. Ancient goo recipe, crescent moon goo. 20 gray heart stones. A dragon eye fish group with a mermaid emperor. Swish swish swish. 8 hands rubbed the stone table as they started to shuffle the cards. He Cheng stood at the side silently. He was already used to the gambling of these 4 supreme elders. This game they were playing was called 4 Sparrow Battle Method. It was invented by a mortal genius in He tribe in the early years. It was mainly to suck up to first supreme elder. Since the first supreme elder obtained it, he and the other 3 supreme elders would take time out every day to spar with each other, fighting to their heart's content. He Cheng was in charge of almost all of He tribe's external affairs. Elders, this junior will take his leave. He Cheng said. Go go. The supreme elders waved their hands and started to draw their cards, replying perfunctorily. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion, flying around and crying. Suddenly the eagle group dispersed, revealing 3 rank 6 desolate eagles. One was a dragon eagle. They had a grand aura. The 2 iron-crowned eagles were extremely powerful. Go go go. Third supreme elder waved his sleeves in displeasure. So noisy. First supreme elder had a benevolent smile. He waved his sleeves and threw out a lot of food that scattered in the sky. The eagle group cried out happily, fighting in the sky for food. He Cheng left Iron Eagle blessed land, flying towards the southwest direction. After a few minutes he saw Xuesongzi. Xuesongzi had rested. He was no longer in a sorry state, but after seeing He Cheng he sighed. Things have become troublesome. I just received information. Do you know which force controls fixed immortal travel immortal goo? He Cheng said, you want to talk about Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Crane Gate? You already know? What? Xuesongzi's tone was slightly unhappy. He Cheng snorted coldly. Not long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori deduced that the case of 88-point Jinyang Tower is related to Central Continent. Right now, that mysterious immortal zombie beside He Lulan also has fixed immortal travel. They are likely to be the same group. Xuesongzi squinted, falling into silence. Honestly speaking, he did not expect this news. He had thought that he was only dealing with a mortal girl, but to think that a huge entity like Crane Gate was involved. Even though he joined Snowy Mountain, it was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu immortals were usually selfish. They were not as united as the Righteous Path. He Cheng's situation was also awkward. Even though he was a He tribe Gu immortal, how could he expose such a vile matter like dealing with his own daughter? Even though many Righteous Path Gu immortals would act one way in public and another way in private, they would at least look righteous. He Cheng's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even using dark prison, he had used other excuses. I only wanted to slap a cat to death, but to think that I provoked a tiger. He Cheng, I don't care. Anyway, I have your weakness. I want 500 immortal Yuan stone. Give me a copy of the Yinyang life extension method as well. Xuesongzi broke the silence with a ruthless expression. He was not cooperating with He Cheng to begin with, and now that he realized that Fang Yuan and the rest had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat. He Cheng's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light. He stared at Xuesongzi and said slowly, you are clear of my situation. If one side supported the other, the price they paid would be doubled. This agreement had been fulfilled when Fang Yuan fought He Cheng. But this time, Fang Yuan not only paid the price, he also obtained huge benefits. His strength path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, his transformation path attainment rose from nothing to master level, his flying attainment rose to quasi-Grandmaster level. There was also the small family Qi and the 15 immortal Yuan stones that were waived. These benefits far exceeded the price Fang Yuan paid. Thus, Fairy Li Shan would not compensate him. Now that I think about it, this He Lulan might have purposely set this up, trying to use the Demon Venerable's true meaning to make me work for her. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that he had fallen into He Lulan's trap. If not for the Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence to form the Strength Path Phantom Army. If the situation was not good, Fang Yuan could retreat. After all, the alliance agreement did not have a clause to fight to the death. The Snowy Mountain alliance agreement between him and He Lulan was very loose. Chapter 701. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the porridge oasis. The smoke from kitchen chimneys in the past was replaced by thick smoke and flames today. The tranquility and serenity had vanished without a trace. The houses and buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. In the ruins, on the streets, by the lake, under the trees, pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan returned to the clan pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken tiles, he stored the poison path immortal Gu woman's heart into his immortal aperture with satisfaction. After slaughtering for half a day, woman's heart was finally full. Woman's heart combined nurturing and refinement. If he continued to feed it, woman's heart would enter the Gu refinement process. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger woman's heart would be. But Fang Yuan did not have any plans to refine Gu for now. With his strength alone, slaughtering mortals was easier than slaughtering pigs and dogs, but there were so many mortals he still wasted half a day. Moreover, woman's heart was a one-time consumable immortal Gu. No matter how strong it was, it could only be used once. The investment prospects were not great. Unless Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the ruins of the clan pavilion, the hundreds of Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were activated at the same time, investigating in all directions. After 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan found an underground entrance. He walked close to the entrance and stomped on the ground, destroying it and revealing an entrance. This entrance could allow ordinary people to enter and exit, but it was too small for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan forcefully tore it down. After hundreds of steps, the space became wider. It was enough for Fang Yuan to walk with his back bent. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared. It appeared in front of Fang Yuan. On the door there were large words. Restricted area of the clan treasury, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Fang Yuan sneered. He directly broke the stone door. Hundreds of golden blades of light slashed at Fang Yuan's body. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. This was Lan clan's method to defend against thieves, but unfortunately, not even one of the barbs on Fang Yuan's hair armor was damaged. Fang Yuan entered the stone door and saw a large pile of Yuan stone. Fang Yuan roughly estimated. It was more than 100,000 Yuan. If Fang Yuan was still immortal, these Yuan stones would be a huge fortune. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was now an immortal. With unlimited Zhen Yuan, the demand for Yuan stone had dropped to the lowest point. However, he still kept the Yuan stone in his immortal aperture. It was just a matter of convenience. After a while, he broke through the second stone door. Enter it. He saw a large pile of Gu refinement materials, arranged according to their categories. They were all ordinary materials. Although Fang Yuan needed them, there were not many of them. If Fang Yuan really wanted to refine Gu, he would need a lot of them. They still needed existences like Gu immortals to purchase them in large quantities. But it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan did not leave empty-handed. He also entered the immortal aperture. Then the 3rd, 4th and 5th stone doors. They were all Gu refinement materials, but they were of different types. The storage requirements were also different. Fang Yuan collected all of them. At the 6th stone door he finally found a Gu worm. A large number of mortal Gu were stored here. This was Lan clan's Gu worm storage, the foundation of the clan. Fang Yuan took them all. With his rich memories and experience, he could recognize these mortal Gu. They were all dispensable. But for mortal Gu masters, these Gu worms were not lacking in rare Gu worms. There were also rank 5 and rank 4 Gu. At the center of the cave there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform there was a huge bird egg. It was the size of a house. It was sandy yellow in color, rough and dim. Around the stone platform, there was a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. Stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. One by one, the eggs were laid out in the yellow sand, sinking slightly into it. Some of these eggs were big, some were small, there were even broken eggshells. These eggs are sand gulls' eggs. This is the breeding ground of Lan clan's sand gulls. Fang Yuan walked into the cave. In order to protect their homes and eggs, large numbers of sand gulls flew up and surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he first scattered a wind blade, cutting down most of the sand gulls like cutting wheat, and then sprinkled a smear of frost to freeze the other half. The number of surviving sand gulls was small, and they were no longer as aggressive as before. Instead they fled in panic. Fang Yuan was not in the mood to chase after them. As he got closer and closer to the stone platform, his eyes were gradually attracted by the giant egg on the stone platform, and his eyes revealed an even more joyful light. Could this egg be the egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone platform and came in front of the giant egg. He reached out and stroked the rough eggshell. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes, from which transparent egg white constantly flowed out. These egg white fell on the stone platform, flowed along the channels carved on the surface of the stone platform, and flowed under the surrounding yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient wild beast sand gulls of heaven and earth. The life born in the egg had long died. The egg white was leaking out. It was clearly a dead egg. Sand gulls had a low hatching rate, and for the same bloodline sand gulls of heaven and earth, the hatching rate was even lower. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Just using the egg white in such a crude manner greatly increased the hatching rate of the sand gull's egg. Fang Yuan did not obtain the hatching method he had expected, but he obtained the dead egg of an ancient desolate beast. This was an unexpected surprise. As expected, after connecting luck, there are fortuitous encounters? After slaughtering a small tribe, I obtained something useful to me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. His connect luck immortal Gu needed the sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast sand gulls. This sand was called sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed after ordinary sand was infected by the sand gulls of heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan wanted sand, he would have to buy it from others, or find the nests of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, and take a huge risk to sneak in and collect the sand gull soil. But now that he had the dead egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn the ordinary sand into sand gull soil. To feed connect luck immortal Gu, I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. There is still enough life essence in this dead egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it can help me get through this difficult period. Connect luck immortal Gu does not have to be fed to its fullest. It can be used even if it is only half full. After all, for the next period of time, there will not be any suitable targets. Connect luck immortal Gu might not be used. With a joyful mood, Fang Yuan stored this dead egg. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he immediately started to make arrangements. He was a blood path grandmaster in his previous life, and now he was a strength path grandmaster. These two paths were related to life and blood. He quickly thought of a method, using over 600 mortal Gu to form a Gu formation and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed connect luck immortal Gu. This way he was only left with the problem of feeding cleanse soul immortal Gu. To feed cleanse soul immortal Gu, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm Gu, but white lotus giant silkworm Gu were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late antiquity era, soul path was flourishing. This Gu worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately now, even in jewel yellow skies, white lotus giant silkworm Gu were rarely seen. Chapter 703. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, discussion hall. Gu immortals sat in a circle. They were brimming with immortal energy. They were discussing the matters of Crane Gate. Ling Shi's condition has worsened. I need to purchase a large number of materials to refine healing Gu that can alleviate the condition. But to completely cure Ling Shi, I need a large number of healing Gu recipes to research. My initial estimate is 360 immortal Yuan stone. Gu immortal Shuji Gu said loudly. Immediately, a Gu immortal frowned and asked, Ling Shi is an ancient desolate beast. It is very strong. But its condition has already persisted for half a year. Why has it not recovered yet? Shuji Gu, are you purposely delaying Ling Shi's condition so that you can reap some benefits? A Gu immortal said loudly. Hearing this, Shuji Gu's brows furrowed and he roared, Fan Shilu, go fuck yourself. Isn't this because you used a poison path immortal Gu to capture it? Back then, I had already persuaded you not to use it. But to save trouble you poison Ling Shi. Now that there is trouble, I need to deal with it. You are the one talking nonsense. Do you know how hard it is to capture a Lingxi alive? It's easy for you to say that. Fan Shilu did not back down, he shouted. Ding. At this time a bell rang, it was clear and melodious. The voices of the Gu immortals were assimilated by the bell sound. Thus, the bell sound became louder and louder. No matter how Shu Jigu and Fan Shilu spoke, their voices would only become louder and louder. They shut up. Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the bell sound. That was the main seat at the center. An old man sat there. He was the most authoritative person in Crane Gate, the rank 8 first Supreme Elder who was in charge of the overall situation. It was Crane Gate's first Supreme Elder's voice. His voice was deep and calm. Now, Shu Jiji's suggestion is that we need 360 immortal Yuan stone to purchase Gu worms, Gu recipes, and heal Lingxi. I do not agree. 360 immortal Yuan stone is too much. I only asked for 200 immortal Yuan stone in my previous budget. Is it more important than healing a Lingxi? More important than healing Gu immortals? Fan Shilu was the first to object. A Gu immortal beside him pondered, Lingxi is important, but it is not a crucial moment. The urgent matter at hand was still the situation in the northwest. I give up on this decision. Regarding the Great Heavenly Sword School, there will be an important discussion. Right now we're only discussing the matter of healing Lingxi. The Grand Supreme Elder interrupted. I object. The third Gu immortal said concisely. Before I give my personal advice, I would like to hear Madame Sang Xian's. The reason why my sect spent so much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, spirit rhinoceros, was to use its blood. To develop an even more secretive information path Gu worm. I wonder how Madame Sang Xian is progressing? The fourth Gu immortal looked at Madame Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Hearing this he smiled, I am ashamed. Currently there is little progress because Lingxi's body is covered in poisonous blood. The research on letter Gu is progressing very slowly. The fourth Gu immortal nodded. This means that the future of this area is bleak. In that case I object. Of the 8 Gu immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Jigu only obtained 200 immortal Yuan stones. Obviously, there was a big gap between the 360 Yuan he asked for and the price he asked for. Shu Jigu snorted coldly, muttering to himself. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding. Another bell rang regardless of whether Shu Jigu was satisfied or not. The Grand Supreme Elder said, Next, we will discuss the matters of reincarnation battlefield. This was a white cloud cushion Gu rank 5, it could assist Gu masters in their cultivation and increase the effect of primeval essence nurturing the aperture. Although the effect was not great, it would accumulate over time and would be considerable. After He Fengyang ascended to Gu immortal, the white cloud cushion Gu lost its effect on him, it was only used as a cushion. The white cloud cushion was huge, He Fengyang had specially left some space for Fairy Tsangyu. But Fairy Tsangyu only took a glance and did not get on the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger and shot out a wood path Gu worm. The Gu worm drilled into the ground and in a few breaths of time, a peach tree grew out, its branches tangled together and formed a comfortable bed with peach blossoms. Fairy Tsangyu giggled and climbed onto the peach tree bed, half lying down, her eyes closed as she dozed off. At the same time in Fu Hu Blessed Land, Fangjing had already reached the final step. He activated failed blood demon flower Gu. His entire body's flesh and blood became the nourishment and soil for the demonic flower's growth. Countless laughing vines drilled out of his skin and coiled around his body. Bright and bewitching blue chrysanthemums bloomed fiercely. Intense pain came from all parts of his body, even iron blood Gu had no effect. Fangjing gritted his teeth, his expression was distorted as he endured with all his might. Quickly use cold blood Gu to lower the temperature. Master Tenshuru's soul was monitoring Fangjing's condition at all times, and after a while he reminded. Fangjing endured the inhuman pain and successfully mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood Gu. His body shivered intensely for a while before the temperature of his boiling blood dropped. avoiding the tragic fate of being cooked alive. Use blood-sensing goo. Master Tenshiro instructed. Fang Jing gritted his teeth until blood flowed out. He activated this rank 5 investigative blood path goo with great difficulty. This goo allowed him to sense existences with the same bloodline as him. Moreover, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the effect. But this time, no matter how Fang Jing tried, he could not sense any image. How can this be? You are brothers with Fang Yuan? Your bloodline is the thickest and closest. Moreover, failed blood demon flower goo can increase the effect of blood path goo worms. Why can't you sense anything after so long? Fang Jing was already in so much pain that he could not speak, but Master Tenshiro was still trying to sense it. After a long time without any effect, he became nervous and shouted strangely. Fang Jing, persevere. You have trained for so long, you have gone through inhuman trials, all you have to do is gamble on this. My sect's 2 goo immortals have already moved out, they are waiting for you to guide them. You must persevere, you cannot relax. Master Tenshiro shouted anxiously. Fang Jing's body was trembling intensely, he could not reply, he could only use his actions to show his obedience to his master. You still can't sense it? Strange. This is too strange. Fang Jing, you need to follow the whole earth goo in the blood pool and extend your senses out. If that whole earth goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not destroyed, then this whole earth goo is connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It will be of great help to you in sensing Fang Yuan. Master Tenshiro continued to remind him. But Fang Jing had already extended his senses along the whole earth goo, but there was little effect. To him, it was like he was in darkness, the target he was looking for was that bit of light in the darkness. But be it Fang Jing or Master Tenshiro, they did not know about the change in Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. The blood in his body had already turned from healthy red to dark green and cold zombie blood. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fang Jing's senses. No matter how hard Fang Jing tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenshiro was extremely anxious. According to his past training experience, Fang Jing had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed, he was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tenshiro was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fang Jing's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly, she took a step forward and was about to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 706. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many goo immortals here, our sect's scheme 1, according to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the goo immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path goo immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my crane gate? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fairy Tsangyu's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow, her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, Fengyang stopped her. Fairy, wait. Saying so, he pulled Fairy Tsangyu to the side, opening up the hole in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The lightning did not care about the two of them, it followed the hole and plunged into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Using this chance, Fairy Tsangyu also saw the lightning's true appearance. This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow? Fengyang smiled lightly, this is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan cut off a large portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also threw it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate, it has been hiding on Tianti Mountain all along. Great. The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad, it is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard we will have an easier time. Fairy Tsangyu's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Fang Yuan is decisive, he is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking. No matter how many schemes he has, it is useless. He Fengyang sighed, stepping into Hu immortal blessed land with Fairy Tsangyu. Once they entered Hu immortal blessed land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal goo in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way immortal goo on them. It allowed mortal goo to not be suppressed by the blessed land and could be used normally. Fairy Tsangyu closed her eyes and after a few breaths she opened them again. We are at the west of Hu immortal blessed land. The blue charm shadow is already heading towards Danghun Mountain in the center of the blessed land. He Fengyang nodded. As I expected. Within Hu immortal blessed land, the safest opponent was Danghun Mountain. The blue charm shadow's first target was the blessed land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox. Caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charm shadow. Since it was heading straight for Danghun Mountain, it meant that Fang Yuan was hiding in Danghun Mountain. Let's follow it. All right. I've long wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like. Fairy Tsangyu chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. He Fengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Goo and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the blessed land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. They are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Halfway there, He Fengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu immortal blessed land. It was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph, another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Tsangyu frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings. The crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Blood Sea Ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down. Immediately jade lightning crashed down. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the two immortals continued flying towards Danghun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Tsangyu repeatedly shook her head. The management of this Hu immortal blessed land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Fang Yuan was immortal after all. He only thought of using Guts Gu to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Hu immortal was an enslavement path Gu immortal. Her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Hu immortal blessed land has fallen into his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, Hu immortal blessed land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Tsangyu sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, Hu immortal blessed land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Danghun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Tsangyu nodded in agreement. The two talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the blessed land's decline. This caused the two's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Danghun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of, if Hu immortal blessed land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Danghun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Danghun Mountain shook its soul. it was its forbidden land. Fang Yuan, come out. You should know that Dang Hun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no goo worms. Even if you use Dang Hun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two goo immortals. He Fengyang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Fang Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you, then you should know by now that who immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal goo on us. Moreover, we have an immortal goo on us. Fairy Tsangyu immediately spoke, pressuring Fang Yuan. Thereupon, Fang Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. He Fengyang's heart tightened but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw, they could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time, thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary goo immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore? You want my blessed land, aren't you afraid that I will destroy Dang Hun Mountain? Fang Yuan spoke. You are Fang Yuan? Yi Fengyang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year, how did Fang Yuan become an immortal zombie? While Yi Fengyang was hesitating, Fairy Tsangyu beside him smiled and said, We came prepared this time, how could we let you destroy Dang Hun Mountain? If you think you can use Dang Hun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. Alright, we can even weaken Dang Hun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move, just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Fang Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him. This human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Dang Hun Mountain's power. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt that there was hope. She urged, as long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our Crane Gate can let bygones be bygones, we can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that Crane Gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Fang Yuan asked. Yi Fengyang sneered, times have changed, Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, don't tell me you can't see the current situation? Fang Yuan heard this and muttered, oh? The current situation is like this, let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal goo burst out from his body. This is... Fairy Tsangyu's expression changed. Immortal goo, so many immortal goo. Yi Fengyang could not tell what immortal goo it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal goo, his eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Fang Yuan. He Lulan Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura, they did not conceal it. Fairy Tsangyu's expression changed greatly. Yi Fengyang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed. The strength of Fang Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Dang Hun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine, 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. Yi Fengyang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Tsangyu suddenly felt helpless and her face turned pale, unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. At the same time he activated an emotion path killer move, hoping to influence He Fengyang's emotions. But He Fengyang was filled with anger, he could not be influenced. Boom. With an explosion, the mysterious goo immortal was sent flying. He Fengyang's body shook intensely, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcefully pulling himself together and grabbing the young Nine Palace crane. Little Nine. He Fengyang hugged the Nine Palace crane, turning around and escaping. He had no intention of staying any longer. The Nine Palace crane had already turned into the size of a white goose. He Fengyang held it in his arms, chirping lightly. The emotion path goo immortal was left far away, he could not catch up in this short while. The other two mysterious goo immortals left the battlefield and rushed over. Sigh, we let him escape in the end. The wind path goo immortal sighed in regret. This guy is clearly an enslavement path goo immortal, but he is not weak in close combat. That jade lightning killer move earlier seemed to have reminded me of something. The emotion path goo immortal said. If not for the fact that we could not gather enough people in such a short time, would we not be able to take him down? If we chase after him we might be able to. The poison path goo immortal said unwillingly. He has expand space immortal goo, soul taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, we cannot stay here for long. The wind path goo immortal was very calm. That's right, this ambush was only an improvised plan. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, exposing our identities and affecting Master's plan. Let's retreat. The emotion path goo immortal came to his senses and shouted. His status seemed to be higher than the other two mysterious goo immortals, he had the power to make the final decision. I'm leaving. The wind path goo immortal flew into the sky, quickly turning into a small black dot. The poison path goo immortal landed on the ground, directly burrowing into the ground. The emotion path goo immortal paused for a while, seeing that the two had left, his figure vanished in the air as if he had never appeared. He Fengyang flew rapidly, returning to Feihe Mountain without stopping, directly entering Fuhu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing at the edge of a huge rock pit, looking at the 10,000 rockmen working in the pit. Junior was incompetent, I have failed Lord's trust. He Fengyang saw Lord Tiger Demon and bowed. He was injured and had an ashamed expression. You are injured? Go and heal yourself first. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask He Fengyang anything, he only waved his hand and that anger will flew out of He Fengyang's immortal aperture, entering his mind. In an instant he understood everything that He Fengyang had experienced. His gaze flickered as he activated Anger Will Goo, producing another surge of anger will. The anger will flew into the sky, out of Fuhu Blessed Land, flying towards the peak of Feihe Mountain. When it reached the discussion hall at the peak, the three wills that were left behind sensed something. These three wills came from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of supervising the sect, and also handled some small matters that the sect leader could not handle. As for the important matters, they would gather all the goo immortals to discuss them after a certain period of time. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall, first fusing with the previous will, and told them about He Fengyang's matter. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills fell into silence, thinking rapidly. At the same time, their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After shrinking to half their original size, Second Supreme Elder's will said, the matter of who immortal blessed land will be decided by Lord Tiger Demon. First Supreme Elder's will continued. He Fengyang was ambushed and was attacked. This matter is even more serious than who immortal blessed land. Where did the culprit make the move? Saying so, a goo worm flew out of the hall, turning into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nodded, saying solemnly, this location is the best for setting up an ambush. It is not close to the front or back, this is the greatest concealment. It seems the culprit is very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. Since when did someone dare to kill goo immortals of our 10 great ancient sects? Second Supreme Elders will shouted angrily. This is what I am worried about. Elders, where do you think these goo immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will said. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills looked at each other, showing a grave expression. Third Supreme Elder is worried that these goo immortals are Central Continent goo immortals? First Supreme Elder said in a low voice. Tiger Demon's anger will began to speak. That's right. How many years has our 10 great ancient sects controlled Central Continent? These years the situation has been getting more and more difficult. Why is that? Our central continent is different from the other 4 regions. With primordial origin Immortal Venerable as the leader, we had already reformed and established a sect system in the remote antiquity era. In the remote antiquity era, sects were rare. In the olden antiquity era, clan forces far surpassed sect forces. In the medieval antiquity era, sects and clans had intense conflicts, they were neck and neck. In the late antiquity era, clans showed weakness while sects prospered. Now there are countless sects in central continent, there are almost no clans left. The clan system only selects clan disciples as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our central continent's history is the history of the struggle between these two systems. After over 3 million years of struggle, evolution, and accumulation, thanks to the sect system, the number of Gu immortals in central continent far exceeds the other 4 regions. They are increasing in number and are about to break away from our 10 great sects' control. How many Gu immortals do our 10 great sects have? The number of other central continent Gu immortals is several times that of us. These small sects Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals, and lone cultivator Gu immortals need more cultivation resources to continue cultivating. Conflicts are unavoidable because our 10 great sects control 80% of central continent's cultivation resources. Haven't there been examples of great heavenly sword sect before? It was only that our 10 great ancient sects suppressed them secretly. Chapter 7:11. Lord Tiger Demon continued, our 10 great ancient sects have been in a bad situation all these years. It can be said that we're treading on thin ice. It's like we're stuck in the crater of a volcano. Sooner or later, the magma at the bottom of the crater will erupt and cause a great impact to the 10 major sects. What Third Elder said is the general trend of Zhongzhou state. However, the general trend is like this, how can it be changed? The will of the second Supreme Elder sighed. Lord Tiger Demons will continued, the example of the great heavenly sword school is right before our eyes. The group of Gu immortals in who immortal blessed land could be from another region's forces, but they were more likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators. And the ones who attacked Hefengyang today might also be a Gu immortal force of this prefecture. But if that's the case, then it's terrifying. The second Supreme Elder nodded. Indeed. The power that attacked Hefengyang obviously did not want who immortal blessed land to remain in the hands of Fang Yuan's side. If Hefengyang dies, our Crane Gate will have to forcefully attack who immortal blessed land to protect our reputation. Although this is a very obvious move to shift the blame, our Crane Gate has no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The dignity that the 10 great ancient sects had maintained for millions of years was not to be offended. If they could not even take revenge for the death of their own Gu immortals, then their reputation would fall to the ground, people's hearts would waver, everyone would want to offend Crane Gate. The Crane Gate was surrounded by beacons, and it would no longer be able to control such a vast territory and resources. When the time came, the Crane Gate would be strained and show signs of fatigue, which would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious circle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The 3 grand elders of the Crane Gate were all very experienced. The old monster with plenty of life experience had long since calculated this terrifying prospect in his heart. Not only them, how could the other 9 great ancient sects of the central continent not understand this? In today's Zhongzhou state, his strength was expanding but his resources were limited. He was like a bucket that was getting bigger and bigger. As for the 10 great ancient sects, they were sitting on the barrels. If they weren't careful, they would be blown to smithereens. Tiger Demon. Today you used this as a pretext to make a big fuss. You must have your own views. Why don't you just say it? The first Supreme Elder said directly. The Tiger Demon laughed heartily. His words were shocking. My current decision is to agree to Fang Yuan's condition, to admit that who immortal blessed land belongs to our sect. At the same time, they investigated the identity of the Gu immortal who killed Hefengyang. Once we figure out who these rogue cultivators are, we'll join hands with the other 9 sections. Carry out a large-scale plan to slaughter immortals. Immortal slaying? The will of the second Supreme Elder heard this. His eyes shone with excitement. First Supreme Elders will closed its eyes and said slowly, Tiger Demon, I won't hide it from you, this suggestion of yours was made by combat immortal sects Gu immortal sure lay many years ago. They even wrote to the Celestial Court, asking the celestial court to intervene. Organize the 10 great ancient sects to carry out this grand plan. That immortal Monkey King? That's right, even though our 10 great ancient sects have changed our names in history, we've always been orthodox in our roots. It's always been the rotation of branches and main branches, all of which are inextricably linked to the celestial court. The 10 sects working together to slaughter immortals is a huge matter, it involves countless benefits. At that time, the 5 regions would be filled with flames of war, people would have no way of making a living and all sides would be fighting endlessly. Celestial Court's authority was also useless. The 10 great sects Gu immortals were repeatedly ambushed and killed, there were revenge from the other 4 regions, and also Central Continent's lone cultivator Gu immortals trying to fish in troubled waters. The situation became more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan could even lead a group of demonic path Gu immortals to attack Tianti Mountain's Hu immortal blessed land, eventually killing Feng Kim Hong. For some reason, Fang Yuan immediately thought of that mysterious force that had ambushed him in jewel yellow skies over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not casually expose this information to He Fengyang. Thus, he shook his head. I occupy Hu immortal blessed land and do not leave, how can I offend other forces? I have no intention of offending Brother Crane. But thinking about it, Crane Gate is indeed more conspicuous than us. Maybe some force wants to deal with you and wants to use us to divert their attention? He Fengyang did not obtain any information. He was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force Fang Yuan. Crane Gate had its own concerns. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie. But the force behind him was enough for both sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu did not stay for long. Fang Yuan opened the door of Hu immortal blessed land. He sent them out. Fang Yuan stood at the door, bidding farewell to them. Seeing this, the Gu immortals of the other 9 great sects immediately sensed that something had happened in Hu immortal blessed land. What's going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu came in high spirits. But when they came out, their expressions were not good. It seems there is a problem. Did they not manage to take it down? That's not possible. The Gu immortals were confused. They made guesses. The 10 great ancient sects came from the same source. They were the overlords of Central Continent. These years there had been many open and secret conflicts. The contest for Hu immortal blessed land was an open one. The disciples of the various sects competed to decide the ownership, but Fang Yuan took advantage of it. Now it was a secret conflict. He could not jump out and ask questions in front of them or he would lose face. The Gu immortals did not know what had happened in Hu immortal blessed land. They were all hesitant. Fang Yuan closed the door. He Lulan and Fairy Tsangshan congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan, I have a whole new level of respect for you. This time you cooperated with Crane Gate, it could be said that you subdued them without fighting. It was a great victory. Fairy Tsangshan praised. This was the kind of victory that Gu immortals appreciated the most. There was no battle, there was no huge investment, but it brought huge profits. Senior is not right. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me cooperating with Crane Gate, it is us cooperating with Crane Gate. To refine Air Sac Gu, we need the strength chi of He Lolan's strength chi immortal Gu. As for the profits of Guts Gu, you will get 40% and we will get 60. Fairy Tsangshan heard this and her smile became even more intense. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the great prospects of the Guts Gu trade. She naturally understood that Fang Yuan wanted to stabilize the alliance between the two sides, binding them to Danghun Mountain. In the future, when Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, they would definitely be there to defend it. But in front of such huge profits, Fairy Tsangshan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan deeply, saying, to think that Fang Yuan had such a method, you could actually think of Air Sac Gu. Fang Yuan gave the order, the hairy men in the room were ready to go, they opened their eyes and started to refine goo worms. Whenever they needed strength qi as goo refinement materials, the rapidly moving strength qi outside the room would enter the goo. This scene made He Lulan praise, "Fang Yuan, your stone nest is huge. It can actually hold thousands of hairy men to refine goo at the same time, it is truly a wondrous idea." Fang Yuan smiled, "Didn't I tell you that I am also a goo refinement master?" The truth was, this stone nest was an invention of his previous life, during the Five Regions' chaotic war. The continuous battles caused huge losses to goo masters and goo worms, all the large forces needed to replenish their goo worms. They gradually created this stone nest that could hold many goo masters and refine goo together. I named it Fang Yuan Stone Nest. It is a place to refine mortal goo in large numbers. I will refine air sac goo. It is divided into more than 10 steps. The hairy men in the room at the highest level will finish the first step and send the half-finished product to the room at the next level. After processing it at the next level, the half-finished product will be sent to the third level. This way the hairy men will focus on one step. Not only will the goo recipe not be leaked, they can also get familiar with it faster. This will increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He took the invention of someone else in his previous life as his own. He Lulan could not help but praise, "This is the best way to refine mortal goo in large numbers to a certain extent, it can even lower the standards of the goo refiner. After all, they only need to complete one of the steps. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, you will not have to worry about the repetitive refinement, you only need to control the materials. There are also some goo recipes that require the refiner to practice continuously. Thankfully, air sac goo does not need to do that," Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, "I was worried that the air sac goo would be too few, it would affect the sales of guts goo. After all, each air sac goo can only store one guts goo. But now that I have seen this stone nest, I am at ease. These guts goo, how do you intend to sell them?" Fang Yuan already had a plan. "I will mainly sell them to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as their whole earth goo. I have already constructed them. From now on, I will use whole earth goo to exchange for the goods. The remaining small portion will be sold in jewel yellow skies." "You are not intending to sell some to the other sects of Central Continent?" "No need. Right now, Central Continent is dominated by the 10 great sects. Our identity and status are already very sensitive, we do not need to provoke the ancient sects at this time. The peace we have now is not easy to obtain, we only need to quietly earn some profits." He Lulan heard this and nodded. This time she was completely at ease. Time passed quickly, another half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first batch of guts goo had already been sold. After deducting the cost and the 40% of profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan obtained 43 Immortal Yuan stones. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the second batch of guts goo was sold. Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone storage increased to 46. The third batch of guts goo earned 47. The market feedback was very good. The demand from the 10 great ancient sects was increasing every time. Jewel Yellow Skies' sales were even more explosive, often they would be sold out in a day or two. Guts goo was once a treasure that even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revered. Its efficiency in strengthening the soul was extremely high, more than 10 times that of ordinary methods. Earlier, the land spirit of Langya had not hesitated to ask Tai by Yunxing for 5 Immortal Yuan stone in order to research landscape as before. The land spirit of Langya was moved by the 2 immortal goo, and was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He lent out 8 desolate beasts at once. Qin Baixing knows when to give up, he knows when to adapt to the situation, and has powerful methods. He can be said to be well versed in both literature and martial arts, he is truly admirable. Fang Yuan added lightly before changing the topic, asking the land spirit, "Do you have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo?" Fang Yuan had cleansed Soul Immortal goo, he had not fed it yet, it had become weaker over this period of time. And to feed cleansed Soul Immortal goo, he needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo's flesh. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already asked the land spirit of Langya, But the land spirit did not have the goo recipe of white lotus giant silkworm goo, not even an incomplete recipe. Thus this time Fang Yuan only asked for clues and did not mention the goo recipe. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. Lad, this white lotus giant silkworm goo was created by spectral soul demon Venerable. My main body experienced the 2 eras of thieving heaven and giant sun, and finally died of old age. Spectral soul demon Venerable rose up after giant sun immortal. At that time I, the land spirit, had already stayed in the blessed land. Where would I get any clues? Alright, I will sell it to you. The seller's will was about to agree, but right at this time, a divine sense interrupted him. Wait, I want this bat desolate beast corpse. I will give you 5 immortal Yuan stone. Oh? Sir is immortal monkey king. This change naturally made the seller overjoyed. If he sold the bat wings to Fang Yuan for 3.5 immortal Yuan stone, the remaining parts of the corpse would be extremely damaged. It would be a miracle if he could sell them for 1 immortal Yuan stone. Now, immortal monkey king Shirley interfered and was willing to pay 5 immortal Yuan stone. The seller was naturally willing to accept this proposal. Wait, our transaction has already been settled. Immortal monkey king, you suddenly came out to disturb us. What is this? Who immortal land spirit was indignant. What's settled? Shirley sneered. Are you joking? Doing business in jewel yellow skies, is it first come first served? Whoever offers the highest price will naturally get to sell. Since the transaction has not been completed, then the deal has not been settled. Saying so, Shirley said to the seller's goo immortal, Hey kid, you have made a profit this time, aren't you going to complete the transaction? The seller's will was about to nod when Hu immortal land spirit received Fang Yuan's instructions and immediately stopped him. Wait, I will pay 5.5 immortal Yuan stone. Adding only half is too stingy. I will pay 7 immortal Yuan stone. Shirley said in an overbearing manner. Hu immortal land spirit's tone turned gloomy. In that case I will pay 8 immortal Yuan stone. Shirley laughed heartily. Then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu immortal land spirit continued. That seller's will had not expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirley was stunned before laughing loudly. Good Hu immortal, you are indeed a guts goo dealer, you have so much money. I will not compete with a junior like you this time. It is merely a broken desolate beast corpse. I hope you will be in a good mood when you take it back. After laughing, the divine sense retreated. It was very straightforward. Lord Hu immortal, what you said earlier, you weren't just saying it casually, right? The seller's will had a flattering smile as he stammered. It seemed his words were not false. He was indeed a poor rank 6 goo immortal. Doing business requires honesty. Would my words be false? Hu immortal land spirit coldly snorted. Soon after, both sides completed the transaction. The seller obtained 9.5 immortal Yuan stone, while Fang Yuan obtained the bat desolate beast corpse. After this transaction, Fang Yuan checked his wealth again. He had 172 immortal Yuan stones, and 77 green grape immortal essence beads. Up until now, Fang Yuan had already sold 6 batches of Guts Goo, 1 batch every month, and each batch brought him 48 immortal Yuan stones. In these 6 months, Fang Yuan had completed another transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal Goo recipe, and obtained over 20 immortal Yuan stones. But after feeding 8 desolate beasts and refining large amounts of immortal Yuan stones, he obtained green grape immortal essence. After using green grape immortal essence to reverse deduce star path Goo recipe, he made a breakthrough in transformation path and upgraded his killer move. Not only did he modify the defensive killer move hair armor into lion fur armor, he even improved light illusion bat wings by a huge step. But to complete the brand new light illusion bat wings, he still needed to graft a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to buy this bat desolate beast corpse. Immortal Monkey King Shirley asked me to pay 3 or 4 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I'll keep this in mind. Shirley was a higher-up of Combat Immortal sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, after Feng Jioga died, he replaced Feng Jioga and became Central Continent's #1 battle strength. He was an Earth Path expert, but secretly cultivated Transformation Path, and obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan had wanted to raise the price of Guts Goo to combat Immortal sect, but after thinking about it he gave up on this idea. For the next half a month he concentrated on dealing with the bat desolate beast corpse. He carefully cut off the bat wings and did more than a dozen meticulous treatments to maintain them. Next he used Fire Path Goo worms and Strength Path Goo worms to refine the bat wings. The bat wings, which were originally very wide, continued to shrink. Chapter 720. The trees in front of him were lush and green, the foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Fang Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green, it was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows. They were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white respectively. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture and Hei Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby, Fang Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a Goo immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence. They could use mortal Goo as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative Goo worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, they could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground, and when they breathed they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed, the situation is not right. Hei Lulan stopped moving, saying to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. Fang Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, "That's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same." Hei Lulan raised her head. "Let's fly up." The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Fang Yuan and He Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan and He Lulan's investigative goo were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the starry sky spirit has already started to target the two of us? He Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the grotto heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction and obscuring our true perception. Was a pity? I don't have an investigative killer move yet. Fang Yuan said. Don't you have wisdom path methods? Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. He Lulan frowned and asked. Fang Yuan shook his head. I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special. I cannot determine the direction. Do you have an investigative killer move? He Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength. Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fist chi. Fist chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears, they had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that He Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Fang Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for He Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped He Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. He Lulan had once used it in northern plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by He Lulan. The lower half was in the ground, but it was heavily tilted. The soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam bam bam. He Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake. Rocks and rocks flew, ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Fang Yuan flew into the air and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and He Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest, he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wildflowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique. It should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious. The place where we came in is precisely this forest. The strength path phantom giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Fang Yuan. Even with Fang Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest formed no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem, because he was the source of the information. In his previous life, starry sky grotto heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over central continent. In the grotto heaven fragment world that Fang Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale and many were destroyed, thus they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Fang Yuan, although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life he came to starry sky grotto heaven early. The situation was different. He could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. If their positions were reversed, she would also refuse like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. Now I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats. What did the information say? Is the star demon bat nearby? He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan nodded. The information says it is nearby. But the terrain is different from the information. Let's take a look first. He observed for a long time but could not determine the true location. The place in his memory was a rotting poisonous swamp. But there were many green mountains here, how could there be a rotting swamp? 2 hours later. 2 figures surrounded a wild beast and began to attack. This desolate beast was transparent, it seemed to be made of dazzling diamond, it had the shape of a bear, but was as large as a mammoth, it was a rare diamond bear in the 5 regions. The ones fighting the diamond bear were He Lulan and Fang Yuan. Take this. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his 8 arms waving as he sent down lumps of starlight. The diamond bear stood up and waved its front paws, shattering the starlight. He Lulan turned into a strength path phantom giant again, she raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's stomach. The diamond bear roared, its diamond body suddenly lit up, He Lulan's strength path phantom giant's right leg broke. This diamond bear has a wild goo worm that counters my strength path. He Lulan was shocked, she quickly retreated. Killer moves were not omnipotent, they had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear was unwilling to let He Lulan go, it pounced over. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately dove down, the starlight cluster in his hand moved even faster than before, it was like a storm. At once, the diamond bear could not raise its head from Fang Yuan's bombardment. Come, give me a big one, have a taste. Fang Yuan raised his 4 arms high, gathering a large lump of icy drill stardust and throwing it down heavily. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was being crushed by the stardust inside, it roared in pain, it was truly enraged. Bam! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight cluster, flying into the sky. This bear can fly? Fang Yuan was too close, he was caught off guard, he was struck by the diamond bear's raised paw. Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped after smashing through dozens of towering trees. Blood flowed everywhere, 2 of the arms that blocked the bear's paw were broken, and 3 were heavily injured with fractures. Fang Yuan grinned, accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals, they did not have high intelligence, they did not know how many wild goo worms they had when they first encountered them. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's strength path phantom, it flew up and heavily injured Fang Yuan. Only after this did Fang Yuan and He Lulan realize that the goo worms on this diamond bear were very strong. Not only were there goo worms that countered strength path phantoms, there were also flying goo worms that could carry the diamond bear's heavy body. Retreat! Fang Yuan shouted at He Lulan. He Lulan had already wanted to retreat, she stopped her killer move and escaped with Fang Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase, it picked up Fang Yuan's 2 broken arms and chewed them. Crack, crack. The diamond bear's teeth were sharp, it easily broke Fang Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning them into minced meat. Jade green zombie blood flowed out of the diamond bear's teeth, an intense corpse stench spread to the surroundings. The diamond bear had a strange expression as it swallowed the corpse meat, but at the next moment, it opened its mouth and vomited the food out. It was too disgusting. The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it slammed Fang Yuan's remaining arms into the rock mountain, before angrily walking towards the cave at the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan and He Lulan snuck back here. Fang Yuan picked up the remaining arm, he identified it and placed it on the corresponding wound on his body. He activated a healing goo worm, using the recovery ability of an immortal zombie, he quickly reattached the arm. As for the remaining arm, it had already been chewed into minced meat by the diamond bear. Fang Yuan could not use it anymore, he sighed and decided to regrow it himself. But immortal zombies were not mortals, to regrow a limb, it would take around 6 to 8 hours. This was not a simple regrowth, it involved the replenishment of strength path Dao marks. He Lulan looked at the cave at the peak of the mountain, there is at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil in that cave. Diamond soil was actually the excrement of the diamond bear, it was extremely nutritious, it was the fertile soil that was sold at a high price in jewel yellow skies. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and He Lulan came to this mountain. Fang Yuan lured the diamond bear away, He Lulan took the chance to enter the cave and looted hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil, it was worth at least 30 immortal Yuan stone. After a dazzling blue light, the stars disappeared, a resplendent palace appeared on the mountain peak. It was exquisite and beautiful. This palace. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. The structure of the palace was very familiar. It was obviously the broken walls scattered everywhere in the fragmented world in his previous life's memories. However, the once dilapidated walls were not damaged in the slightest. Fang Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other. The latter guessed. Did the weather change at a specific time cause the palace to appear? Or maybe the heavenly spirit purposely set up a trap to lure us into it? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate the Star Hall. At the same time, in another area of starry sky grotto heaven, an intense battle was coming to an end. Evil beast, eat this king's fist. A stone man that was as tall as a mountain roared and punched down. In an instant, a gale was stirred up and the air exploded. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was hit by the huge rock fist. It fell to the ground with a loud sound, creating a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The earth trembled. The stone giant didn't stop there. He spread out his 10 fingers and raised them up high before slamming them down. With a bang, his palms landed heavily on the snow-white fleshy body of the flying bear. The flying bear bounced back. It could not even let out a cry. It was already riddled with injuries. The punch earlier had even cracked its skull, causing it to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth Root. With the 2 palms as the center, Earth Chi rumbled intensely. Countless thick and sharp earth spikes shot out of the ground like spears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The desolate beast flying bear was pierced by hundreds of earth spikes of all sizes. It raised its head and suddenly opened its eyes. After letting out a mournful howl, its body stiffened, and its strength dissipated. Its head fell to the ground again. With a thud, it was as if a drum had been struck. A cloud of dust rose up and then fell back down. Thick, boiling blood flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead. There were no more movements. The rockman snorted, suddenly letting out a dazzling light. After the light dissipated, a Gu immortal stood arrogantly in the air with his arms crossed. He had short white hair and a pair of golden pupils. He had a broad back and a thin waist. He wore a martial attire and gave off a valiant aura. A ray of starlight shot over, turning into a middle-aged man. He wore a tall hat and a wide-sleeved robe. He clapped and praised. As expected of immortal monkey Wang Da's subordinate, you only used a few minutes to kill the desolate beast flying bear. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched. It became ferocious. It did not dodge. It flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The 2 giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth. The iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it. It retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered. It flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path Dao marks. Blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from Gu immortals. Gu immortals had weak bodies. Their strength came from their Gu worms. Even if a strength path Gu immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of Gu worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature, they would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome. Not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. Ignoring its injuries, it pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness. It flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy, it fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air, it flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time, intense winds blew, thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time, starlight shined, tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground, rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. Its range is 5 li, it cannot detect invisibility. Maintaining this goo not only expends primeval essence, it also exhausts the soul. We can use all kinds of methods to conceal ourselves, it is fine to just walk in. At the same time, Fang Yuan recalled and added, this goo worm is often used together with true vision goo, it can detect invisibility. But that was during the 5 regions chaotic war. At this time, true vision goo is still in the hands of a small sect, it has not spread widely. He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, still feeling uneasy. Are you sure you did not make a mistake? After all, goo immortals can secretly research and develop new goo. Maybe this goo worm is newly invented and can see through invisibility?